Chapter 2048. Brat, how dare you throw me to the ground? Do you want to be cursed by me? Do you think I won't curse you right now? I'll make you die a horrible death. Suddenly, the cursed doll started talking. Its voice was hoarse and unpleasant to hear. Lin Feng shivered in fear when he heard that voice. The cursed doll was too strange. It could actually speak human language. As expected of a strange doll refined from the Tao of curses. The cursed doll floated in midair. Its eyes looked around and stared at Lin Feng. Swoosh! The demon lord appeared and looked at the cursed doll. He said, as expected, a cursed spirit has formed. How incredible! The cursed doll actually formed a cursed spirit. I'm very curious. What level of expert did you refine this cursed doll? When the cursed doll saw the demon lord, it screamed in fear. Emperor! You are an emperor. How can there be an emperor in this damned 9 prefectures? The cursed doll was too evil. It seemed to have the ability to think. Its eerie eyes stared at the demon lord. However, it soon screamed again. Haha! You scared me. So you're just strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Although you still have the aura of an emperor, your physical body has long been destroyed. You don't have the strength of an emperor anymore. Is this a remnant soul? A remnant soul has fused with a portion of the origin energy, Lin Feng muttered. This cursed doll is too evil. It makes me feel very uneasy. Demon Lord, let's work together to get rid of this fellow. I don't want it to cause any more trouble. Hearing that Lin Feng wanted to kill it, the cursed doll cursed, Brat, who do you think you are? How dare you say that you want to kill me? Do you think I won't activate a curse right now and make you unable to reincarnate? Lin Feng sneered. Grandson. How much strength do you have left? How dare you act so arrogantly in front of your grandfather? Do you think I won't burn you to ashes right now? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng summoned 4 types of heavenly fire. Purple earth core fire, black gold incinerating fire, golden dragon divine fire, netherworld hellfire. The 4 heavenly fires burned fiercely. Even the void distorted from the heat. The 4 heavenly fires surrounded the cursed doll. Heavenly fire, 4 heavenly fires. Brat, do you think you can deal with me with heavenly fire? You're dreaming. The cursed doll let out an eerie cry, and then the power of the curse began to surge out. If you're going to fight me, I'd like to have a taste of your strength, the demon lord said. The cursed doll, who was clamoring to attack, froze when it heard Yarojun's words. It smiled embarrassedly and said, I was just joking just now. Don't be so nervous. The cursed doll bullied the weak and feared the strong. It thought it could defeat Lin Feng, so it was extremely arrogant. But when he saw the Yarrow Lord, he immediately became dispirited. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. If he could really grasp the cursed doll's refining method, he would be able to refine one himself. Then, he could use the cursed doll to deal with whoever he wanted. Once such an evil cursed doll was successfully refined, it would frighten everyone who saw it and frighten even gods. Haha, that's right. Hurry up and hand over the cursed doll's refining method, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. Lin Feng laughed. The cursed doll said. I don't know the refining method. The demon lord said indifferently. Do you think we'll believe you? The cursed doll smirked and said, I won't believe you. Since you know you won't believe me, what's the point of saying all this? The demon lord pursed his lips. The cursed doll said, I do know the refining method, but I can't tell you because I'm also a cursed doll that was refined. By chance, I gave birth to my own consciousness, but my body is still the body of a cursed doll. In other words, I'm also cursed. If I tell you the refining method of the cursed doll, the power of the curse will erupt, and my soul will be destroyed in an instant. The demon lord frowned slightly as he pondered over the cursed doll's words. He seemed to be weighing the credibility of the cursed doll's words. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. The cursed doll should be very familiar with the power of the curse. Lin Feng thought of the sage's curse and asked, Cursed doll, do you know about the sage's bloodline? The cursed doll nodded. Of course. Who doesn't know about this ancient inheritance? Do you know about the sage's bloodline being cursed? Lin Feng asked. The cursed doll nodded. I've heard about it. Do you know what's cursing the sage's bloodline? Lin Feng continued asking. The cursed doll looked deeply at Lin Feng and said, there are millions of types of curse power, and the number of curse techniques is as endless as the sand grains in the Ganges River. No curse is born out of nowhere. Someone must have used some terrifying curse technique to activate the curse. As far as I know, the curse of the sage's bloodline is related to the netherworld or the ghost realm. The netherworld? The ghost realm? Lin Feng felt his scalp go numb. In this universe, the netherworld was one of the 3 supreme realms. The ghost realm was a world created by the 6 paths of reincarnation. It was mysterious and unfathomable. These 2 places were too terrifying and mysterious. They were places where the dead would go. Is there a way to resolve it? Lin Feng asked. The cursed doll replied, perhaps, but I'm not sure. Can you see if I'm cursed as well? Lin Feng asked. The cursed doll looked at Lin Feng. Its eyes flickered with an evil light. You. Suddenly, the cursed doll cried out in horror. Lin Feng's heart sank when he saw the cursed doll's reaction. He asked, am I really cursed? You have 3 types of curse power in your body. The cursed doll cried out. Lin Feng almost spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard the cursed doll's words. 3 types of curse power? That's asking for my life. He asked with a grave expression, are you telling the truth? Do I really have 3 types of curse power in my body? Even the Demon Lord couldn't help but frown. The Demon Lord might have been an emperor in the past and had seen many things, but when it came to the Tao of Curses, he still kept it a secret. Because the Tao of Curses was truly too mysterious, evil, and terrifying. Chapter 2049. The cursed doll laughed strangely. Of course I'm telling the truth. You have 3 types of curse energy in your body, and each is scarier than the last. You must have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck to be afflicted with so many curse energies. You must have experienced a lot of evil things, right? When Lin Feng saw the cursed doll's gloating expression, he had the urge to walk over and beat the hell out of the cursed doll. However, he had to endure it for now, as he still needed to find out what these 3 curse energies were from the cursed doll. Lin Feng asked patiently, I have indeed experienced a lot of evil things. For example? The cursed doll asked. Human skin. Something seemed to be approaching from the dark, and when that thing came, all the cultivators in its path would die and turn into human skin. I've encountered this situation several times. At that time, I even thought that I would die a horrible death. Fortunately, I survived in the end. Lin Feng said. Hiss. The cursed doll sucked in a cold breath. It looked at Lin Feng as if he was a monster and asked, how did you survive? Lin Feng smiled bitterly. I was just lucky. The cursed doll said, if I'm not wrong, this curse should be the human skin curse. It's an extremely ancient curse that is strange and terrifying. It's said that the human skin curse is one of the oldest curses in history. Lin Feng asked, does this human skin curse have anything to do with the legacy of the sage's lineage? Of course not. Why? Are you a successor of the sage's lineage? The cursed doll asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. The cursed doll said, the human skin curse is too ancient. Such an ancient curse shouldn't have appeared on you. Why? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. The cursed doll said, the stronger the curse, the more severe the damage to the caster. The human skin curse is one of the oldest curses, and it's said that only an emperor or above can cast it. Do you think you're qualified to make an emperor or above pay such a heavy price to cast the human skin curse? Although the cursed doll's words were a little harsh, they did make sense. If an emperor wanted to deal with him, they could kill him with a single palm strike. Why would they need to cast a curse? The cursed doll continued, that's why I'm guessing that the human skin curse was cast on your ancestor, and that ancestor's lineage was cursed as well. Lin Feng. Was it the emperor's bloodline? He remembered that the creatures of the other worlds called his sovereign blood sinner's blood. Was the blood of the sovereign ruler cursed? What are the other 2 curses? Lin Feng asked. The cursed doll said, Liang Ye's 2 curses aren't simple either. One is the curse of the heavenly master lineage, while the other is the curse of the Heavenly Master lineage. The descendants of the Heavenly Master lineage can't meet each other. Once they do, they'll be cursed and turned into a creature of the netherworld. Lin Feng recalled the contents of the Heavenly Master lineage's curse. The cursed doll said, "That's right. The Heavenly Master lineage's curse does have such a saying, but it's not complete. Once a descendant of the Heavenly Master lineage is cursed, they'll be turned into a creature of the netherworld or a creature of the ghost world. That's why the Heavenly Master lineage's curse is also known as the Nether Ghost Curse." Lin Feng was puzzled. "But I've never seen the Heavenly Master lineage's ancestor. Why would I be cursed?" "You've seen him. You must have. It's just that you don't know. You can try to recall if you've seen him before," the cursed doll said. Lin Feng started recalling. He suddenly recalled the Heavenly Master battle of the 3,000 prefectures. He had entered the place where the Heartless Immortal had died. The Heartless Immortal used to be called Yu Qingxian. Her lover was the 36th Heavenly Master, Chu Moxiu. Later, Chu Moxiu left and never returned. Yu Qingxian thought that Chu Moxiu had abandoned her, so she changed her name to the Heartless Immortal. In the end, she died of depression. Even in death, she never saw Chu Moxiu again. It was a tragic love story. However, Lin Feng later had a dream. In the dream, he saw Chu Moxiu. Chu Moxiu didn't abandon her. He never appeared again because he was taken away by the Nether soldiers. He had been cursed by the Heavenly Master lineage and was powerless to resist. Lin Feng said, "I've seen the 36th Heavenly Master in the dream. It's a connection between souls that transcends countless years. Everything you see is real. It's just that it happened countless years ago, but in the end, it appeared in your dreams," said Lin Feng. The cursed doll narrowed its eyes at Lin Feng and said, "So, you've seen other Heavenly Masters. Although you only saw them in your dream, you still saw other Heavenly Masters." "Damn, seeing them in my dream counts," Lin Feng said gloomily. Of course it counts. That's why the power of curses is so strange," the cursed doll said. "Do you have a way to help me remove the curse from the Heavenly Master lineage?" Lin Feng asked. "I don't. The Heavenly Master lineage's curse is extremely terrifying," the cursed doll said. Lin Feng's expression kept changing. He continued, "You said that even you can't tell what the third curse is. Does that mean that the third curse is even more terrifying?" The cursed doll laughed strangely and said, "That's right, the third type of curse is even more terrifying. Any one of these three curses is extremely rare in the world, but you have all three of them at the same time." "How shocking," Lin Feng sneered. "So what if I have three curses on me? Young Master's luck is monstrous. I don't believe that I can't break these three curses." The cursed doll pursed its lips. "It's good to have confidence, but reality is often cruel. Don't jinx it. Do you think I won't beat you up?" Lin Feng waved his fist. The cursed doll shouted, "Do you think I'm afraid of you? Fight me one-on-one if you dare." "Sure, but you'll have to fight me and the Demon Lord alone," Lin Feng said calmly. "Shameless. How shameless," the cursed doll shouted angrily. The Demon Lord said, "Cursed doll, if I'm not mistaken, you should know the great curse art of the 3,000 great Daos, right?" Lin Feng's eyes lit up when he heard the words great curse art. He knew very well what the great curse art of the 3,000 great Daos meant. The cursed doll hurriedly shook its head and said, No, I don't know it. If you dare have any ideas about me, I'll curse you." Chapter 2050. The cursed doll's threat was not much of a deterrent. Lin Feng and the Demon Lord both charged at the cursed doll. Lin Feng needed the cultivation method of the Great Curse technique, but the Demon Lord also needed it. If he could successfully cultivate the Great Curse technique, it would greatly improve his cultivation. Most importantly, after cultivating the Great Curse technique, he would be able to comprehend the Tao of curses. When facing all kinds of curses, he would not be helpless. Moreover, the Great Curse technique had a powerful attack power. Through cultivating the Great Curse technique, he might even be able to find a way to remove the curse on himself. Swoosh! Seeing Lin Feng and the Demon Lord closing in, the cursed doll turned and ran. Swoosh! The demon lord waved his right hand. Dense runes intertwined and sealed the room. The cursed doll was trapped in the room, unable to escape. You forced me to do this. I'm going to use the great curse technique on you. The cursed doll cried out, "Oh, the great power of the great curse," bang. Before the cursed doll could finish chanting, Lin Feng had already rushed over and sent the cursed doll flying with a punch. The cursed doll crashed into the demon lord's formation and fell to the ground. Ouch, it hurts. The cursed doll wailed. Damn. What's going on? Lin Feng was dumbfounded. The demon lord was also dumbfounded. Soon, the two of them understood what was going on. The cursed doll did not have any strength at all. It was just strong on the outside. So it's a fake expert. Tell us, how should we deal with you? Lin Feng grinned, his voice filled with evil intentions. The cursed doll crawled up from the ground and smiled embarrassedly. Great immortals, this is all a misunderstanding. We are all modest gentlemen. As the saying goes, gentlemen use their hands, not their mouths. No, that's not right. As the saying goes, gentlemen use their mouths, not their fists. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Let's talk nicely, shall we? Then, just write down the great curse art from memory." Lin Feng took out a pen and paper. I'll write. The cursed doll said with a sad face. When one was under someone else's roof, one had no choice but to lower one's head. The cursed doll began to write down the great curse technique's cultivation chant. An hour later, it finished writing. There were about 2,000 words. It filled up a large piece of paper. "Yarrow Lord, can you take a look at this chant?" asked Lin Feng. Yarrow Jun was once a great emperor. If there was a problem with the incantation, he would be able to tell at a glance. Yarrow Jun glanced at him, nodded, and said, "No problem." A smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. This was the great curse technique. It was the most evil of the 3,000 great Taos. None of the 3,000 great Taos could compare to the great curse technique. The Tao of curses recorded hundreds of millions of curse techniques. However, the great curse technique was definitely the most precious of all the curse techniques. This was because the great curse technique was directly related to the Tao of curses. This was something that the other curse techniques could not compare to. How should we deal with this guy? Should we kill him or let him go? Lin Feng looked at the demon lord. Let him go. The demon lord waved his right hand and removed the formation. Whoosh. The cursed doll hurriedly flew away. It floated in the air, its expression extremely ugly. It could not help but curse in a low voice. "I originally wanted to devour that brat's fate, but I didn't expect such a powerful fellow to follow him. How unlucky. Wait until I recover, let's see how I'll deal with the two of you." The cursed doll then soared into the sky and flew into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng gave the demon lord a copy of the great curse technique's cultivation method. The Yarrow Lord then entered the demonic bead and went completely silent. Lin Feng memorized the great curse technique's cultivation method, then burned the paper with the great curse technique's cultivation method to ashes. He sat cross-legged on his bed and silently recited the method, beginning to cultivate the great curse technique. Lin Feng didn't know how much time had passed, but he had entered a mysterious state of mind. Sinner's blood shall be cursed, 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 sinner's blood shall be cursed. A sinister voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind, repeating the same words over and over again. Who are you? Lin Feng's subconscious shouted. He wanted to know who had shouted those words. He also wanted to know, why was a powerful bloodline like the Sovereign Emperor's bloodline a sinner's bloodline? The fate of the Heaven Master's bloodline cannot escape the shackles of the curse. You will become one of us sooner or later. Another voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. It was hazy. Lin Feng saw 36 cultivators standing in the distance. They looked at him. Heaven Master, after seeing the 36 cultivators, Lin Feng was shocked. Those people. They were all the ancestors of the Heaven Master's bloodline. They were the 36 Heaven Masters. What cursed the Heaven Master's bloodline? Lin Feng shouted. The fate of the Heaven Master's bloodline cannot be reversed. We will wait for your arrival. The 36 Heaven Masters did not answer Lin Feng's question. They talked among themselves and then walked deeper into the forest. In his subconscious, Lin Feng chased after the 36 Heaven Masters. But no matter how Lin Feng chased after them, he could not catch up. Suddenly, a pitch-black door appeared. Rumble. The door opened. Behind the door, it was connected to a world of death. It seemed to be the underworld, but it also seemed to be the ghost world. The 36 Heaven Masters entered the world of death. He. At this time, a gloomy voice sounded. Lin Feng was shocked. This was the scene of the third curse. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw a distorted black fog appear. There seemed to be some terrifying creature in the black fog. What's hiding in the black fog? Lin Feng shouted loudly. He. The creature in the black fog did not answer Lin Feng. Instead, it continued to laugh sinisterly. Lin Feng had never heard such a sinister laugh. It was even more terrifying than the voice of a malicious spirit. Suddenly, the black fog swept through the world and enveloped Lin Feng, as if it wanted to devour Lin Feng. Lin Feng cried out in alarm. He opened his eyes and panted heavily. He woke up from his subconscious in time. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat. The Great Curse technique allowed me to sense the power of 3 curses. The curse of the bloodline, the curse of the Heaven Master's bloodline, and the curse of the distorted black fog. What exactly is that distorted black fog? What kind of terrifying creature is hidden in the black fog? Lin Feng's expression was uncertain as he pondered. Chapter 2051. The carriage traveled through the streets while Lin Feng sat in the carriage with his eyes closed. This was the carriage sent by Yu Lianwei to bring Lin Feng to the banquet. Lin Feng guessed the purpose of Yu Lianwei inviting him to the banquet. He lacked understanding of Yu Lianwei. This demon-like woman was not simple, and her thoughts were especially deep. Lin Feng always felt that this woman had a purpose for getting close to him. But now, everything was still unknown. The carriage entered a huge mansion. The environment of this mansion was very elegant. There were pavilions, small bridges, flowing water, and flowers. It was beautiful beyond compare. Young master, we've arrived. The coachman's respectful voice sounded. Lin Feng got off the carriage. He found that there was already a pretty servant girl wearing light yellow clothes waiting for him. This servant, Yun Zhu, greets young master. The servant girl bowed to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and said, "No need to be so courteous. Bring me to see Fairy Lian Wei. Young master, please follow this servant," the servant girl said as she led the way. After passing through a small bridge, a huge pond appeared in front of them. There was a pavilion in the middle of the pond. There was a small wooden bridge that led to the pavilion. The servant girl said, "Young master, my family's young miss is waiting for you in the pavilion." This servant girl had obviously received an order in advance and could only send him here. Lin Feng nodded and walked towards the pavilion. In the pavilion, a beautiful woman in a long white dress was dancing. She was like a fairy that had fallen from the 9 heavens immortal world to the mortal world. Her dance was graceful and moving, causing people to exclaim in admiration. The woman who was dancing like a butterfly was none other than Yu Lianwei. Lin Feng quietly admired Yu Lianwei's beautiful dance. After the dance ended, Lin Feng walked towards the pavilion. He clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Fairy's dance is really beautiful and moving. Even if the fairies of the 9 heavens immortal world saw it, they would feel ashamed of their inferiority." Yu Lianwei smiled and said, "Sir, you're overpraising me. Lianwei just made a fool of herself, and I'm afraid I've disgraced your eyes. Such a beautiful person, such a beautiful dance. To be able to see it is the blessing of 3 lifetimes. How could it be an insult to my eyes?" Lin Feng said with a smile. "If young master likes to watch, I can often dance for young master in the future," Yu Lianwei said as she blinked her eyes. These words were too bold and direct, a bit like a disguised confession. However, Lin Feng knew that Yu Lianwei was a woman with deep thoughts, so he didn't really think that Yu Lianwei was confessing to him. Everything she did, she often had her own motives. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Unfortunately, there are too many things to do. I don't have enough free time like this. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Yu Lianwei smiled and said, Lianwei naturally understands that men aspire to travel far and wide. It's rare to see someone like young master, who has already accomplished so much at such a young age. In the future, young master will definitely be able to dominate the world. Yu Lianwei's words were quite straightforward. Lin Feng had established the Dragon's Gate. With the all-knowing pavilion's abilities, they must have already known about this. Therefore, Yu Lianwei knew that Lin Feng was the leader of the Dragon's Gate, so he wouldn't be surprised. The reason why Yu Lianwei had said those words just now was because she was implying something. Thank you for your kind word. Lin Feng cupped his fists and said, news is very important no matter what I do. In the future, I will have to rely on you for many things. Lin Feng said as he took out a white jade box and pushed it towards Yu Lianwei. He smiled and said, this is a small gift for you. Yu Lianwei didn't look at it, nor did she accept it. She smiled and said, Lianwei will naturally help young master with all my heart. As for this gift, young master can take it back for now. Is it not to your liking? Lin Feng asked. Although I haven't seen what it is, young master has always been generous, so I don't need to see it to know that it is extraordinary. Yu Lianwei stood up and walked to Lin Feng's side. She reached out and caressed Lin Feng's face. Young master must be suspicious of Lianwei's motive for approaching you. You must think that Lianwei has some other intentions. You don't need to worry about that. Lianwei approached young master out of curiosity, and when she gradually got to know young master better, she fell deeply in love with him and couldn't extricate herself. Therefore, Lianwei wants to help young master establish a career. Lin Feng smiled and said, thank you for your kind intentions, but I don't know what I have done to deserve your admiration. Yu Lianwei stared at Lin Feng's handsome face and said, many things are like poison. Once poisoned, you can't extricate yourself. Lianwei truly wants to help young master. Time will prove everything. Late at night, Lin Feng left Yu Lianwei's residence. The next day, he left Myriad Stars Island. Lin Feng didn't know how much of Yu Lianwei's words could be trusted. But it was just as Yu Lianwei had said. Time would prove everything. After returning to Dragon Gate Island, Lin Feng had been bitterly cultivating the Great Curse art. It wasn't easy to cultivate this divine ability. Monk Ishio, who had been in seclusion for almost a year, came out. The first thing he did after coming out was ask the kitchen to prepare wine and meat for him. He then sat down with Lin Feng to eat and drink. The two didn't sleep the entire night and drank until dawn. They also chatted a lot. When the sun rose from the horizon, Monk Ishio stood up and said, I have to go. Master said that reading 10,000 books is like walking 10,000 miles. The more you walk, the more you see, the more you comprehend, and the more you think, you can become a Buddha. Yi Xiu wanted to leave. Lin Feng didn't want him to leave, but he didn't stop him. Monk Ishio had his own Tao, and he had his own path to walk. On the long road of life, parents, lovers, relatives, children, and friends wouldn't always be by your side. There would be a day when they would have to part. Lin Feng was naturally aware of this. He had experienced too many separations. Next time we meet, I'll make you drunk, Lin Feng said with a smile. Let's see who will be the one getting drunk then, Monk Ishio said with a smile. On this late autumn morning, Lin Feng sent his close friend Monk Ishio off and watched him leave. Time passed very quickly. Winter arrived, and snow fell. The entire Dragon Gate Island was covered in snow. It was a vast expanse of white, and it was very beautiful. Bibi and the dragon rabbit were playing in the snow. The two little fellows seemed to have no worries. Time really flies. Lin Feng sighed as he looked at the vast expanse of white in the distance. Lin Feng seemed to see the shadow of himself when he was 16. Over the years, he had experienced too many people and too many things. There were also too many passers-by in his life. That night, a voice came from outside, I'm visiting late at night. Do you welcome me? Chapter 2052. Empress. Lin Feng was shocked when he heard the voice. It was the Empress's voice. He opened the door. The heavy snow outside illuminated the surrounding world very brightly. The Empress was wearing a snow-white mink fur coat, which wrapped around her graceful and delicate body. Every time he saw the Empress, he felt a sense of amazement. "I didn't expect you to come at this time. It's freezing outside, so come in." Lin Feng smiled. He had known the Empress for many years, and they had gone through life and death together. Therefore, they were quite casual when interacting with each other, and there weren't many rules. The Empress entered Lin Feng's room and teased, "What's wrong? Didn't you find a few beautiful women to serve you?" said Lin Feng, smiling. "I saved a seat for you, didn't I?" The Empress smiled and asked, "Am I beautiful?" Lin Feng quickly averted his gaze. The Empress was naturally charming, and he couldn't fall for her tricks. "Looks like you have your fears too," the Empress said with a smile. She took off her mink coat and hung it on the clothes rack at the door. Then, she sat in front of the table where the spirit tea was boiling. Lin Feng smiled and said, "There's a saying that men are afraid of women. The deeper the fear, the deeper the love. Leave these sweet words for other women. I won't fall for them." The Empress snorted. Lin Feng poured a cup of spirit tea for the Empress. She picked it up and took a sip elegantly. "Looks like you know how to enjoy life. This is Tao spirit tea, right? I heard that it can help cultivators comprehend the Tao. A single leaf is worth 1,000,000 origin crystals. You've spent hundreds of millions of origin crystals on this pot of tea." The Empress said, "Life is short, so you should enjoy yourself when you need to. I still have some left. I can wrap them up for you later." Lin Feng smiled. "You can keep it for yourself. There's no need to give it to me." The Empress put down the teacup gracefully. Lin Feng said, "It seems like you've found the thing you're looking for." The Empress nodded and replied, "Indeed, I found it. However, that place is covered with restrictions, so I need your help." "That won't be a problem. How about we leave tomorrow?" Lin Feng said. "All right." The Empress nodded slightly. Then, she got up and walked into the inner room. "I'm tired, I'm going to sleep." The Empress stretched lazily. Lin Feng followed him into the inner bedroom. "What are you doing here?" the Empress asked. "How about my room?" Lin Feng said. "Go out and sleep on the floor." The Empress snorted. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Why don't we just put up with it? Let's squeeze in for the whole night." Bang! The next moment, Lin Feng was thrown out by the Empress. The Empress closed the door, snorted, and said threateningly, "You're not allowed to come in at night. Otherwise, I'll beat you until you're looking for your teeth all over the floor." "Big sister, this is my place," Lin Feng wailed. "It's mine now," the Empress said. "A good man doesn't fight with a woman. I'll let you have it." Lin Feng pursed his lips. The next day, Lin Feng explained some things about the Dragon Gate and left with the Empress. They headed to the Southern Immortal Sea Domain. Senior Dugu Ya went missing in the Southern Immortal Sea Domain. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He had been thinking about this matter all this time. He could only find clues about his mother's whereabouts from Dugu Ya. Therefore, nothing must happen to Dugu Ya. Lin Feng prayed in his heart. The pirate ship of the gods quickly sailed through the Southern Immortal Sea Domain. This ancient ship had a great history. Only Lin Feng and the Empress were on it. "I heard that this ancient ship was built in the Primordial era. I wonder if the rumors are true?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. When he was in the Tianwu continent, he had heard many things about the Godhead pirate ship. Therefore, he had always been curious about the Godhead pirate ship. It's not from the Primordial era, but from an even older era. As for which era it was built in, I'm not particularly sure. The Empress said. "Why is it rumored to be one of the 10 great ancient ships of the Primordial era?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "That's because this ancient ship was sealed a long, long time ago. It wasn't until someone in the Primordial era discovered this ancient ship that it was reborn. This is also why the rumors say that this ancient ship was built in the Primordial era. As time passed, this ancient ship had many different owners. In the end, it fell into my hands," the Empress said. Lin Feng nodded. 1.5 months later, the Godhead pirate ship arrived at the Southern Immortal Sea Domain. The factions in the southern immortal sea domain were even more complicated. There were many ancient islands in the sea. Some of these islands were incomparably powerful. Even the 10 great immortal sects wouldn't rashly provoke them. Roar. As they passed by a huge island, Lin Feng heard an earth-shaking roar. He couldn't help but look at the island. He saw a giant golden ape that was about 3,000 meters tall. Its hands were clenched into fists, pounding its chest as it roared at the sky. The golden ape race is a race that disappeared from the Tianwu continent a long time ago. Lin Feng was shocked. The southern immortal sea domain has many races that have disappeared from the outside world. There are always many miracles in the sea, said Lin Feng. 10 days later. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard. Huge waves could be seen on the surface of the sea. In the distance, huge pirate ships could be seen sailing over. There were a total of 100 pirate ships, surrounding the area so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. It seems like you've run into some trouble. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. It really is troublesome. The Empress frowned slightly. The surrounding pirate ships parted, and a huge pirate ship sailed over. Who is that? Lin Feng asked. The pirate king of the southern immortal sea domain, True Lord Heavenly Eye, said the Empress. True Lord Heavenly Eye? An expert from the Heavenly Eye race? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. He thought of that ancient and mysterious race. According to the legends, there was an ancient war god on the investiture of the gods. That war god was an expert from the Heavenly Eye race, and his strength was abnormally terrifying. That's right, he's from the Heavenly Eye race, said the Empress. At that moment, the huge pirate ship came to a stop. There were many islands on the ship, and many of them were coldly looking at Lin Feng and the Empress. A cold voice came from the huge pirate ship. Empress, I haven't killed you time and time again. Do you really think I have a good temper? My patience is limited. Will you agree to become my 99th concubine? Give me a definite answer today. If you agree, I will gather experts from all over the world to attend our wedding. It will be a grand affair, and you won't be wronged. If you don't agree, then I'll have to use force. Chapter 2053. The Empress was a peerless beauty and was the #1 beauty in Sky Marshal continent. Now that she was in 9 regions, she had become the #1 beauty in 9 regions. There were too many cultivators coveting the Empress. True Lord Tian Yang was one of them. Because the Empress had been searching for the mysterious treasure, she would often appear in southern immortal sea domain. And True Lord Tian Yang was the pirate king of southern immortal sea domain. Ever since he met the Empress, he started to have crooked ideas about her. This fellow originally wanted to play elegant and use normal methods to woo the Empress. But the Empress ignored him. Thus, True Lord Tian Yang's nature was exposed. He was not willing to continue waiting and wanted to force the Empress to agree. As the pirate king of southern immortal sea domain, what kind of heartless things had he not done? He now had 3 main wives and 98 concubines. Most of the women were snatched by him through bloody and violent means. Back then, True Lord Tian Yang fancied a woman, but she did not agree. True Lord Tian Yang led a group of people and wiped out the island that the woman was on in one night. His methods were ruthless. It was simply outrageous. But this world was so cruel. The strong preyed on the weak. The weak. They were destined to be oppressed and unable to resist. True Lord Tian Yang was too strong, so he was fearless. So what if he killed millions of people? He was still free and easy now. This grandson actually has designs on the Empress. The Empress is mine. Lin Feng started to curse True Lord Tian Yang in his heart. He even cursed his 18 generations of ancestors. This grandson was too despicable. Lin Feng did not care if he had designs on others, but he would not allow him to have designs on the Empress. Before the Empress could say anything, Lin Feng had already hugged her waist. The Empress did not struggle. She only turned to look at Lin Feng with a slightly pink face. Leave it to me. Lin Feng moved his lips slightly. The Empress smiled and nodded. With Lin Feng around, she was happy to be free and easy. Kid, who are you? You even dare to touch my woman? A flustered and exasperated voice came out. Deng 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 deng. Then, a man walked out of the giant pirate ship. He was standing on the deck of the ship and looking at Lin Feng with an endless amount of killing intent. The man was tall and slender and looked to be in his 30s. He had 3 eyes, and the eye between his eyebrows was closed. This person should be true Lord Heavenly Eye. The Sky Eye clan was very similar to the Three-Eyed clan, but the difference between the two clans was immeasurable. The Three-Eyed clan could be considered a very powerful clan, but compared to the Sky Eye clan, it was not even worth mentioning. The truly powerful and terrifying part of the Heavenly Eye clan was the Heavenly Eye. It was said that the Heavenly Eye possessed unimaginable power. Although they all had 3 eyes. However, it was relatively easy to distinguish between the Three-Eyed race and the Sky Eye race. Usually, all 3 eyes of the Three-Eyed race would open. The 3rd eye on the forehead of the Heavenly Eye race was closed. It would only be activated during a great battle. To think that you have 3 eyes. You're practically blind. The Empress is my woman. Since when did she become your woman? Lin Feng curled his lips and looked at true Lord Heavenly Eye provocatively. As the pirate king of the southern Immortal Sea region, true Lord Heavenly Eye was naturally very powerful. But so what? I'm just being arrogant in front of you. What can you do to me? Hearing Lin Feng mocking him for being blind, true Lord Heavenly Eye's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He looked coldly at Lin Feng and said in a sinister voice, "Anyone who offends me will die a horrible death. You will be the next one to die a horrible death. Empress, let me ask you one last time. Will you submit to me? Or do you want me to suppress you?" The Empress did not say anything because Lin Feng had said that he would take care of everything. The Empress had never felt so relaxed before. Lin Feng laughed out loud and pulled the Empress into his embrace. The Empress also became a little woman who had fallen in love and snuggled into Lin Feng's embrace. Seeing Lin Feng and the Empress flaunting their affection in front of him, true Lord Heavenly Eye was furious. True Lord Heavenly Eye was about to explode from anger. Courting death. Courting death. Courting death. He roared angrily, and his 3rd eye suddenly opened. Swoosh. A terrifying beam of light shot out towards Lin Feng. The furious true Lord Heavenly Eye could no longer tolerate it and attacked Lin Feng. Buzz. The defensive restriction of the deity's pirate ship rose. When true Lord Heavenly Eye's attack came, it landed on the restriction of the deity's pirate ship. Following which, a clang sound was heard. True Monarch Heavenly Eye's attack was immediately blocked. Why? Were they envious, jealous, and hateful? No matter what, you are the pirate king of the southern Immortal Sea domain. Is that all you have? You have to be magnanimous. How can you accomplish great things with such magnanimity? Lin Feng curled his lips. Fart. The Empress suddenly laughed. Lin Feng actually started to criticize true Lord Heavenly Eye, which made the Empress unable to hold back her laughter. True Lord Heavenly Eye's face became increasingly gloomy. Lin Feng continued, "True Lord Heavenly Eye, you have also seen that the Empress and I are now inseparable. If you don't want to die, leave quickly. When the Empress and I get married, we might even send you an invitation." Just as Lin Feng finished speaking, he felt a sharp pain on his waist. The Empress's jade hands were grabbing onto Lin Feng's waist and twisting it. Lin Feng laughed bitterly. Would any woman, no matter how powerful, know this move? "My Empress, I am helping you, okay? How can you treat me like this?" Lin Feng could not help but wail in his heart. This kid is too arrogant. He is simply courting death. He actually dares to be so arrogant in front of the king. In this world, no one can save this kid's life. This Empress is also ignorant of the current situation. Our king is wise and powerful. He is the ideal husband in many women's hearts. This Empress did not choose our king but chose this gigolo instead. Her taste is too bad. Just wait and see. The king's fury is about to descend. That kid will definitely die without a burial ground. Many pirates began to whisper among themselves. Anyone who dared to anger true Lord Heavenly Eye would not have a good ending. In their eyes, Lin Feng was naturally the same. True Monarch Tian Yang's eyes flickered with dense killing intent. He grinned and said, "Boy, killing you now won't be able to quell the anger in my heart. After I capture you, I'll torture you ruthlessly. At that time, I'll make you kneel before me like a dog and beg me to spare your dog life." Chapter 2054. Rumble. One by one, the pirate ships emitted powerful energy waves, and the furious True Monarch Heavenly Eye immediately gave the order to attack. Now, he only wanted to capture Lin Feng. Then, he wanted to torture Lin Feng. "Ha ha, wife, activate the god's pirate ship and get rid of them," Lin Feng said with a smile. Said the Empress, pinching Lin Feng's waist. Then, she glanced at Lin Feng flirtatiously. There was a hint of threat in her eyes. It was as if she was saying, "Don't shout. Otherwise, I'll beat you up." The Empress was a considerate woman and had given Lin Feng enough face. She did not refute Lin Feng. After leaving Lin Feng's embrace, she began to activate the god's pirate ship. Many powerful restrictions on the god's pirate ship were activated by the Empress. This god's pirate ship had a great origin and was extraordinarily powerful. Lin Feng also wanted to see how powerful the god's pirate ship could be. Compared to his Shenyuan ancient starship, who was stronger and who was weaker? "Fire the cannons," True Lord Tianyang's cold voice sounded. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the pirate ships fired a dense barrage of spirit stone cannons. Those spiritual stone cannonballs fell down like raindrops. The power was too strong. It was simply earth-shattering, causing the mountains and rivers to lose their color and the sun and moon to lose their light. The glory of the gods illuminates the world. The protection of the gods is eternal. The Empress walked lightly on the god's pirate ship. Ancient incantations resounded one after another. The faint voice sounded as if it came from ancient times. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge energy shield appeared and protected the god's pirate ship within it. That huge energy shield was blessed with the glory of the gods. Bang, bang, bang. When the dense rain of spirit stone shells came crashing down, all of the attacks were blocked by the guardian of the god's light shield. The Empress didn't stop. She continued to move forward on the god's pirate ship. Even after millions and millions of years, the will of the gods still hasn't been extinguished. The will of the gods is still burning like fire. The spirits of the gods will descend to punish these lowly creatures who have blasphemed the gods. As the second incantation fell, in an instant, above the god's pirate ship, a mysterious world appeared. Within that world, there were phantoms of gods. This was summoning the phantoms of the gods to fight against the enemy. Lin Feng saw the mighty spirit god, the great strength devil god, the thousand-eyed ancient god, the two-winged ancient god, the nine-headed devil god, the sun-moon spirit god, and many others. Various deities appeared and began to charge toward the pirate ships. Bang! 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 One after another, the pirate ships were destroyed by the attacks of the gods' phantoms. That terrifying power caused everyone to be shocked and moved. The attacking methods of the deity's pirate ship were different from ordinary ancient ships of war. The deity's pirate ship summoned the phantom of the deities. Ordinary ancient warships had spirit stone cannons. Lin Feng's Shenyuan ancient ship had two attacking methods. The first was the spirit stone cannon attack. The second was the Emperor Rune attack. The first was easier to control. The second was the Emperor Rune attack. It was very difficult to control because the Emperor Runes were created by the Great Emperors. Without entering the Great Emperor realm, it was too difficult to control the various Emperor Runes. Previously, Lin Feng had been able to control Great Imperial marks because he had been lucky. Of course, Lin Feng had obtained the Shenyuan ancient ship for many years. He knew it very well. Although he hadn't mastered the Emperor Runes on the Shenyuan ancient ship for the time being, mastering and activating them were two different concepts. Mastering meant that Lin Feng could also arrange the Emperor Runes. However, he didn't need to master the runes to activate them. However, the consumption of the Emperor Runes was too great. Lin Feng rarely activated the Emperor Runes on the Shenyuan ancient ship. Because ordinary ancient warships could be destroyed by the spirit stone cannons. As the saying went, why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? This was the logic. Catcher, catcher, catcher. The pirate ships were destroyed one after another. The pirates on the pirate ships cried and screamed as they tried to escape. However, many of them couldn't escape and were killed by the gods' phantoms. The battle became more and more intense. Seeing how powerful the gods' pirate ship was, True Monarch Sky Eye's face sank. "Crash over for me, True Monarch Sky Eye shouted. Rumble. The giant pirate ship he was on immediately moved and charged towards the gods' pirate ship. Boom! The gods' phantoms attacked the giant pirate ship. True Monarch Sky Eye's giant pirate ship was also an extremely powerful ancient ship. When the attacks of the gods' phantoms arrived, the ghost chi inside the giant pirate ship soared to the sky. An endless amount of ghost chi permeated out, and within the ghost chi, a magnificent army was formed. The magnificent army formed by the giant pirate ship was made up of ghost soldiers and ghost generals. Their roars shook the sky as they charged towards the gods' phantoms. The two sides collided and were locked in a fierce battle. However, the giant pirate ship had already rammed over. A loud clanging sound was heard. The gods' pirate ship was sent flying. Ha 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 ha, my ghost realm ship is a treasure forged by the ghost realm. Even if it can't destroy your deity pirate ship, it's not a problem to suppress your deity pirate ship. Empress, you're destined to be unable to resist me. As for that human brat, you are destined to kneel before me like a dog. True Monarch Sky Eye laughed proudly. Rumble. 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 The demon ghost ship once again rammed towards the god's pirate ship. The Empress looked at Lin Feng and said with a smile, "Husband, you should make a move as well." The way she called him husband made his bones go soft. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Then let's combine our ships and destroy his demon ghost ship." Lin Feng flew out and took out the Shenyuan ancient ship. Emperor's runes. Activate. After entering the ancient ship, Lin Feng began to activate the Emperor's runes. The Shenyuan ancient ship had an Emperor's rune grand array that contained 37,520,000 Emperor's runes. But Lin Feng could only use 10 Great Imperial marks, and even then, he could only use 10 Great Imperial marks. However, even with 10 Emperor's runes, the Shenyuan ancient ship's combat power was still terrifying. After the Emperor's runes were activated, the Emperor's runes turned into chains of order and swept towards the demon ghost ship. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, the Shenyuan ancient ship's spirit stone cannons fired a dense number of spirit stone cannons. All of them bombarded the demon ghost ship. Bang, bang, bang. The combination of the Emperor's runes and the spirit stone cannons caused a huge lethality. The demon ghost ship's restrictions were destroyed. The cannons landed on the demon ghost ship. The cannons exploded. Miserable cries could be heard as many pirates were blasted to death. Chapter 2055. Swoosh. The chains of order formed by the Emperor runes twisted in the void. One after another, they swept toward the Ghost Domain pirate ship. Such power was truly terrifying to the extreme. Crack, crack. The Ghost Domain pirate ship's hull was damaged. Lin Feng used the arch runes to attack the Ghost Domain pirate ship's hull and used the Spirit Stone Cannon to attack the pirates on the ship. Their cooperation was flawless. It seemed like they were determined to destroy the Ghost Domain pirate ship. "Husband, you're so powerful," the Empress said with a smile. True Monarch Heavenly Eye was about to explode from anger. Firstly, he was extremely jealous of Lin Feng and the Empress's frequent public displays of affection. The second reason was that his Ghost's Domain pirate ship had been damaged, which made him even angrier. Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship. No wonder it's so powerful. It's actually this ancient ship that was built by Great Emperor Shenyuan. "Kid, I'm going to kill you and snatch your Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship." True Monarch Heavenly Eye roared. This guy was very knowledgeable. He recognized Lin Feng's ancient starry sky ship at a glance. It was the legendary Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship. What a coincidence. "I'm also very interested in snatching your Ghost Domain pirate ship." Lin Feng grinned. This Ghost Domain pirate ship should be on the same level as the Empress's God's pirate ship. It was slightly inferior to his Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship. However, There was only a slight difference at most. If it was a one-on-one battle, Lin Feng's Shenyuan ancient starry skyship would have a hard time suppressing the Ghost Domain pirate ship. The reason why he could successfully suppress the Ghost Domain pirate ship was that the Empress's God's pirate ship was holding the Ghost Domain pirate ship back. As such, Lin Feng seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to destroy the Ghost Domain pirate ship's defensive restriction in one fell swoop. This was how he managed to suppress Guiyu City. Swoosh! The monarch runes twisted as they bombarded the Ghost's Domain pirate ship again and again. Crack! Crack! The Ghost Domain pirate ship was constantly being destroyed. However, this pirate ship was very strange. Lin Feng discovered that the Ghost Domain pirate ship actually had the ability to self-repair. The damaged parts were quickly recovering. Sure enough, it was a treasure created by the creatures of the Ghost Realm. It was simply too extraordinary. Boom boom boom, spirit stone cannonballs continued to land on the Ghost's Domain pirate ship. Mournful screams rang out incessantly as more and more pirates were blasted to death. Fire the spirit stone cannons! True Lord Heavenly, I roared. The Ghost's Domain pirate ship also began firing spirit stone cannons. A dense barrage of spirit stone shells shot towards Lin Feng's Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship. At the same time, the black fog above the Ghost's Domain pirate ship rolled. Evil spirits were formed in the black fog. They rushed towards the ancient ship's emperor's runes and engaged in a fierce battle with them. The defensive restrictions of the Ghost Domain pirate ship also repaired themselves, quickly forming a defensive light barrier. Woo woo woo, the sound of a bugle horn resounded. The rest of the pirate ships started to surround them and bombarded them with spirit stone cannonballs. The spirit stone cannonballs smashed onto the defensive restrictions of the Shenyuan ancient starry skyship and the deity pirate ship, causing violent collisions. With so many spirit stone cannonballs bombarding them, the defensive restrictions of the Shenyuan ancient starry skyship and the deity pirate ship would be destroyed sooner or later. At this moment, the Empress snorted coldly. The front of the third floor of the deity pirate ship opened, revealing a cannon with a diameter of over 100 meters. Then, a huge spirit stone cannon protruded from the muzzle of the cannon. It was a spirit stone cannon. It had a diameter of about 100 meters. Damn, is that a cannon? Lin Feng was dumbfounded when he saw the huge spirit stone cannon on the deity pirate ship. It was a spirit stone cannon. It was too big. True Lord Heavenly, I've already modified this deity pirate ship. I obtained this huge spirit stone cannon from a secret place 10 years ago. I spent a lot of effort to install it on my deity pirate ship. Today, I'll show you the power of this huge spirit stone cannon. Fire! Boom, boom, boom. As the Empress's voice faded, the huge spirit stone cannonballs began to fire. When the huge spirit stone cannon fired, the densely packed runes on the huge spirit stone cannon seemed to have awakened and began to distort. Those runes contained a power that could destroy heaven and earth. The power of the spirit stone cannon was related to the materials used and the forging process. However, these were not the main factors. The most important factor to determine the power of the spirit stone cannon was the runes on the surface of the spirit stone cannon. The spirit stone cannon obtained by the Empress was not only huge, but the runes on it were also top-notch and incomparably complicated. Therefore, the might of this huge spirit stone cannon was unimaginably terrifying. Bang, 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 one after another, the cannonballs smashed on the Ghost Domain pirate ship's defensive restrictions. Soon, the Ghost Domain pirate ship's defensive restrictions were completely destroyed. Soon after, the spirit stone cannonballs landed on the Ghost Domain pirate ship. Countless islands were blown up. The Ghost Domain pirate ship also suffered serious damage. Charge! Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's spirit was shaken. He urged the Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship to crash into the Ghost Domain pirate ship. Bang! A loud sound shook the sky. Crack, crack. Without the protection of the restrictions, the Ghost Domain pirate ship was almost smashed in half by Lin Feng's Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship. Damn it! You adulterous pair! You destroyed my Ghost Domain pirate ship! True monarch Heavenly Eye's roar shook the sky. He couldn't wait to cut Lin Feng and the Empress into pieces. Go! Suddenly, the ghost domain pirate ship leaped into the void and instantly traversed more than 10 miles. Damn, it's about to be smashed in half, but it can still jump into the void. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Chase! The Empress shouted and drove the god's pirate ship to chase after the escaping ghost domain pirate ship. Lin Feng drove the Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship to chase after the ghost domain pirate ship. Stop them! True monarch Heavenly Eye roared in the distance. Hundreds of pirate ships began to besiege the god's pirate ship and the Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship. Bang! 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 The giant spirit stone cannon on the god's pirate ship fired spirit stone cannonballs one after another. Only one spirit stone cannonball was needed. The ordinary pirate ships were completely destroyed. Lin Feng directly urged the Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship to ram into the pirate ships blocking their way. Bang! 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 The Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship crashed into the pirate ships one after another. When the pirates on the other pirate ships saw how terrifying the two ancient ships controlled by Lin Feng and the Empress were, they were scared out of their wits. They even ignored True Monarch Heavenly Eye's orders and fled in all directions. Lin Feng and the Empress also ignored the ordinary pirate ships. The two of them drove the Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship and the god's pirate ship respectively to chase after the escaping ghost domain pirate ship. Chapter 2056. True Monarch Heavenly Eye, don't run. If you have the guts, stop and fight me one-on-one, Lin Feng shouted loudly. True Monarch Heavenly Eye's face turned gloomy as he cursed, "Brat, do you think I'm stupid? If I stop, I'll definitely be attacked by you guys. Just you wait, once I recover my strength, I'll definitely tear you two into pieces." He, True Monarch Heavenly Eye, we don't intend to give you the chance to recover. The Empress laughed. Lin Feng shouted, "Did you hear that? My wife said that she doesn't intend to give you the chance to recover. The two of us will work together to tear you into pieces and snatch your ghost domain pirate ship." True Monarch Heavenly Eye was depressed. Although he wanted to fight Lin Feng to the death, he knew that he couldn't be impulsive. The ghost domain pirate ship's speed was extremely fast. In the process of escaping, the ghost domain pirate ship had finished repairing itself. The hull that was almost broken by Lin Feng's Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship had also recovered. The ancient ship's self-repairing ability was very strong. It was much stronger than Lin Feng's Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship. This made Lin Feng very envious. This might be related to the fact that the ghost domain pirate ship was created by the ghost domain. It wasn't easy to catch up to the ghost domain pirate ship. The Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship and the god's pirate ship chased for 10 days and 10 nights, but they still couldn't catch up to the ghost domain pirate ship. However, the pursuit of True Monarch Heavenly Eye had caused quite a stir in the southern immortal sea domain. True Monarch Heavenly Eye was the pirate king of the southern immortal sea domain. Many of the top forces in the southern immortal sea domain had to give him face. True Monarch Heavenly Eye's strength was also very strong. However, he was actually being chased by someone and had to flee. This was too inconceivable. When this matter first spread out, no one believed it. Thus, many people went to the southern immortal sea domain to verify the authenticity of this rumor. When these cultivators arrived at the sea, they really saw the escaping ghost domain pirate ship. Only when two ancient ships chased after the ghost domain pirate ship did everyone believe the rumor. Who is chasing after True Monarch Heavenly Eye? Many people were puzzled. True Monarch Heavenly Eye was an overlord-class existence. He controlled over 100 pirate ships and had countless experts under him. How could he be pursued all over the world? Wasn't this too unbelievable? However, everything that was happening before their eyes was real. They had no choice but to believe it. "That's the Empress's pirates of the gods," someone said, recognizing the deity's pirate ship. "Empress? The Empress of the Sea? That woman who suddenly appeared? It is said that just one look at her is enough to make her an unforgettable beauty. There has never been a woman as beautiful as the Empress." "That's right. The Empress is so charming and peerless. I was fortunate enough to see the Empress once, and it was unforgettable. Even the fairies of the heavenly palace paled in comparison to the Empress. Who does the other ancient ship belong to? I don't know. Many people were talking about it. At this moment, everyone suddenly heard a shout coming from the Shenyuan Starry Sky ancient ship. True monarch heavenly eye, you are blind. If you are a man, then stop and fight me openly. Damn, you are really not a man. Coward, you only know how to run, you deformed fellow. I can crush you with one hand. If you don't believe me, let's try it. Bah, with a trash like you, I don't even need to use my hands. I can drown you with my saliva. Hearing the shouting from the Shenyuan Starry Sky ancient ship, many people smiled bitterly. Who is this guy? He actually humiliated true monarch heavenly eye. If it was in the past, no one would believe it. But now, they saw it with their own eyes. True monarch heavenly eye flew into a rage, but no matter how angry he was, he could not stop at this moment. He could only pretend that he did not hear Lin Feng's shouting. True monarch heavenly eye was very familiar with the southern immortal ocean domain. He lured Lin Feng and the Empress to a dangerous place and made use of the terrain to escape. This made Lin Feng rather depressed. After Lin Feng and the Empress drove the ancient ship out of the dangerous place, they could no longer find true monarch heavenly eye. Lin Feng kept the Shenyuan Starry Sky ancient ship and returned to the Empress deity pirate ship. Lin Feng muttered as he looked at the huge spirit stone cannon on the deity pirate ship. He escaped. Count himself lucky. His saliva nearly flowed out of his mouth. This spirit stone cannon was simply too powerful. Lin Feng had a very deep impression of this spirit stone cannon. Wife, where did you get this spirit stone cannon? Take me there. I want to see if there's another spirit stone cannon like this in that place. Lin Feng said. The Empress snorted and said, Don't call me wife again. Otherwise, I will beat you up. She waved her fist and looked at Lin Feng threateningly. Lin Feng said, Wife, are you going to turn against me? I was helping you just now. Me. You can't continue calling me wife. The Empress snorted twice. As if she was afraid that Lin Feng would be unhappy, the Empress said, Didn't you want this spirit stone cannon? Back then, I obtained 2 of these spirit stone cannons. I only installed one on the deity pirate ship, so I will give the other one to you. Wow. Really? That's great. Thank you, wife. Indeed, you treat me the best. Lin Feng shouted excitedly when he heard the Empress' words. He had wanted to hug her and celebrate. However, when he saw the Empress' threatening gaze, he smiled awkwardly and cancelled his plan. Let's not delay any longer. Let's find an island to stop at and help me modify the ancient ship. Lin Feng said impatiently. The Empress nodded and said, Modifying the ancient ship is more troublesome. Not only do we have to modify some of the ship's structure, but we also have to change some of the ship's formations. Fortunately, I have some experience. If the 2 of us work together, it should be faster. Lin Feng and the Empress worked together and found an island to stop at. Then, they started modifying the Shenyuan ancient ship. Although the Empress already had experience in modifying ancient ships, the process was still not fast. Lin Feng and the Empress tried many methods in order to modify the ship to accommodate the spirit stone cannon. The main reason it was difficult to modify was because the formations on the ancient ship were too complicated. Modifying the ancient ship required the relocation of the formations, which was more troublesome. Fortunately, Lin Feng and the Empress were not ordinary people. The 2 of them worked together, and after half a month, they finally finished modifying Lin Feng's Shenyuan ancient ship. Chapter 2057. Boom. 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 The giant spirit stone cannon fired 3 shells in a row. The 3 cannonballs landed on 3 different islands. Bang. 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 The 3 islands were instantly blasted into smithereens. The giant spirit stone cannon was simply too powerful. Haha. This power is truly terrifying. It's much more powerful than I imagined. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. The Shenyuan ancient starship had been completely remodeled. Its attack power had increased by at least a few levels. These spirit stone shells are specially made. You'll need to find an alchemist to refine them. I have 2,000 of these shells, so I'll give you 1,000 for now. As for the ones you need in the future, you'll have to think of a way to get them." The Empress waved her right hand as she spoke. A long river of spirit stone shells flew out. These spirit stone shells were also very large. Each of them had a diameter of about 60 to 70 meters. Lin Feng didn't stand on ceremony with the Empress and kept all the spirit stone shells. Then, he looked at the Empress affectionately and said, "My wife is still the best to me." The Empress waved her fist and said, "If you call me your wife again, I'll really beat you up." The Empress had only threatened Lin Feng verbally. She didn't really attack Lin Feng. The Empress, who had a sharp tongue but a soft heart, was still quite cute. Lin Feng put away the Shenyuan ancient starship and boarded the Empress's Pirates of the Gods to head to the place she wanted to go. Lin Feng asked, "What exactly have you been looking for so many years?" The Empress said faintly, "It's something passed down from my ancestors." Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly thought of the Empress's bloodline. The Empress also had the 9-colored supreme aura. According to Lin Feng's knowledge, the 9-colored supreme aura was passed down through her family. In other words, it was almost impossible for a cultivator to cultivate the 9-colored supreme aura. To be able to inherit the 9-colored supreme aura bloodline, it had to be an incomparably terrifying bloodline, just like his sovereign bloodline. Then, what was the bloodline of the Empress? Originally, Lin Feng wanted to ask about the Empress's bloodline. However, since the Empress didn't take the initiative to talk about it, he decided to go with her. Lin Feng didn't ask. If the Empress wanted to tell him, she would definitely tell him even if he didn't ask. If the Empress didn't want to talk about it, she wouldn't say anything even if he asked. This would make everyone feel awkward instead. 10 days later, the god's pirate ship arrived at a foggy world. Black fog drifted in the air. A cold and gloomy aura filled the air. A cold wind blew. Amidst the howling wind, one could vaguely hear the sound of crying. It sounded like the weeping of a malicious spirit, causing people to shudder. Lin Feng stood on the deck and looked around. He couldn't help but frown. This sea made him very uncomfortable and uneasy. Keik. Suddenly, a burst of sinister laughter came from the left. Lin Feng looked over and saw a malicious spirit in a blood-red robe floating outside the ancient ship. This malicious spirit was a female ghost. Her hair was loose, and her tongue was more than a meter long. Her gloomy eyes were staring at him. What a terrifying aura. It's at least at the level of a ghost king, right? Lin Feng looked solemn. The king of all ghosts was a ghost king. To be able to be called a ghost king, one had to have monstrous powers. Such a ghost was incomparably terrifying. That was why this malicious spirit dared to stay outside the ancient ship and stare at Lin Feng with her gloomy eyes. She wasn't afraid of Lin Feng at all. This place is a place in the sea that leads to the underworld. That's why there are so many evil spirits and ghosts. The Empress walked out of the cabin and said aloud. Lin Feng felt his scalp go numb. Such places were usually incomparably evil. He had encountered such places in the Starry Sky World and the Netherworld Sea. Because this sea had a passage to the underworld, countless vengeful spirits and evil spirits would gather here and head to the underworld. Therefore, it was easy to form a magnetic field in such a place. A magnetic field was an indescribable and special existence. A magnetic field could change many things. Some small magnetic fields could change the direction of a compass. Some more powerful magnetic fields could cause people to fall into an endless illusion. Some more powerful magnetic fields could change the laws of heaven and earth. If one encountered an extremely terrifying magnetic field, that would be terrifying. Such a magnetic field could reverse yin and yang. Once one fell into such a magnetic field, it was very likely that one would enter the passage to the underworld from the world of the living, and it would be very difficult to find the way out. It seems that the place we're going to is different from the rest, Lin Feng said. The Empress said, "Do you blame me for bringing you to such a dangerous place?" Lin Feng gently stroked the Empress's beautiful face, and she didn't dodge. Lin Feng said, "Why would I blame you? For you, even if I had to go to the underworld, I would be willing to go to the underworld." The Empress felt as if her rock-solid heart had been touched. She gently bit her lip, and her eyes became watery. On her pretty face, there was an additional blush of embarrassment. "I'm tired, I'm going to rest," the Empress said softly, then turned around and entered the cabin. "I will eat you." After the Empress entered the cabin, the Ghost King's sinister voice sounded. "I have no grievances with you in the past, so why would you want to eat me?" Lin Feng pursed his lips. He didn't find it strange that a Ghost King could awaken a complete consciousness. The Ghost King suddenly pointed to her left chest and roared, "Do you see that? My heart is gone." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Yes, your heart is gone. It seems like it was dug out by someone." Screech. The Ghost King screamed as if she had gone mad. Her screams were too shrill, and Lin Feng felt as if his soul was about to split open. This Ghost King's strength was incomparably terrifying. Lin Feng hurriedly covered his ears. The Ghost King continued to scream in midair, and the ghost chi coming from her body became more and more turbulent. After a long time, she finally calmed down. "Could it be that you still remember what happened in the past? That's why you're so angry?" Lin Feng asked. The Ghost King was filled with hatred as she said, "It was a man who dug out my heart with his own hand. And that man was the man I once loved. For him, I even betrayed my own family, but he kept using me. After he was done using me, he used the cruelest way to torture me. He only stopped when my heart was dug out. I really hate him." "No wonder you're so angry. Anyone would be filled with hatred if this happened to them," Lin Feng said. "None of you men are good. I'll kill every one of you I see. You'll be next," the Ghost King said sinisterly. Chapter 2058. Lin Feng said, "As the saying goes, every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. I didn't kill you, so even if you're angry, you should go and find the man who killed you. Why harm the innocent?" The female Ghost King said, "I can't find him. My memories are very blurry, and I can't remember who he is or what he looks like. However, I do remember how cruel he was. He pierced my heart with a knife and then dug it out." Woo-woo. At that moment, the female Ghost King suddenly started crying. She cried very sadly, as if her heart had been cut to pieces. It seemed that the female Ghost King was no longer a simple ghost. After forming her own intelligence, she was no longer a simple ghost. After she gained sentience, she gained the ability to think. She also had a complete mind of her own. Lin Feng asked, "Why did that man kill you? Why should I tell you?" The female Ghost King stopped crying. She looked coldly at Lin Feng, her eyes flashing with killing intent. Whoosh! She flew into the distance and soon disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng stood on the deck, and from time to time, he could see yin spirits and vengeful spirits floating in the sea. This place was filled with dead spirits, and only powerful cultivators could enter such a cold and terrifying place. If an ordinary person entered such a place, they would immediately die a horrible death. Lin Feng felt a little hungry, so he started to roast meat on the Empress's godly pirate ship. This was Lin Feng's specialty. When the Empress smelled the delicious aroma of roasted meat, she couldn't help but walk out of her cabin. When she saw Lin Feng cooking over a bonfire on her godly pirate ship, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at Lin Feng. "Wife, you're out. You must be hungry. Come and eat something. Roasted meat, snake soup, and these are all frozen ingredients. Although the taste isn't as fresh as when I killed these beasts, your husband's cooking skills are top-notch, so it's still very delicious," Lin Feng said with a smile. The Empress couldn't be bothered to talk to Lin Feng anymore. If he wanted to call her wife, then so be it. In any case, this fellow wouldn't listen even if he tried. She came to Lin Feng's side and snorted, "If it doesn't taste good, I'll throw you out to accompany the female Ghost King." Keikakeek. The female Ghost King floating outside the ancient ship let out a sinister laugh. Lin Feng said with a smile, "Your husband is very confident in his craftsmanship. Try it quickly." Lin Feng cut off a piece of roasted meat and personally fed it to the Empress. The Empress's pretty face turned slightly red. She opened her mouth and ate it. Then, she elegantly savored the taste of the barbecued meat. His eyes grew brighter and brighter. "How does it taste?" Lin Feng asked. "SOSO," the Empress said insincerely. The changes on the Empress's face naturally couldn't be hidden from Lin Feng's eyes. She had such an expression of enjoyment. How was this sloppy? I'm the one who's satisfied. Lin Feng didn't expose the Empress. He scooped a bowl of snake soup for her and said, "Try the soup. How does it taste?" The Empress stretched out her jade-like hand and scooped a spoonful of snake soup. Then, she elegantly took a sip. Her beautiful eyes immediately lit up. The snake soup is not bad. Overall, it barely passes. I won't throw you out. After saying that, the Empress elegantly ate the soup. I want to eat too, the female ghost king shouted. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, "You're a ghost, all right? How can ghosts eat barbecued meat?" The female ghost king couldn't help but roll her eyes. I'm a ghost king, not an ordinary ghost. Of course, I can eat barbecued meat. Lin Feng tossed a piece of barbecued meat to the female ghost king. She ate it with gusto. Where's the soup? The female ghost king asked. Lin Feng was speechless. Big sister ghost king, are you trying to kill me? Now, you're actually eating at my place. Aren't you a little too thick-skinned? However, Lin Feng was too kind. He scooped a bowl of soup for the female ghost king. However, he didn't dare to approach the female ghost king. Instead, he wrapped the soup with his magic and sent it out. The female ghost king drank the snake soup with gusto. After a delicious meal, the female ghost king disappeared again. The Empress went back to rest. Lin Feng cleaned up the outside and returned to his room to rest. He fell asleep in a daze. After an unknown amount of time, a sinister voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. If the King of Hell wants you to die at midnight, he won't let you live until midnight. After hearing this voice, Lin Feng came back to his senses. He quickly went to the deck and waited for him to come out. When he came out, he discovered that the Empress was already standing outside. Lin Feng took a deep breath and said, "We've entered the sea route to the netherworld." This wasn't the first time he had encountered such a situation. Thus, he knew about the trouble they were in. The items left behind by my ancestor are on this sea route to the netherworld, the Empress said. Lin Feng laughed bitterly. Your ancestor is really a god. To think that he would leave these items in this place. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to find them. That's why I've kept them until now. If I leave them outside, these items might no longer belong to me, the Empress said. Lin Feng nodded and pointed into the distance. One by one, the ghost ships floated over. They were glowing brightly. These were the souls of those who died at sea. Their souls would enter the netherworld. There are so many ghost ships. I wonder how many people die at sea every day. Looking at the densely packed ghost ships, the Empress couldn't help but sigh. Yes, the sea has devoured too many lives. Lin Feng mumbled. The Empress said, "It's not just the sea. People are dying everywhere. This is how cruel the world is." One by one, the ghost ships floated into the depths of the sea. There were old people, middle-aged people, young people, children, and even babies on the ghost ships. Now, they had all turned into ghosts. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed as he looked at one of the ghost ships. When he saw the undead ship, his face was filled with disbelief. The Empress also noticed Lin Feng's strange expression. She couldn't help but look at the ghost ship that Lin Feng was looking at. There was a Daoist priest sitting on the ghost ship. How can this be? Lin Feng's face was filled with disbelief. Daoist Wu Liang. The one sitting on the ghost ship was actually the immeasurable Daoist. He couldn't believe what he was seeing was real. Daoist Wu Liang had so many tricks up his sleeves. How could he die? Wu Liang! Wu Liang! Wu Liang! Lin Feng shouted loudly. Daoist Wu Liang, who was sitting on the ghost ship, heard this familiar voice. He looked into the distance. The black fog gradually dispersed, and an ancient ship appeared in his line of sight. On the ship stood two people, a man and a woman. Lin Feng, the boundless Taoist priest, was surprised. He hadn't thought he'd see Lin Feng here. Chapter 2059. Lin Feng had known Wu Liang Daoist since he was a young boy. Although Wu Liang Daoist was a cheater most of the time. However, over the years, Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist had gotten along very well. Although they often mocked and ridiculed each other when they met, the two of them had experienced many things together. They could be called close friends. Now that he saw Wu Liang Daoist sitting on the ghost ship, Lin Feng's heart was very heavy. "Kid, why are you here?" Wu Liang Daoist asked curiously. Lin Feng said, "The Empress and I are here to do something." "How did you die? Am I dead?" Wu Liang Daoist asked. Those who sat on the ghost ship were actually souls. The souls' memories were often incomplete, so most of the time, they did not know that they were dead. Wu Liang Daoist was in the same situation. "So I'm already dead." Wu Liang Daoist sat down on the ship. Seeing Wu Liang Daoist in such a daze, Lin Feng felt very pained. Seeing his close friend's soul on a ghost ship heading to the netherworld on the ship. Was there anything more heartbreaking than this? Lin Feng took out a rope and threw it over. "Grab the rope, I'll pull you up." "Are you crazy? This is the passage to the netherworld, and he's already dead. There's no way to pull him up. Moreover, you might also suffer because of this and become one of the ghost." The Empress hurriedly said. Lin Feng had heard of such rumors before. It was said that when living beings in the mortal realm mistakenly entered the passage to the netherworld, they should never try to pull the dead ghosts onto the ancient ship. This was because anyone who did so would not only be unable to pull the ghosts onto the ship, they would also be cursed by the netherworld. They would also become one of the ghosts. However, seeing Wu Liang Daoist in such a daze, as his close friend, Lin Feng really wanted to pull him up. Wu Liang Daoist said, "I'm already dead. This is my fate, and it can't be changed." The ghost ship he was on gradually disappeared into the distance. Lin Feng clenched his fists. His heart was filled with sorrow. "Goodbye. Let's meet again in the next life." Daoist Wu Liang waved at Lin Feng. "Rest in peace, we'll meet again in the next life." Lin Feng waved his hand and muttered to himself. The ghost ship drifted further and further away, until Lin Feng could no longer see the ghost ship. There are many things in this world that cannot be controlled or predicted. Most of the time, life is so fragile, Lin Feng muttered to himself. The Empress said, "The dead have already passed away. As for the living, they need to be even stronger." Lin Feng replied, I'm fine. He turned around and entered the cabin. Then, he returned to his room. "I used to call you Death Daoist. Who would have thought that you would actually become a Death Daoist? It's said that good people don't live long, but scourges live for 1,000 years. You're simply a scourge. How did you die?" Could it be that he had dug up some terrifying ancient tomb and had lost his life as well? I've already advised you not to dig up tombs as much as possible, but you didn't listen. Forget it, you're already dead. I can't be bothered to continue lecturing you. Here's a toast to you. Feel free to drink." Lin Feng picked up a bottle of wine and clinked it with a jar of wine beside him. Then, he began to gulp down the wine. The next day, Lin Feng seemed to have returned to normal. The Ghoul King appeared like a ghost. She laughed strangely and said, "I heard that a good friend of yours died." "Where did you hear that?" Lin Feng asked indifferently. "There are ghosts and spirits everywhere here. Isn't it easy to find out some things?" The Ghoul King said. Lin Feng nodded. He was in a bad mood and was not in the mood to continue chatting with the Ghoul King. "I'm leaving. I'll let you off for now. Before I return, you'd better not let me see you again. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die a miserable death," the Ghoul King said. "Where are you going?" Lin Feng asked. "I'm going to find a heart that I can use. I don't have a heart right now. It's so painful. I need to get my own heart as soon as possible," the Ghoul King said. "Dig out the hearts of bad people. Don't dig out the hearts of good people," Lin Feng said. The Ghoul King laughed eerily and said, "I'm the most vicious Ghoul King. I kill without batting an eye. In my eyes, there's no difference between good and bad. I'll kill whoever I want to kill." Lin Feng said, "You're actually a very kind Ghoul King. You're just blinded by hatred. I believe that you'll definitely be able to find your true self." No. I'm an evil ghost. I'm the most terrifying evil ghost. I'm not some kind Ghoul King, the Ghoul King shouted crazily. Then, she swept up endless ghost fog and rushed into the distance. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared without a trace. You're a very kind Ghoul King, Lin Feng muttered to himself. Another late night fell. Every night, the sea route to the underworld would become extremely dangerous. It was the same tonight. Clang, clang, clang. Something was attacking the restrictions of the god's pirate ship. Lin Feng and the Empress were alarmed. Anything that could appear on the route to the underworld was definitely not simple. Lin Feng was very clear about this. The Empress was also very clear about this. The two of them did not walk out to avoid seeing something that they should not see. Let's speed up and get rid of the other party, Lin Feng said. The Empress nodded. She activated the restrictions of the god's pirate ship. The god's pirate ship's speed suddenly increased. Clang, clang, clang. However, the mysterious existence in the darkness was still attacking the restrictions of the god's pirate ship. Although the god's pirate ship increased its speed, it did not shake off the unknown terrifying existence. Lin Feng and the Empress's expressions became serious. What kind of terrifying thing was attached to the god's pirate ship? Hey, a series of gloomy voices could be heard. It was the voice of that terrifying existence. Where the dead come, living beings are destined to become dead spirit. The gloomy voice could be heard again. Yin soldiers can enter the world of the living and pass through. Living beings in the world of the living can naturally enter the world of the dead and pass through. The living beings in the world of the living have opened the door for the Yin soldiers. Can the dead also make a path for the living beings in the world of the living? If there is a day when we meet in the future, there might be a time when we can help each other, Lin Feng said. Hee. You have a glib tongue. The mysterious existence let out a series of gloomy laughter. Immediately, his aura quickly disappeared into the distance. Lin Feng and the Empress heaved a sigh of relief. 3 days later, the Empress took out a jade tablet, which was emitting waves of intense energy waves. We're about to reach our destination, the Empress said. Chapter 2060. The jade pendant in the Empress's hand was obviously the key to entering that secret place. Whoosh! With a flash of light, the jade pendant seemed to have formed a mysterious connection with a certain place. The Empress used the jade pendant to change the course of the god's pirate ship. The god's pirate ship was extremely fast. It was like a bolt of lightning as it rushed forward. Not long after, the jade pendant's light became brighter and brighter. The Empress and Lin Feng walked out of the cabin and onto the deck. Whoosh! Suddenly, a dazzling ray of light shot out from the jade token into the endless darkness in front of him. A bright ball of light appeared in front of Lin Feng and the Empress. That's the place. The Empress smiled. The god's pirate ship quickly flew over and entered the bright ball of light. Whoosh! The next moment, the god's pirate ship disappeared. With a flash of light, Lin Feng felt as if he had arrived in another world. Previously, on the route to the netherworld, the aura was cold, sinister, and terrifying. The aura of death was everywhere. Every moment, he could hear the cries of malicious spirits. It was as if he had arrived in the netherworld. However, this place was bright, filled with the sound of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers. It was a grassland full of fragrant grass, surrounded by forests. This change was as if he had arrived in heaven from hell. This is the place you were talking about. Lin Feng looked at the Empress. Yes, this is the place, the Empress said. Then, the two of them flew down from the god's pirate ship. Suddenly, a man walked over from the grassland in front of them. That man was wearing a daoist robe with the 8 trigrams printed on it. This is. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, revealing an extremely shocked expression. What he saw was not what was happening now, but what had happened in the past. It was just that this world had imprinted some of the things that had happened in the past. Not long after, a beam of immortal light flew over from the distance. Within the immortal light, a woman appeared. This woman had a snake's tail and a human body, but she did not give off a seductive feeling. Instead, she gave off an incomparably sacred feeling. Goddess Nua. Lin Feng was shocked. This woman looked exactly like Goddess Nua's statue. In the martial heaven continent and the 9 prefectures, Nua's temples could still be seen in countless places. Even though countless years had passed, the people of the world hadn't forgotten Maiden Nua's contributions. They were still worshipping Mother Nua. Lin Feng's heart was filled with shock when he saw Goddess Nua in this place. If Lady Nua is here, doesn't that mean that man is Fuxi? Lin Feng took a deep breath. Fuxi, one of the ancestors of the human race, was one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. He was the oldest ancestor of the human race. The human race was weak, and it was Fuxi who had led the human race to power. Fuxi's life was filled with countless mysteries and legends. Based on the changes in the world, the change of the 4 seasons, birth, aging, sickness, death, and other natural phenomena, he created the innate 8 trigrams after many deductions. Later on, he used the innate 8 trigrams as his foundation. He had created the array. From this, one could see just how great Fuxi's contributions were. Goddess Nua and Fuxi. How many tens of millions of years had these people been here? Lin Feng's heart trembled. The Empress said that her ancestor left behind something important here, but Fuxi and Goddess Nua actually appeared here. Could the Empress be a descendant of Fuxi or Goddess Nua? Fuxi is a human. Although I don't know what race the Empress is, she clearly isn't human. Could she be a descendant of Goddess Nua? When he thought of this, Lin Feng's heart was in turmoil. Ever since he had learned that the Empress had a 9-colored supreme aura, Lin Feng knew that her origins were extraordinary. Her ancestor had to be incomparably powerful. He had once guessed who her ancestor might be. However, he had never thought of Goddess Nua. After Fuxi and Goddess Nua met, they seemed to be discussing something. Furthermore, both of them had incomparably anxious expressions. Unfortunately, the laws of the world could imprint images of past events. However, they couldn't imprint their voices. Thus, Lin Feng and the Empress could only see the images, but not hear anything. As such, they had no idea what they were discussing. Goddess Nua and Fuxi quickly left this place. The images came to an abrupt end. The Empress seemed to have seen these images before, so she didn't show any particular surprise. She headed deeper into the mountains. Lin Feng followed her. The 2 of them arrived at a mountain range deep within the mountains. There was an enormous cave residence in the depths of this mountain range, and outside it stood a towering statue. This statue was none other than the statue of Goddess Nua. The statue was wreathed in a halo of holy light, looking incomparably divine. The Empress knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to Goddess Nua. Lin Feng knelt on the ground and bowed to Goddess Nua as well. Goddess Nua was the mother of the land and had done far too many things for the sake of all living beings in the universe. She was worthy of everyone's respect. They revered and worshipped her. After paying their respects to Goddess Nua, Lin Feng looked at the Empress and asked, "Wife, are you a descendant of Goddess Nua?" The Empress snorted and nodded. Lin Feng smiled. "I didn't expect my wife to have such an impressive background." The Empress waved her fist and said, "Now that you know who my ancestor is, behave yourself. If I tell you to go east, you will go east. If I tell you to go west, you will go west. If I tell you to go east, you will go east. If I tell you to go west, you will go west. If you dare to disobey me, I will beat you until you are looking for your teeth on the ground. Isn't that too violent? It's ruining your perfect image," Lin Feng said with a long face. "It's too late to realize that I'm violent." The Empress revealed a sly smile. Then, she said, "Take a look and see if you can break the formation here." Lin Feng nodded and observed the formation. It was indeed incomparably complex, and breaking it wouldn't be easy. His gaze finally landed on the statue of Goddess Nua. Lin Feng noticed that the statue seemed to have fused with the formation. Lin Feng said, "Wife, why is Goddess Nua's statue still surrounded by a holy light? Goddess Nua should have passed away, right? Since she passed away, she shouldn't be able to absorb the power of faith. But when I look at this statue, it gives me the feeling that Goddess Nua is still alive in this world." The Empress was shocked when she heard Lin Feng's words. Mother Nua was her ancestor. If Mother Nua was still alive, it would naturally be a delightful surprise. The Empress asked impatiently, "Why do you say that Goddess Nua is still alive? It's just a statue. What can you tell from it?" Chapter 2061. Said Lin Feng. Many times, a statue is not just a statue for people to worship. It's also related to the strength of belief. Faith power is a very strange power. When a cultivator is still alive, they can continuously absorb faith power. Moreover, as a medium for cultivators to absorb faith power, the faith power will constantly transform them. As time goes by, the statues can even give birth to their own consciousness. That's why miracles have appeared in many places. It's not just for show. But if a person dies, they will naturally no longer be able to absorb the power of faith. As a result, the statue will gradually lose its spiritual consciousness and the support of the power of faith, becoming ordinary. But look at this statue of Goddess Nua. It is surrounded by a holy power. This power is so powerful. This is the purest power of faith. If Goddess Nua has really died, why is her statue still absorbing the power of faith endlessly? You should know that the statues themselves aren't able to absorb faith energy. They're just mediums. Only if Lady Nua is absorbing faith energy would the statues be able to do so. The Empress was both surprised and delighted by Lin Feng's explanation, but she quickly said, "But Lady Nua really did die a long time ago. Ever since the Great Xiantian War, all the Xiantian life forms in the world died, including Lady Nua. This happened in the Primordial era. Who knows how many years have passed? Even if she didn't die during the Great Xiantian War, she should have reached the end of her lifespan by now." Lin Feng was also suspicious of the Empress's 2 points. According to what Lin Feng knew, the Great Xiantian War had indeed buried all the Xiantian life forms. As a Xiantian life form, Lady Nua had also died in that war. Most importantly, the absolute beginning era of the Great War between Xiantian life forms was the 5th Great Era after the creation of the universe. Since then, 2,995 great eras had already passed. How long had it been? Who could live for so long? Immortals who claimed to live forever had long since died of old age. Unless one could achieve eternal life. But eternal life was just a legend. The Empress continued, "The fact that Lady Nua is still alive is naturally a joyous occasion, but we can only speculate. We can't influence this matter." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Yes, I hope that these ancestors are still alive in this world." The Empress said, "Break the formation now." Lin Feng replied, "This formation is too complicated. I'm afraid that it'll take us a long time to break through it. I'm already mentally prepared for this." The Empress said. The Empress herself was quite proficient in array formations. As such, Lin Feng could often exchange views on array formations with her. In the next 6 months, Lin Feng and the Empress tried many different ways to break the formation and improved their own methods time and time again. After working hard for such a long time, the two of them finally succeeded in breaking the array. "Great, I've finally broken the formation. I'm so happy." The Empress cheered excitedly. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Let's go in and see what's inside." The Empress nodded excitedly, then entered the cave with Lin Feng. This cave had once been where Lady Nua had lived. There were many scrolls here. Perhaps rice paper hadn't been invented in this era, so the words were all engraved on bamboo slips. Lin Feng looked at the mountain of bamboo slips. He took a bamboo slip and opened it. Immediately after, he frowned. "These words are too ancient. I don't recognize them at all," Lin Feng said gloomily. The Empress also looked at the contents of the bamboo slips, and her face scrunched up as well. She said, "These should be words from before the beginning of the world. Or perhaps they're innate life forms, words that have been lost for a long time." Lin Feng shouted gloomily. There were so many bamboo slips here, so they must have recorded many shocking things. Perhaps some of the bamboo slips even recorded Lady Nua's powerful legacy. But there was nothing he could do. Lin Feng didn't recognize the words on the slips. Lin Feng wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He put down the slips and continued to search the cave. Hey! A portrait. The Empress found a portrait and opened it. Lin Feng walked over and saw 6 people in the portrait. One of them was Lady Nuer. They recognized the second person as well. It was the Fushi they had met before. The third person was a middle-aged cultivator holding a wooden drill. "This is Swirenshi, right?" said Lin Feng, pointing at the man with the wooden drill. Swirenshi was drilling wood to start a fire. This was Sovereign Swirenshi of the 3 human sovereigns. The Empress nodded and said, "It should be Swirenshi." The 2 of them then looked at the other 3. The 4th person was also a woman. She wore a pure white dress and looked holy. She held a jade ruyi in her hand. It was a very strange jade ruyi. It actually had 9 colors. 9-colored jade ruyi? Rumor has it that it's the treasure of the Empyrean maiden. Could this woman be the Empyrean maiden? The Empress said. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat as he recalled the legends of the Empyrean maiden. It was said that she was an extremely terrifying existence. She was one of the strongest Xiantian life forms, born from the heavens and nurtured by the earth. She had 9 lives. She could also be revived after death. It was said that if the Empyrean maiden could reincarnate 9 times and regain her memories of her previous life, she would be immortal. Of course, Lin Feng didn't know if the rumors were true. "It should be her," Lin Feng said. They looked at the 5th person. This person was an extremely dignified man, and he held a giant axe in his hand. Lin Feng and the Empress exchanged a glance, then said in unison, "It can't be Pangu, right?" Pangu wasn't the only Xiantian life form who used axes as treasures. However, Pangu was definitely the only one who could use axes and stand with Nuer, Fushi, Swirenshi, and the Empyrean maiden. The background of this group of people was simply too extraordinary. Any one of them had a frightening background. Lin Feng and the Empress looked at the 6th person in the portrait. The 6th person grinned and raised both of his hands, making a peace sign with each hand. His temperament was completely different from that of the other 5. The 6th person had a frivolous look on his face. "Who is this great god?" the Empress asked with a wry smile. Lin Feng's eyelids twitched violently when he saw this mysterious, frivolous expert. Chapter 2062. It was a very strange feeling. It was as if there was some sort of special connection between them. Lin Feng was shocked. Could this mysterious expert who was smiling and gesturing with his hands be related to him in some way? Goddess Nuer, Sui Ren, Fushi, the Empyrean maiden, and Pangu are all saints. Since this mysterious expert is standing with them, he should be a saint as well. Who was it that drew the painting of the 6 sages in the past? The Empress asked doubtfully. This was destined to be a mystery that no one would ever know. Lin Feng rubbed his hands and chuckled. "Wife, give me this portrait. Of course, I can give it to you, but you have to listen to me obediently in the future," the Empress said with a faint smile. Lin Feng said, "I promise I'll listen to you." The Empress smiled and handed the portrait to Lin Feng. Then, she continued looking for other things. Lin Feng's gaze was fixed on the portrait. "Who is this?" He narrowed his eyes and looked at the 6th person. He had already confirmed the identities of the first 5 people. They were all extremely famous existences. They were the greatest group of existences since the creation of the universe. Since they were standing with them, it meant that they were at least on the same level as them. The only difference was that Goddess Nuer, Fushi, Sui Ren, the Empyrean maiden, and Pangu all gave off a holy aura. The cynical attitude of this mysterious expert who was gesturing with a peace sign and grinning from ear to ear was really out of place. He can't be one of the sovereign's ancestors, can he? Lin Feng thought of a certain possibility, and his heart skipped a beat. The first ancestor of the sovereigns had awakened Pangu, Nuer, and the others. This meant that the sovereign's ancestors were extremely ancient, perhaps even older than Pangu, Nuer, and the others. The man in the portrait wasn't necessarily the first ancestor of the sovereign's ancestors. According to seniority, this was the first ancestor of the sovereigns. He was the son of the first ancestor of the sovereign clan. He should be on the same level as Pangu, Nuer, and the others. Of course, all of this was just Lin Feng's guess. He didn't know whether or not he was an ancestor of the sovereign emperor clan. Lin Feng tried to probe the portrait with his divine sense to see if there was anything special about it. However, when he used his spiritual force to sense it, he realized that his spiritual force could not penetrate the portrait. This portrait was very strange. There was a special energy that blocked the probing of divine sense. Not simple at all. Lin Feng couldn't help but scratch his chin. Because this was the place where Mother Nuwa had once lived, the aura of life here was quite strong. Lin Feng even saw some spices used for cooking. It seemed that Lady Nuwa wasn't an otherworldly person after all. The most valuable items in the cave abode outside were probably those bamboo slips. However, Lin Feng and the Empress couldn't read the words on them. As for the rest of the items, they weren't worth much. However, there were 3 stone rooms in the depths of the cave. The first stone room was Lady Nuwa's bedroom. The second stone room was where Lady Nuwa cultivated. The third stone room was sealed by a formation. Lin Feng and the Empress broke through the formation. Immediately, powerful spiritual energy emanated from the third stone room. The two of them opened the door to the third stone room. Upon entering, they discovered that there was a huge pool in the room. In the pool, there was a pool of spiritual liquid. Found it. The Empress was pleasantly surprised. Clearly, this was the pool of spiritual liquid that the Empress had spent so much effort searching for. Lin Feng asked, "What's the origin of this spiritual liquid?" "This is the spirit cleansing liquid passed down by the Nuwa clan. Cultivating in it can awaken the bloodline memories of the Nuwa clan's descendant." Lin Feng's eyes widened. Awakening the bloodline memories was equivalent to awakening the bloodline inheritance. The Empress would receive the various abilities and divine abilities of the Nuwa clan. Her bloodline would become even more powerful. Her cultivation would soar to an unimaginable level. Lin Feng's sovereign emperor blood or undying god blood could also undergo bloodline awakening and obtain all sorts of powerful abilities. However, the key point was, if Lin Feng wanted to undergo bloodline awakening, he would need to find the ancestral grounds of the sovereign emperor clan and undying god clan. Only in the ancestral grounds could one undergo bloodline awakening. Awakening a bloodline was an extremely important matter for a cultivator. It was equivalent to a huge transformation in one's life. Now, the Empress was about to awaken the bloodline memories of the Nuwa clan. Once she did, she would complete an extremely important transformation in her life. "Wife, after you awaken your bloodline memories, you can't bully me," Lin Feng said with a smile. He was naturally happy for the Empress. "That depends on whether you're obedient or not." The Empress snorted. "Of course I'm obedient. I'll listen to everything you say, wife," Lin Feng said with a smile. The Empress pinched Lin Feng's face and said, "It's good that you know how to be obedient. Now, you can go out, and you can't come in and peek. Do you hear me?" Lin Feng said with a smile. "Your entire body is mine. You can look at it openly." The Empress waved her fists. Lin Feng smiled embarrassedly and hurriedly left. The stone room's door closed. The Empress found a place to sit cross-legged and began to adjust her state. Next, she would undergo the most important awakening in her life so far. Lin Feng walked over to the pile of bamboo slips and casually took one of them. He opened it, and it was still filled with those strange ancient words. "Demon Lord, do you recognize these words?" Lin Feng asked. The Demon Lord said, "These are innate lifeforms' words. They have long been lost. I don't recognize them either. Are we just guarding a mountain of treasures without being able to obtain anything?" Lin Feng said helplessly. He really wanted to cry but had no tears. The Demon Lord said, "Perhaps this is the will of the heavens. You can't force it. What's yours will always be yours. If it's not yours, it won't be yours no matter how much you force it." Lin Feng didn't give up. He opened the bamboo slips one by one. After opening more than 1,000 bamboo slips, Lin Feng discovered that the newest slips didn't just have words. There were also some simple drawings. Although he couldn't recognize the words, he could understand the drawings on them. The drawings were of an ancient tribe. The people of the tribe were gathered together to worship a stone turtle. This stone tortoise was very special. It was extremely huge, and on its back, there was actually a huge stone tablet. The Black Tortoise Tablet. Lin Feng looked at the drawings in shock. This is. The Demon Lord was also very shocked. His eyes flickered violently. Now that he had recovered most of his memories, he knew many secrets that Lin Feng didn't know. When he saw the drawing of the Black Tortoise Tablet, he instantly thought of some ancient rumors. Some rumors caused great waves in his heart, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. Chapter 2063. The Black Tortoise Hunchback Tablet often appeared in legends. Among the many legends, there were a few that were the most mysterious. The Divine Court, the Heaven-Shaking Stone Tablet, the Door of Everlasting Life, and so on. These legends were enough to shock the world. The Black Tortoise Hunchback Tablet was a mysterious treasure that was on the same level as the Divine Court, the Heaven-Shaking Stone Tablet, and the Door of Everlasting Life. The heavens and earth were born, and the heavens and earth were dead. Before the creation of the world, the Divine Court, the Heaven-Shaking Stone Tablet, the Door of Everlasting Life, and the Black Tortoise Hunchback Tablet had already existed. The Black Tortoise had always been one of the most mysterious sacred beasts. It was so mysterious that the world only knew that the Black Tortoise was one of the 5 sacred beasts. It was rumored that every time a great era ended and a new one began, the Black Tortoise Hunchback Tablet would appear. Since the creation of the world, the Black Tortoise Hunchback Tablet had experienced the rise and fall of 3,000 great eras. And every time, the Black Tortoise Hunchback Tablet would appear. If it only appeared once or twice, or even 8 or 10 times, or even a few hundred times, no one would find it strange. But the key point was, the Black Tortoise Hunchback Tablet would appear every time. Some people said that the appearance of the Black Tortoise Hunchback Tablet marked the end of a great era and the beginning of a new one. Even now, there were still many rumors about the Black Tortoise Hunchback Tablet. Lin Feng was shocked when he saw the Black Tortoise Hunchback Tablet on the bamboo scroll. The Demon Lord was equally shocked. Lin Feng said, "Demon Lord, there are rumors that the Black Tortoise Hunchback Tablet is related to a terrifying curse. Are these rumors true?" The Demon Lord replied, "I'm not sure, but I'm sure that your master knows." "Master Tortoise?" Lin Feng said in surprise. The Demon Lord nodded and said, "He's from the Black Tortoise tribe, so he might know something that outsiders don't." Lin Feng couldn't help but scratch his chin. This cheap master of his had always been mysterious. He was hiding too many secrets. Moreover, he was an old conman. He had tricked Lin Feng into cultivating the 8-9 arcane art. However, Lin Feng knew that his cheap master was no ordinary person. Perhaps he could ask him about the Black Tortoise Hunchback Tablet in the future. At this time, the Demon Lord continued, "Although I don't know if the Black Tortoise Hunchback Tablet is related to the curse, I do know that the Black Tortoise Hunchback Tablet is indeed very strange. In the past, I heard my ancestor talk about the Black Tortoise Hunchback Tablet." "Your ancestor? Holy shit, you have an ancestral master?" Lin Feng said in surprise. Yarrow Jun couldn't help but roll his eyes and say, "What's the big deal about having an ancestor?" Lin Feng grinned and said, "It's nothing to be surprised about. I always thought you were a rogue cultivator. We've known each other for so many years, but you've never talked about your sec." The Demon Lord said indifferently, "You've never asked either." He then continued, "Back then, my ancestor saw the Black Tortoise Hunchback Tablet. At that time, he was still very young. On the banks of the Heavenly Realm's Heavenly River, he saw a huge turtle swimming over from afar. It carried a huge stone tablet on its back. Many words were recorded on the tablet, and my ancestor remembered one of them. However, by the time he wanted to remember a few more words, the Black Tortoise Hunchback Tablet had already disappeared. Those words, are they very special?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. "Special. Very special. After my ancestor memorized those words, it was as if he had been enlightened. From then on, he had a meteoric rise and eventually became a big shot in the heavenly realm." The Demon Lord explained. "Then does that mean that the Black Tortoise Hunchback Tablet doesn't represent bad luck? Is it a fortuitous encounter?" Lin Feng asked. "Oftentimes, fortune is where misfortune lies, and misfortune is where fortune lies," the Demon Lord said meaningfully. "Later on, I heard from my ancestor that he wasn't the only one who saw the Black Tortoise Hunchback Tablet. Many others saw it as well. At that time, the chaotic antiquity era had ended, and the immemorial era had begun. Because of the calamity, the myriad worlds were plunged into misery and suffering. Many strong cultivators fell, and new powers sprung up like bamboo shoots after a rain. The new generation of strong cultivators also began to rise. During the early years of the immemorial era, it was said that many people saw the black tortoise hunchback tablet. The demon lord said. Lin Feng was shocked and said, "It seems like they were like your ancestor. They obtained some fortuitous encounter from the black tortoise hunchback tablet." Yarrow Jun nodded and said, "It's exactly like that. Every single one of them had their own fortuitous encounters, and all of them had seized the enormous fortuitous encounters of the times to become supreme experts of the heavens and the earth. Each of them ruled over an area of the world." What happened? Lin Feng was puzzled. Many strong cultivators disappeared one after another. The demon lord frowned. "Are you talking about the experts who saw the black tortoise hunchback tablet? Disappeared one after another?" Lin Feng frowned slightly. This was indeed a little too strange. "That's right. Moreover, most of them disappeared in their later years. At that time, my ancestor had a bad premonition, so he brought us disciples and fled from the heaven realm to the undying realm. He also concealed the heavens and thought that he could avoid this calamity." The demon lord's voice became more and more serious. "But in the end, he still couldn't avoid this calamity. Has your grandmaster gone missing as well?" Lin Feng asked. "Yes." The demon lord nodded. He said, "I still remember what happened that day. Grandmaster came out of seclusion and gathered all the disciples. That day, he told us a lot of things. In the beginning, we didn't think it was strange. It wasn't until Grandmaster disappeared that we realized that Grandmaster was actually making arrangements for his death." Lin Feng frowned. Why did it sound more and more strange? That night, a gust of evil wind blew, accompanied by strange laughter. Ancestor disappeared without a trace. The demon lord said. "Many of us went to chase after him, but we didn't find anything. Only our ancestor saw something." "What did he see?" Lin Feng asked curiously. Ancestor said that he seemed to have seen a black tortoise hunchback tablet flash before his eyes, but when he looked carefully, he didn't see anything at all. The demon lord said. "Could it have been an illusion?" Lin Feng frowned. "I don't know if it was an illusion or not, but 3 days later, our ancestor died." The demon lord said. Lin Feng was shocked and asked, "How did he die?" Tea was still boiling in the room, but our ancestor leaned against a chair and died peacefully. We investigated his cause of death, but we couldn't find anything. The demon lord said. Lin Feng asked, "Could it really be related to the black tortoise hunchback tablet?" "That is indeed a possibility." The demon lord nodded. At that moment, the bamboo scroll in Lin Feng's hand began to emit ripples. Chapter 2064. Lin Feng looked at the bamboo slip in his hand in shock. He had not expected the bamboo slip to have such a strong fluctuation at a time like this. "What's this?" He looked at the changes on the bamboo slip in shock. The pictures on the bamboo slip seemed to have come to life. They were very lifelike. Whoosh! With a flash of divine light, Lin Feng was enveloped by the light. Then, he felt as if he was being pulled into the pictures. When all the pictures were put together, they formed an ancient world. As for this ancient world, it was precisely the world that had appeared in the bamboo slip. An ancient tribe was performing a sacrifice. "Summon the shaman." At this moment, an old man shouted in a deep voice. Lin Feng stood in the distance and watched all of this quietly. He was just a passerby in this world. There was nothing he could do. He could only watch. An old woman wearing strange clothes walked out. The old woman's body was as withered as firewood. She was like a malicious spirit that had crawled out of hell. Her body emitted a bone-chilling aura. The old woman was the shaman. In ancient times, sacrifices were very common. In fact, even now, there were still some factions or ancient tribes that maintained the tradition of sacrifice. The shaman came in front of the black tortoise hunchback statue and said something with a pious expression. However, because her voice was too soft, Lin Feng could not hear what she was saying. The black tortoise hunchback statue was carved. It was not the black tortoise hunchback of legends. This is a totem. The demon lord's voice sounded. Lin Feng looked to his left and found that the demon lord had also entered the bamboo slips world. What is a totem? Lin Feng asked in confusion. A totem is a symbol and also a guardian. A long, long time ago, many tribes had their own totem that they believed in. This totem could be a powerful cultivator, a willow tree, a ferocious beast, a mountain, or a long river. They believed that the totem could protect them, so they believed in the totem. Every once in a while, they would offer sacrifices to the totem, the demon lord explained. However, as time passed, huge cities appeared one after another, and people of various races and tribes began to flock into these cities to live. When people who believed in different totems began to live together, the totem culture would inevitably be greatly impacted. After hundreds of millions of years of development, because of the great integration of races and tribes, many races and tribes had lost their independence. They would no longer live together like their ancestors, and they would no longer believe in their own totems. Therefore, the totem culture gradually declined. Lin Feng rubbed his chin and said, "Nothing lasts forever." That's right. The demon lord's voice was faint. At this time, the shaman began to perform the sacrificial ceremony. This kind of sacrificial ceremony was quite complicated. The shaman priest was jumping and jumping. His mouth was still chanting incantations. Said Lin Feng. That race uses the black tortoise camel tablet as their totem. Could it be that they have something to do with it? Otherwise, they wouldn't have offered the black tortoise hunchback tablet. When the ceremony came to an end, 7 young boys and girls were brought forward. What's this for? Lin Feng was puzzled. The sacrificial ceremony naturally requires sacrifices. The sacrificial totem requires young boys and girls to be sacrificed. The demon lord explained. Lin Feng frowned and said, "Isn't this a little too cruel?" Back then, it was difficult to even survive. How could there be such a thing as cruelty? Bloodletting, the shaman's sinister voice rang out. Then, several muscular men brought over a metal basin. An executioner directly slit the neck of a young boy. Blood immediately gushed out and flowed into the metal basin. The other young boys and girls were so frightened that they started crying. Their eyes searched for their parents, hoping that their parents would come and save them. The first young boy's blood was completely drained, and his corpse was thrown to the side. Then, the second young boy was sacrificed. This is too cruel. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. The demon lord said, actually, the gradual disappearance of the totem culture back then wasn't only caused by the merging of tribes and races. There was another important reason: it was too bloody and cruel. Such a totem culture is simply a synonym for evil, Lin Feng said solemnly. The 7 young boys and girls were all sacrificed, and their blood was drained dry. All the blood was poured into the metal basin. The shaman was jumping and jumping around the big iron basin. Swish! When the ceremony ended, the blood in the basin turned into a blood-red ray of light and flew into the black tortoise hunchback tablet. This ceremony is so strange. Lin Feng frowned slightly. God's protection. God's protection. Under the shaman's lead, everyone in the tribe knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the black tortoise hunchback tablet. They continuously prayed for the black tortoise hunchback tablet's protection. Gradually, the sky darkened. The night was incomparably quiet. Even the sounds of insects, birds, and beasts could not be heard. A cloud of black fog covered the sky as it flew across the sky. There seemed to be some terrifying creature hidden within the black fog. Keek. The being in the black mist let out a sinister laugh. It's time to hunt, a chilling voice came from the black fog. When Lin Feng heard that voice, he couldn't help but feel ice-cold. It was this mysterious black fog again. This was not the first time Lin Feng had seen this mysterious black fog. He did not know what kind of creature was hidden within it. The demon in the black fog is about to appear. Hurry up and hide. Quite a few tribes were hiding in the mountains or in underground secret rooms dug out from the ground. However, it was useless. Wherever the black fog passed, all the people in the tribes, men and women, old and young, were devoured by the terrifying creatures in the black fog. "What is this thing?" Lin Feng's expression was solemn. "The creature in the black fog has appeared in countless great eras. No one knows what it is." The demon lord's voice became extremely solemn. He knew some secrets and knew how terrifying the creature in the black fog was. The destruction of many great eras. It was related to them. In the past, even great emperors were unwilling to talk about these terrifying creatures. Chapter 2065. The living being in the black fog devoured one tribe after another. No one was able to fight against this terrifying being. No one knew what this terrifying existence was, but its strength was so strong that it made people tremble in fear. Roar. A roar came from the forest. The living being in the black fog had discovered a powerful beast hiding in the forest. Hence, it wanted to devour the beast. Naturally, the beast was unwilling to be devoured just like that, so it launched a counterattack. However, the powerful beast was no match for the living being in the black fog. It was devoured by the living being in the black fog. The living being in the black fog continued to search for its target. Finally, it arrived at the tribe that worshipped the black tortoise hunchback tablet. This tribe was the largest one within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. It had a large population and was considered an overlord-level tribe. However, in front of the living being in the black fog, this tribe was not even worth mentioning. The living being in the black fog was too powerful, so it looked down on everything. "It's here." Trembling voices came from the darkness. Many people were curled up in the corners of the caves, trembling. "Keikakik, such a big tribe, I can finally have a good meal." The living being in the black fog let out a sinister laugh. The endless black fog covered the sky and rushed towards the tribe. Swoosh. Just as the living being in the black fog reached the tribe, the black tortoise hunchback tablet suddenly emitted a ball of light. The ball of light enveloped the entire tribe. The black fog stopped. A pair of blood-red eyes could be vaguely seen in the black fog. It was unknown what kind of living being's eyes it belonged to. The pair of blood-red eyes stared at the black tortoise hunchback tablet statue, and its eyes flashed. "That's interesting." The living being in the black fog let out a sinister laugh. Then, it flew into the distance and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng frowned slightly and looked at the black tortoise hunchback tablet statue again. This black tortoise hunchback tablet statue was indeed extraordinary. It had scared off the living being in the black fog. Swoosh. With a flash of light, Lin Feng felt himself exiting the bamboo slips world and returning to the real world. Like Lin Feng, the demon lord also returned to the real world. The black tortoise hunchback tablet's ability to scare off the creatures in the black fog. Is this really related to the blood sacrifice? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The demon lord said, "Not necessarily. The blood sacrifice totem represented a kind of sustenance. It didn't mean that the totem could really protect them." Which of the devoured races didn't have a blood sacrifice totem? The blood totem had already been sacrificed, but the totem did not appear to protect those races. Therefore, the fact that the black tortoise hunchback tablet was able to scare away the living beings in the black fog was because the black tortoise hunchback tablet itself was extraordinary. It's not because of the effect they achieved by sacrificing children. Lin Feng nodded and began to try to establish a connection with the bamboo slip again. Not long after, Lin Feng once again entered the world of the bamboo slips. He saw many ancient cities rising from the ground. Many races and tribes had moved into these cities. These races and tribes gradually began to integrate. This was the initial stage of the integration of the races and tribes. When the living beings in the black fog descended once again, the races and tribes living in these cities joined forces and fought back with all their might, engaging in a desperate battle with the living beings in the black fog. In the end, the living beings in the black fog were forced to retreat. This was the first time the races and tribes had defeated the living beings in the black fog. The impact of this event was huge. Many ancient cities sprang up like bamboo shoots after the rain. More and more races and tribes moved into these ancient cities. As for the totem culture, it gradually declined. Only a few races and tribes in remote and backward places still maintained the customs of the totem culture. As time passed, The living beings in the black fog also disappeared. As for the various ancient cities, due to the competition for benefits, all sorts of conflicts erupted. And so, many ancient cities became enemies with each other. The battles between the ancient cities seemed to be even more bloody. Massacring the cities, it was not uncommon. The living beings in the black fog devoured many lives, but the battles between the ancient cities for benefits caused even more deaths, and it was even more tragic. This is the human heart, Lin Feng muttered to himself. Time slowly passed. Many powerful forces began to appear. Those powerful forces subdued one ancient city after another and obtained a large amount of territory. Then, those forces began to develop all sorts of resources in their own territory. A new battle for benefits began again. No one knew how much time had passed. When his ambition was gradually growing, it was many battles between the top forces also broke out because of this. Countless forces were involved, causing a situation where blood flowed like a river. A great era ended in this calamity. A new hope. It was also brewing. On this day, heavy rain poured down, and the blood-stained ground became muddy. In the surging river, a black tortoise appeared with a stone tablet on its back. The black tortoise stone tablet appeared. Lin Feng's mind trembled. He tried his best to see what was recorded on the stone tablet. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not see the ancient words recorded on the stone tablet. Lin Feng was unwilling to give up. He continued to work hard. As for the curse brought by the black tortoise stone tablet, he did not care at all. Now that Lin Feng had 3 curses on him, if the black tortoise stone tablet really brought curses to cultivators, 1 more curse was not much. 1 less curse was not much. Moreover, he learned from the demon lord that the cultivators who obtained the opportunity from the black tortoise stone tablet all met with misfortune in their later years. Lin Feng's life had just begun. He still had a long lifespan. People had to live in the present. He would not think about things that happened in his later years. The black tortoise stone tablet swam along the river into the distance. Lin Feng followed closely behind the black tortoise stone tablet. He could not comprehend the words on the black tortoise stone tablet. However, before the black tortoise stone tablet disappeared, he imprinted it in his mind. Lin Feng returned to the real world from the world of the bamboo slip. At this moment, the bamboo slip burst into flames. This shocked him. Lin Feng wanted to extinguish the flames. However, he failed. The flames burned fiercely. The bamboo slips were burned to ashes. "Looks like you've obtained something," the demon lord said in surprise. Lin Feng nodded. He revealed a joyful expression and said, "I imprinted the black tortoise stone tablet. I wonder how powerful it will be after I use it." The demon lord was shocked and said, "Any divine ability related to the black tortoise stone tablet will be extremely heaven-defying." Chapter 2066. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. During these 3 months, Lin Feng had been comprehending the black tortoise camel tablet. "We're going to die, we're going to die. Master, quickly come and save us. Master, save us." 2 voices suddenly sounded in Lin Feng's mind while he was cultivating. Although they were very weak, Lin Feng still caught them. When he heard the voices, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. They were the voices of Du Zhu and the shadow void beast. What happened? Lin Feng frowned. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the shadow void beast were master and servant. They could sense each other's situation through the connection between their souls. However, this connection was extremely weak. Previously, Lin Feng had tried to sense Du Zhu and the shadow void beast's aura several times, but he didn't find anything. But now, he could sense Du Zhu and the shadow void beast's cries for help. Lin Feng tried his best to sense Du Zhu and the shadow void beast's location through the weak connection between their souls. Suddenly, he felt that he was immersed in a pitch-black world. This pitch-black world was filled with terrifying killing intent. However, the connection was very weak and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Damn it! Lin Feng's expression was very gloomy. He tried to sense the pitch-black world again, but he couldn't sense it anymore. Lin Feng's expression became very ugly. "What is that place?" Lin Feng muttered to himself, frowning. There was one thing that Lin Feng was sure of. That place was definitely Jojo. Back then, he had been separated from Du Zhu and the Shadow Void Beast in the Netherworld Sea. Clearly, Du Zhu and the Shadow Void Beast were in a very bad situation. They seemed to be imprisoned in that pitch-black world. Lin Feng wanted to save them, but he needed to find out where that place was before he could save them. The key was that Lin Feng didn't know where that place was. Now, Lin Feng hoped to be able to contact Du Zhu and the Shadow Void Beast again. However, he knew that he had to wait for an opportunity. He was fine. The key was Du Zhu and the Shadow Void Beast's side. Only Lin Feng could sense the divine consciousness waves of their cries for help. However, Lin Feng guessed that it would be very difficult for divine consciousness waves to be transmitted from the place where Du Zhu and the Shadow Void Beast were trapped. The only thing Lin Feng could do was wait of the Empress of the Bloodline. This bloodline awakening took a total of 3.5 months. After coming out of seclusion, the Empress's body had an additional sacred aura. "Is everything going well?" The Empress nodded slightly and said, "Pack your things. Let's leave this place." Lin Feng nodded. After packing up the various things in the cave, the two boarded the Pirates of the Gods and returned the way they came. Lin Feng noticed that the Empress was often in a daze. She was a little absent-minded. This made him very puzzled. He didn't know what had happened. "Wife, what are you thinking about?" Lin Feng asked. The Empress shook her head. Lin Feng saw that the Empress didn't want to talk about it, so he didn't ask further. The Empress was a very opinionated woman. If she wanted to say something, she wouldn't hide it. If she didn't want to say it, she wouldn't say it even if he asked. Ghoul ships would appear in the passage to the Netherworld every day. There were different people sitting on the Ghoul ships. They were about to enter the Netherworld. Lin Feng didn't know what the fate of these Ghouls would be in the Netherworld. Was there really a 6 paths of reincarnation? Would they be reincarnated? After all, this was just a legend. Many people couldn't tell whether it was true or not. Do you think that one day, we will also board a Ghoul ship and enter the Netherworld? The Empress looked at the ships of the dead spirit and muttered. Lin Feng didn't know why the Empress asked this. He felt that the Empress had become a little abnormal ever since she came out of seclusion. She seemed to have a lot on her mind. Lin Feng grabbed the Empress's hand and said, "Even the ruler of the Netherworld can't do anything to us. If he dares to do anything to us, I will smash his palace." Fut. The Empress couldn't help but laugh. She snorted and said, "Violent maniac. This is called heroic spirit," said Lin Feng smiling. He stretched out his hand and hugged the Empress. The Empress waved her fist and threatened, "Are you itching for a beating?" Lin Feng smiled embarrassedly and didn't dare to be presumptuous. 5 days later. Yin and Yang reversed. The entire Pirates of the Gods flipped over. Whoosh. In the next moment, they returned to the real world from the passage to the Netherworld. At this moment, night fell. The moon was as bright as a plate. Stars dotted the starry sky. It was a beautiful scene. The Empress said, "I'm leaving." "Where are you going?" Lin Feng looked at the Empress and asked. He guessed that the Empress must have awakened some special memories when she awakened her bloodline. One had to know that these ancient bloodlines didn't just contain divine abilities and techniques, they also contained many memories. Nua's bloodline naturally had many secrets. Perhaps the Empress had awakened some of these secrets. "I'm going to a place to verify some things. This place is too sensitive. I can't tell you because I'm afraid of harming you." The Empress's voice was a little gloomy. "Is this place very dangerous?" Lin Feng asked. "It's very dangerous for outsiders, but it's not dangerous for me. You don't have to worry about me." The Empress forced a smile. Lin Feng hugged the Empress. This time, the Empress didn't refuse. She leaned into Lin Feng's embrace. "No matter what, don't forget that there's someone far away who's worried about you," Lin Feng said softly. "Okay." The Empress nodded slightly. Lin Feng sent the Empress off. Then, he returned to the Dragon Gate Island alone on the ancient starship Shenyuan. He lay on the deck, and the warm sunlight shone on his body. It was very comfortable. That night, Dark clouds rolled and a storm raged. In the darkness, the boat of curses rushed out from the deep sea. "Captain, that kid is alone. Should we capture him and bring him to the boat?" one of the crew members asked. "No, no, no, that woman is too scary," many of the crew members shouted. They thought of the Red World Fairy, the woman who had mastered the Tao of Fate. The captain of the boat of curse said grimly, "Now is not the time to fall out with immortal Hong Chen. Then, should we continue to let that kid get away with it?" another crew member asked. The boat of curses captain laughed sinisterly. "I've already figured out the direction of that kid's fate. Just wait and see. Soon, he'll board the boat of curses." Chapter 2067. After returning to the Dragon Gate Island, Lin Feng sent Ding Yunzhong to visit Wen Ziran, Zhuge Chani, and Shui Liangqiu on his behalf with some gifts. People needed to keep in touch with each other. If they didn't keep in touch, no matter how good their relationship was, it would become estranged. Lin Feng was very clear about that. Apart from visiting the three people, Lin Feng also asked Zhuge Chani to help him refine a batch of giant spirit stone cannons. Although Wen Ziran and Zhuge Chani hadn't joined the Dragon Gate yet, they would still give Lin Feng face. Now, Lin Feng's ancient ship, the Shenyuan, was equipped with giant spirit stone cannons with terrifying power. Therefore, Lin Feng had to make good use of the time to store up some spirit stone cannons in case he needed them. After returning to the Dragon Gate, everything was relatively calm. Not long after, Princess Shirley came to Lin Feng's place. Then, she settled down at Lin Feng's place. Princess Shirley planned to tell Nazha about her relationship with Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't have any objections. That night, Princess Shirley and Nazha snuggled up to each other and chatted. Nazha talked about Lin Feng. Princess Shirley was worried that Nazha would be too agitated. She might do something irrational. However, Nazha remained calm. She giggled and said, "I'm happy to see Big Sister Shirley and Big Brother Lin together. Why would I blame Big Sister Shirley? I can live with Big Sister Shirley in the future." "You little girl." Princess Shirley gently stroked Nazha's hair. "Master, many unknown spies have appeared around the Dragon Gate. They seem to be related to the 9th Evil Dragon Palace." The next day, Wang Yang came to report to Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "This is within my expectations." Wang Yang said, "Is the 9th Evil Dragon Palace planning to attack the Dragon Gate?" Lin Feng said, "This is the ancient desolate sea, not the 9th Evil Dragon's territory. Even if the 9th Evil Dragon wants to attack, he'll have to think twice. There's no need to worry for now." Lin Feng continued, "Strengthen the training of the cultivator army. Even though the 9th Evil Dragon won't attack us for a while, it's inevitable that the battle will happen sooner or later. It can't be avoided." "Understood." Wang Yang replied and left. The Dragon Gate became relaxed on the outside. Lin Feng had destroyed the 9th Evil Dragon Palace and the Mermaid Clan's plan to destroy Shanghai and steal the Dead Spirit Talisman. This was the conflict between the two sides. Of course, Lin Feng didn't care. He and the Evil Dragon Palace had been enemies for a long time. Even without the matter of the Deep Sea Demon Kingdom, the relationship between the two sides would be irreconcilable. As for the Mermaid Clan, Lin Feng didn't care about them for the time being. The Merman race's territory was in the Netherworld Sea. The last time they sent troops to deal with the Deep Sea Demon Kingdom, it caused many forces to be dissatisfied. The Merfolk had overstepped their boundaries. They had led such a large army to a place that did not belong to them. This was a taboo. If not for the fear of the Evil Dragon Palace, many factions would have already attacked the Merfolk cultivator army that had overstepped their boundaries. The Merfolk naturally knew this. In order to quell the anger of the various factions, the Merfolk cultivator army had quickly returned to the Dark Sea after failing to attack the sea. Therefore, Lin Feng did not have to worry about the Merfolk for the time being. His main enemy was the 9th Evil Dragon Palace. This was a war that could not be avoided. It was also a war that Lin Feng had to win. If he could destroy the 9th Evil Dragon Palace, the Dragon Gate's territory would expand wildly. At that time, it would attract even more experts to join them. Moreover, Lin Feng had a gentleman's agreement with Wen Ziran and Zhuge Chani. Once the 9th evil dragon palace was destroyed, these two would join the Dragon Gate. The two of them were not only giant god-level experts. Wen Ziran was also a spirit array master and Zhuge Chini was an alchemist. Their value was not something that ordinary giant god-level experts could compare to. Master, come and save us. If you don't save us, we're going to die. Master, save us. Save us, we don't want to die. On this day, when Lin Feng was cultivating, he once again heard that faint cry for help. This was the cry for help from Du Zhu and the Shadow Void Beast. Through that weak feeling, Lin Feng realized that he had once again arrived at that dark world. However, his divine sense was soon cut off from that dark world. He wanted to sense that dark world, but he could no longer sense it. The world of darkness is like a cage. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Now that both Du Zhu and the Shadow Void Beast were still alive, it could be considered a blessing in disguise. Lin Feng could only continue to wait for Du Zhu and the Shadow Void Beast to contact him. That afternoon, Sun Zhong came to Lin Feng's place. He first bowed to Lin Feng, then said, "My lord, there's a change in the Deep-Sea Devil Cave." The Deep-Sea Devil Cave was very strange. There seemed to be a terrifying creature sealed in the depths of the Deep-Sea Devil Cave. Therefore, Lin Feng ordered people to seal the place where the Deep-Sea Devil Cave was located. And no one was allowed to go near it. What happened? Lin Feng asked. The demonic qi dissipated. The Dragon Gate cultivators guarding the Deep-Sea Devil Cave were invaded by the demonic qi. It was as if they had been hit by some evil spell. All of them rushed into the Deep-Sea Devil Cave and died tragically inside. Sun Zhong said. Lin Feng frowned. What he was worried about had happened. The Deep-Sea Devil Cave was too strange and terrifying. Now that the Deep-Sea Devil Cave had changed, it was not a good thing. Let's go. Let's go and take a look. Lin Feng stood up and said. He then went to the Deep-Sea Devil Cave with Sun Zhong. The Deep-Sea Devil Cave was only 100 li away from the Dragon Gate Island. This distance was too close. Therefore, if there was a big change in the Deep-Sea Devil Cave, it was very likely that it would cause some unimaginable serious consequences for the Dragon Gate. After arriving at the Deep-Sea Devil Cave, Lin Feng found traces of demonic qi dissipating from the Deep-Sea Devil Cave. He sealed a strand of demonic qi and carefully sensed it. Jie 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 jie. Suddenly, a sinister voice came out from the demonic qi. Lin Feng was startled. The demonic qi has a spirit. Is it because of the terrifying creature sealed in the Deep-Sea Devil Cave? That's too scary. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He didn't know what kind of creature was sealed in the Deep-Sea Devil Cave, but this creature was definitely unimaginably terrifying. Demon Lord, what do you think? Lin Feng asked through voice transmission. It seems like it's really troublesome. This creature has been sealed for who knows how many years, but it's still so terrifying. The origin of this sealed creature is unimaginable, Demon Lord said with a frown. Chapter 2068. It seems that I need to seal this Deep-Sea Devil Cave. Otherwise, if the demonic aura continues to spread, it will seriously threaten the Dragon Gate Island. Lin Feng transmitted his voice. The Demon Lord said, "You can try to use the Emperor runes to seal this place, but I feel that it won't be easy." "I'll try," said Lin Feng using telepathy. Whoosh. Immediately after, he soared into the sky and quickly flew towards the entrance of the Deep-Sea Devil Cave. The Emperor runes intertwined and then sealed the entrance of the cave. Lin Feng planned to seal the entrance with the Emperor runes first. Then, he would take out some precious array materials and set up a large array to completely seal the entrance. However, when the Emperor runes were sealed at the entrance of the Deep-Sea Devil Cave, catcha, the Emperor runes began to crack and couldn't seal the entrance at all. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The Deep-Sea Devil Cave was indeed very strange. At this moment, a voice suddenly resounded in Lin Feng's mind. "Kid, don't waste your time. You can't seal the Deep-Sea Devil Cave." After hearing this voice, Lin Feng's face suddenly changed. This voice. Obviously, it was the voice of the mysterious creature trapped in the Deep-Sea Devil Cave. What kind of race did this creature belong to? What kind of existence was it? What are you trying to do? Lin Feng communicated with the creature through divine thoughts. You can come in and we can talk face to face, the mysterious creature said. Lin Feng's expression was uncertain. What? Are you afraid? If you are, you can leave. The mysterious creature couldn't help but mock. Lin Feng replied indifferently, this kind of provocation is useless against me. Since you want to talk, let's talk. Lin Feng's gaze then turned to Sun Zhan and the others who were waiting outside. He said, you guys wait here for a while. I will go in for a while. Sun Zhan and the others didn't know what was inside the deep-sea devil cave, but they knew that it was very strange and terrifying. Seeing that Lin Feng wanted to enter the deep-sea devil cave, Sun Zhan hurriedly said, Sir, you can't do that. The deep-sea devil cave is too dangerous. Lin Feng said, don't worry. You don't have to worry about me. Sun Zhan knew that he couldn't dissuade Lin Feng, so he said, Sir, you must be careful. Lin Feng nodded and then entered the deep-sea devil cave. The deep-sea devil cave emitted a sinister aura. Lin Feng continued walking and arrived at the deepest part of the deep-sea demon cave. The deep-sea devil caves where the creature was to Lin Ming's that he to be. Lin Feng saw a pair of ice-cold eyes staring at him. Said Lin Feng indifferently. Naturally, we're talking about things that are beneficial to both you and me. The terrifying creature let out a sinister laugh. Let's hear it. Lin Feng said. You help me escape, and I will help you get rid of some experts that you can't deal with. The Sea Devil Cave said. Lin Feng said. If I let you out, I'm afraid that you will cause a lot of trouble, right? What you see with your eyes isn't necessarily true. Who are you? Lin Feng asked. I should have died long ago, but I managed to survive until now, the Sea Devil Cave continued. It seems that you are also someone with a story. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Who in this world doesn't have a story? The Sea Devil Cave said. That's true. Lin Feng nodded and said, even if I want to let you out, I am powerless. The Deep Sea Devil Cave's formation is too powerful. I can't break it. You are the successor of the Celestial Master sect. Once you become a true Celestial Master, you will be able to break it. The Sea Devil Cave said meaningfully. Lin Feng frowned. He had never displayed the Celestial Master sect's abilities, but the Sea Devil Cave could tell that he was the successor of the Celestial Master sect. This Sea Devil Cave was too terrifying. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't say anything, the Sea Devil Cave continued, if you cooperate with me, I can tell you something about the Celestial Master sect. What is it? Lin Feng asked. About the Celestial Master sect's stone scripture. The Sea Devil Cave's spirit said. The stone scripture? You know where the sacred item of the Celestial Master sect is? Lin Feng was shocked. The Celestial Master sect's sacred item, the stone scripture, had disappeared for countless years. Even the successor of the Celestial Master sect had no idea where it was. If Lin Feng could find the sacred item of the Celestial Master sect, it would be very important to him. The stone scripture recorded many immortal spells and secret techniques of the Celestial Master sect. Moreover, the stone scripture was a natural spiritual treasure born of heaven and earth. It was even more powerful than an immortal item. If he could wield the stone scripture, he would be able to slay gods and devils. Of course, I know, but I can't tell you now. If you want to know where the stone scripture is, you have to wait until I'm free. The Sea Devil Cave continued. Promise me one thing, and we can continue to cooperate. Lin Feng said. What is it? The Sea Devil Cave asked. Don't harm the common people. Lin Feng said. What does the common people have to do with you? You're meddling too much. The Sea Devil Cave sneered. Lin Feng flicked his sleeves and said indifferently, these people are destined to worship me in the future. They are my believers. I never thought that after so many years, there would still be someone who knows how to collect the power of faith. I agree to your condition. The Sea Devil Cave said. Lin Feng said. There's one more thing. The Sea Devil Cave said impatiently, what is it? Don't harm the cultivators of the Dragon Gate during this period. Lin Feng said. Don't worry. Since you and I have agreed to cooperate, I naturally won't harm your people. The Sea Devil Cave said. Lin Feng nodded. Just as he was about to leave, The Sea Devil Cave suddenly stopped and asked, "What race are you? Can you tell me?" Keek. All of a sudden, this creature let out a sinister laugh. This laughter was simply too terrifying. A strong gust of wind surged out. It directly wrapped around Lin Feng. The Sea Devil Cave threw Lin Feng away. Lin Feng took out the hurricane pearl and landed steadily on the ground. He couldn't help but sigh in relief. Fortunately, he had the hurricane pearl. If he didn't have it, he would have fallen to the ground. His subordinates were watching. He had to maintain his glorious image as the leader of the Dragon Gate. This guy threw me away without saying anything. Could he be from some shameful race? Lin Feng thought maliciously. Could he be from some ugly race like the gnomes? Chapter 2069. After returning from the deep-sea demon cave, Lin Feng thought deeply about the deal with this terrifying creature. This was a gamble. However, there were many times when one had to face choices in life, and all kinds of different choices were gambles. 5 days later, Ding Yunzhong returned. He brought about 10,000 spirit stone cannons, including the 1,000 spirit stone cannons that the Empress had given him previously. With so many spirit stone cannons, he could use them for a period of time. Lin Feng planned to go into seclusion for a period of time. He wanted to sort out the various mystical abilities that he had cultivated. He wanted to comprehend these mystical abilities on a deeper level and integrate them as much as possible. The mystical abilities that Lin Feng cultivated now were more diverse. There were 3,000 great Daos, the arch techniques, half-immortal techniques, and various primordial mystical abilities. He cultivated 21 types of the 3,000 great Daos. These 20 types of 3,000 great Daos were Great Karma Art, Great Reincarnation Art, Great Yin-Yang Art, Great Calamity Art, Great Death Art, Great Purification Art, Great Desire Art, Great Ice Art, Great Entanglement Art, Great Poison Art, Great Banishment Art, Great Defense Art, Great Suppression Art, Great Enslavement Art, Great Thunderbolt Art, Great Sacrifice Art, Great Transformation Art, Great Earth Elemental Art, Great Fire Elemental Art, Great Metal Elemental Art, and Great Curse Art. Among these 20 types of 3,000 Great Daos, the Great Karma Art was ranked 3rd, the Great Reincarnation Art was ranked 4th, the Great Yin-Yang Art was ranked 6th, and the Great Calamity Art was ranked 9th. These were the top 10 types of 3,000 Great Daos. The Great Karma Art and the Great Reincarnation Art were 2 of the 5 heaven-defying types of the 3,000 Great Daos. The Great Curse Art was the strangest of the 3,000 Great Daos. In addition, the Great Thunderbolt Art was ranked 11th among the 3,000 Great Daos. It was the most violent of the 3,000 Great Daos. The 3,000 Great Daos were too important to cultivators. To become an emperor, one had to cultivate at least 99 types of 3,000 Great Daos. And to become an immortal, one needed even more 3,000 Great Daos. Therefore, Lin Feng still had to continue working hard to find new 3,000 Great Daos. If one didn't cultivate enough of the 3,000 Great Daos, they wouldn't be able to become an emperor even if they had enough providence. In addition to the 3,000 Great Daos, Lin Feng also cultivated many unique skills, including the following powerful divine abilities. Supreme Reincarnation Fist, Lin Feng's self-created fist technique. It would become stronger as Lin Feng's cultivation level increased. If Lin Feng became an emperor, the Supreme Reincarnation Fist would become an emperor technique. If Lin Feng became an immortal, the Supreme Reincarnation Fist would become an immortal technique. Lu Yue's star-gazing chart. It was a mystical ability that Lin Feng had comprehended. It was the supreme technique that Daoist Lu Yue had passed down. Archean Dragonesque Elephant Art, Lin Feng's main cultivation method. Currently, he had cultivated it to the 3rd layer. It was a supreme cultivation method created by the Archean Dragonesque Elephant Sovereign. Cultivating the Archean Dragonesque Elephant Art could temper one's physical body to surpass that of the Fiend God race. It could also open up a cultivator's Dantian, allowing the cultivator's Dantian to store hundreds or even thousands of times more magical energy than cultivators of the same level. It was an unprecedented cultivation method. Black Tortoise Hunchback Tablet Diagram. It was a divine diagram that Lin Feng had comprehended from the Black Tortoise Hunchback tablet. 8-9 Mysteries Art. Lord Tortoise had seen the incantation on the Black Tortoise Hunchback tablet. It was originally incomplete, but Lord Tortoise had perfected it. It could reverse one's meridians and reverse the flow of magical energy. Every time it was used, one would only have 10 years of lifespan left. Moreover, if one's lifespan was less than 10 million years, they would immediately die tragically. Stone Sovereign Scripture. The cultivation method recorded in the Stone Sovereign Scripture, the sacred artifact of the Celestial Masters sect. It was also the foundation of the Celestial Masters sect. All the array formations were derived from the Stone Sovereign Scripture. True Word of Lin, one of the 9 syllables words. It could help a cultivator comprehend all kinds of Taos and help a cultivator break through quickly. It could help a cultivator walk on the right path and not go down the wrong path. Sovereign Apocalypse, a mystical ability contained within the Sovereign Physique. Sovereign Judgment, a mystical ability contained within the Sovereign Physique. 9 Steps of Death, a mystical ability contained within the Immortal Physique. Gates of Hell, a mystical ability contained within the Immortal Physique. Sea Gazing Scripture, an immortal scripture. It was divided into 2 parts. The 2 parts were divided into different sub-immortal techniques. Lin Feng comprehended the Stone Golem Sea Gazing Cloud Gazing quasi-immortal technique from the first part. Seal of Life and Death, an Emperor technique. It was formed from the combination of the word life and the word death. 4-armed Sacred Demon Fist, an Emperor technique. 9 slashes of the Demon Monarch, an Emperor technique. 10,000 Demon Reincarnation Fist, an Emperor technique. These 3 Emperor techniques were the inheritances of the Heavenly Demon Clan. Heaven Mending Technique, borrowing another chance from the heavens. In a moment of life and death, one could instantly escape from certain death and escape with their lives. This was an extremely heaven-defying mystical ability. The past, present, and future. Only a sliver of it had been comprehended. If one could fully comprehend it, they would be able to control the power of the past, present, and future. They could even go back and enter the future world. Celestial Master's Legacy, 8 worlds, 8 trigrams, 8 seals of the soul, 9 veins of the heavens and 9 veins of the earth. Immemorial mystical abilities, immemorial star-plucking hand, great heaven-covering palm. Thunder God Legacy, Sky Tyrant Thunder Art, Sky Slaying Thunder Art, Sky Destroying Thunder Art. When the 3 forms are combined, it would become a heaven-defying mystical ability at the level of a half-immortal technique. Primordial mystical abilities, Divine Finger, Sky Burning Fire Art, Buddha's Fury Thousand Wave Slash, Stellar Transposition, Galaxy Destruction Fist, Raging Waves Sword Art. Soul Secret Technique, Soul Miniature Person Holding Sword Out Intent, Sky Splitting, Sword Intent Aura, Battle Aura, Heaven Punishing Battle Intent, White Tiger Killing Intent. Over the years, Lin Feng had collected countless mystical abilities. However, he did not cultivate many of them. He only cultivated some of the most powerful ones. Among the mystical abilities that he cultivated, many of them were enough to cause a bloodbath. After sorting out these mystical abilities, Lin Feng began to cultivate them. In the next half a year, Lin Feng had a deeper understanding of the mystical abilities that he cultivated. Moreover, what surprised Lin Feng the most was that the archaic dragonesque elephant art was about to undergo a transformation. When he cultivated the archaic dragonesque elephant art to the perfection stage of the 3rd stage, a new message appeared in his mind. It was actually the archaic dragonesque elephant ART's 4th stage cultivation chant. Originally, Lin Feng had only obtained the first 3 stages of the archaic dragonesque elephant art. However, the archaic dragonesque elephant art was rather strange. The latter stages of the chant were hidden in the first 3 stages. When Lin Feng cultivated to the 3rd stage, the 4th stage of the chant would automatically appear. If he cultivated to the 4th stage, the 5th stage of the chant would automatically appear. The first 3 stages of the archaic dragonesque elephant art gave Lin Feng 3 abilities. The first ability was to manifest the dragonesque elephant's shadow. The second ability was to enhance the dragonesque elephant's holy power. The third ability was to summon the dragonesque elephant's original spirit. The fourth ability was called the dragonesque elephant's arms. Once he cultivated the fourth stage successfully, Lin Feng's arms would become the dragonesque elephant's arms when he cultivated the fourth stage of the archaic dragonesque elephant art. By then, his arms would possess the same powerful strength as the archaic dragonesque elephant's arms. Back then, the archaic dragonesque elephant could destroy a planet with one punch. From this, one could see how terrifying the power of the archaic dragonesque elephant's arms were. Therefore, if Lin Feng could cultivate to the fourth stage of the archaic dragonesque elephant art and possess the dragonesque elephant's arms. Chapter 2070. Devour the essence of heaven and earth, absorb the primal chi of the 9 heavens, transform it into the power of dragons and elephants, and become an immortal technique. Lin Feng followed the fourth stage of the Archean dragonesque elephant skills cultivation mantra and practiced it over and over again. The mighty power of dragons and elephants enveloped his body. Lin Feng couldn't help but want to let out a long roar. Time flew by as he cultivated. He didn't know how much time had passed. Waves of tyrannical dragon-elephant force surged within his body. Finally, Lin Feng's body broke through all obstacles. The Archean dragonesque elephant skill had broken through to the fourth stage. All the dragon and elephant power surged into his 2 arms. Lin Feng felt that his 2 arms were full of power. That kind of power didn't seem like a power that a human should have. Dragonesque elephant arms. Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. Crack, crack. The sound of bones grinding could be heard. Lin Feng's arms began to thicken. Bang. The sleeves of his clothes exploded. His arms were 10 times thicker than before. His muscles bulged and his arms contained explosive power. Huff, huff. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He stopped practicing the Archean dragonesque elephant skill. Suddenly, his 2 arms that had become thicker gradually returned to their normal state. I've finally cultivated the Archean dragonesque elephant skill to the fourth stage. Lin Feng smiled. After he came out of seclusion, Sun Zhan immediately came to see him. Why are you so anxious? What happened? Lin Feng asked. My lord, we've made a big discovery. Our people accidentally found an underwater mineral vein, Sun Zhan said excitedly. An underwater mineral vein? Is it a source crystal mine? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. No, it's a source of divine stones, Sun Zhan said. What? A source of divine stones? Lin Feng couldn't sit still anymore and abruptly stood up. If it was a source crystal vein, he wouldn't be so shocked. This was because he could continuously produce demon extermination immortal pills, and 1 demon extermination immortal pill was worth 500 origin crystals. Therefore, Lin Feng could create an endless stream of wealth. But the Godstone mine was different. Divine stone veins could be mined to create divine artifacts. One had to know that the materials needed to forge divine artifacts were the hardest to find. All the major powers needed it. Therefore, even if you had money, you might not be able to buy these materials. Even Dragon Gate Island would only purchase these precious materials once every few months. However, each purchase was limited in quantity. More and more cultivators were joining the Dragon Sect. Therefore, the Dragon Sect had a huge demand for divine weapons. However, the Dragon Sect did not have that many materials to forge divine weapons. Therefore, the cultivators who joined the Dragon Gate in recent months were not rewarded with 3 divine artifacts at once. There wasn't even a single divine artifact. Therefore, the Dragon Sect was in urgent need of these precious god stones to forge god weapons. Great! Anyone who discovers this divine stone mine will be heavily rewarded. Each person will be rewarded with 1 million origin crystals, Lin Feng said. Yes, my lord. We will distribute the rewards later, Sun Zhan said. After an hour, accompany me to the divine stone mine to take a look at the situation, Lin Feng said. Yes. Sun Zhan responded and left. After an hour, the ancient spaceship Shenyuan set off for the Divine Stone Mine. The Divine Stone Mine was located in the northernmost region of the Dragon Sect's territory. It used to be the territory of Rosen Island. However, even Rosen Island now belonged to the Dragon Sect. Now, this sea area naturally belonged to the dragon sect. 300 miles north of this sea area was the sea area controlled by the ninth evil dragon sect. The ninth evil dragon sect and the dragon sect had not fallen out yet. There was no conflict between the two sides for the time being. 3 days later, Lin Feng arrived at the Divine Stone Mine. Greetings, Sect Master. Upon seeing Lin Feng's arrival, the Dragon Sect cultivator army guarding the Divine Stone Mine quickly bowed to Lin Feng. Rise. Lin Feng waved his hand. Thank you, Sect Master. The Dragon Sect cultivator army responded and stood up. Sir, look at this underwater mine. It's made up of 7 mountain ranges. It's very huge. If we mine it, I wonder how many divine stones we can mine, Sun Zhon said. Lin Feng looked at the mine not far away. This divine stone mine was indeed made up of 7 huge mountain ranges. Each mountain range was 30 miles long. And this was only the exposed mountain range. There were even bigger mountain ranges underground. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction and said, "This divine stone mine is indeed extraordinary." Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Because he found something amiss. He found that the 7 mountain ranges contained a very cold aura. This cold aura made him feel very uncomfortable. Lin Feng opened his heavenly demon snake eyes to take a look. He didn't know until he saw it. He was shocked. The 7 mountain ranges actually gave birth to 7 ferocious beasts. The 7 ferocious beasts were the Sky Splitter Who, the Crimson Flame Golden Swanny, the Ice-Horned Demonic Dragon, the 8-clawed Fire Centipede, the 9-winged Heavenly Crocodile, the Thunder Bloodbat, and the Blue-winged Sea Dragon. These ferocious beasts were recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. Any kind of ferocious beast was famous. They were extremely ferocious. Although these ferocious beasts were ferocious spirits born from the mountain ranges, they seemed to have developed their own intelligence. They sensed Lin Feng's gaze and bared their teeth at Lin Feng. They seemed to want to pounce on Lin Feng and kill him. This is a land of great danger. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Only a land of great danger could give birth to 7 ferocious beasts at once. This place in front of him, it was obviously a land of great danger. The gathering of the 7 ferocious beasts. Logically speaking, this place should be filled with murderous aura. It's impossible to get close, but why can't I see any murderous aura in the mountain ranges? Where are the powerful murderous auras? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Could it be? Could it be? Lin Feng looked at the huge divine stone vein. Could it be that all the murderous auras are gathered underground? Lin Feng's expression turned slightly serious. With such powerful murderous auras gathered, it would naturally form a land of great danger. It was a pity that Monk Yi Xiu wasn't here. If Monk Yi Xiu was here, he could ask him to use a Buddhist secret technique to break the murderous auras here. My lord, is there something wrong with this place? Sun Zhon asked when he saw Lin Feng's uncertain expression. Lin Feng said, "There is indeed a problem. Have everyone stationed in the mountain retreat." "Yes." Sun Zhon replied and quickly ordered a commander beside him to gather everyone. After the commander received the order, he gathered all the Dragon Gate cultivators stationed in the Divine Stone Mine and withdrew from the mine. "Wait outside. I'll go and break the murderous auras in the Divine Stone Vein," Lin Feng ordered. Sun Zhon and the others received the order and waited outside. Lin Feng walked into the Divine Stone Vein. Author's note: I've sorted out the Divine Abilities chapter. There were too many divine abilities, so I missed out a few, such as the Great Curse Art and the Heaven Patching Art. However, I've filled them in now. Chapter 2071. Lin Feng entered the Divine Stone Mine and walked towards the Skysplitter Centipede first. The ferocious spirit was extraordinarily powerful. When it saw Lin Feng walking over, it immediately stood up and let out a low roar. "Little ferocious spirit, do you dare to be so fierce?" Lin Feng said coldly to the Skysplitter Centipede. "Human brat, you've come to the wrong place. Do you know whose dojo this is?" The Skysplitter Centipede suddenly spoke. Lin Feng was surprised. This ferocious spirit was even more extraordinary than he had imagined. He asked indifferently, "Whose dojo is this?" This is Lord Sacred Corpse's dojo. The Sky Splitter centipede looked coldly at Lin Feng. Lord Sacred Corpse? How could a corpse cultivate a Tao? You dare call yourself Lord Sacred Corpse? Don't you find it ridiculous? Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Brat, how dare you speak disrespectfully to Lord Sacred Corpse? You're courting death. Everyone, kill this brat and use his blood as an offering to Lord Sacred Corpse. The Sky Splitter centipede roared. That's right. Kill him. How dare he come to Lord Sacred Corpse's dojo? He's courting death. Lord Sacred Corpse is still sleeping. Let's kill this brat and seal his body. When Lord Sacred Corpse wakes up from his slumber, he will be very happy to see such a powerful flesh and soul. Haha, that's a great idea. If Lord Sacred Corpse is happy, he might even bestow us with sacred power to increase our cultivation. The other ferocious spirits also roared excitedly. Next, the other 6 ferocious spirits charged towards Lin Feng. Swoosh! Before the 7 ferocious spirits could surround him, Lin Feng took the initiative to attack. He took a step forward and arrived beside the Sky Splitter centipede. Countless runes intertwined. Lin Feng immediately used the 8 forbidden seals to seal the Sky Splitter centipede. Brat, you're courting death. The Sky Splitter centipede roared and swiped its sharp claws at Lin Feng. However, its attack failed to harm Lin Feng. Lin Feng's 8 forbidden seals instantly broke the Sky Splitter centipede's attack and sealed it. Lin Feng took out a spatial bottle and stored the Sky Splitter centipede inside. Release the Sky Splitter centipede, or I'll tear you to shreds. The other 6 ferocious spirits roared. They were all looking at Lin Feng ferociously. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. The Kai Yang Golden Swanni spat out red godly flames which filled the air and moved towards Lin Feng. Centipede, 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 centipede S, and ice spears. Centipede, centipede. 8 claws clitter centipede and centipede, centipede, centipedes' 8 claws centipede centipede the 9-winged sky crocodile's 9 huge wings flapped violently. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept out. The wind blades contained enough power to frighten ghosts and gods. The thunder blood bat summoned blood-red lightning and blasted it at Lin Feng. The blue-winged sea dragon's breath covered the sky. It was also aimed at Lin Feng. The 6 ferocious spirits' attacks were very violent and ferocious. They were so powerful that it was shocking. However, Lin Feng looked calm. He smiled faintly and said, 6 ferocious spirits dare to jump around in front of me. You're courting death. Lin Feng raised his right hand. Divine runes intertwined. Facing the 6 ferocious spirits' attacks, Lin Feng was still using the 8 godly sealing seals. Under the attack of the 8 forbidden seals, the 6 ferocious spirits' attacks were broken in an instant. The 6 ferocious spirits' expressions changed drastically. They quickly retreated, trying to avoid Lin Feng's attacks. However, it was too late to retreat now. The 8 forbidden seals runes instantly sealed the 6 ferocious spirits. Then, the 6 ferocious spirits were also kept into Lin Feng's spatial porcelain bottle. Brat, you actually dare to seal us. When Lord Sacred Corpse awakens, you'll die without a burial place. Let us out now. Otherwise, no one in this world can save your life. The ferocious spirits roared one after another. I'm going to meet this Lord Sacred Corpse that you're talking about now. I want to see if this Lord Sacred Corpse is really as powerful as you said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. He sealed the bottle and immediately put it away. These 7 ferocious spirits could be refined into the primal chaos ancient lamp and become its artifact spirits. Swish! With a flash of light, Lin Feng quickly drilled into the ground. He cultivated the Great Earth Traversal technique. Therefore, after entering the ground, it was no different from moving on the ground. The surrounding soil would quickly separate. The deeper he went, the heavier the evil aura. Seems like this corpse cultivator is quite capable. Lin Feng could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. To be able to gather so much evil aura was not a simple matter. After diving for another 3,000 meters, Lin Feng suddenly saw a huge pitch-black light barrier appear underground. Waves of evil energy were transmitted out from the pitch-black light barrier. We're here, Lin Feng could not help but narrow his eyes. He entered the black light barrier. After entering, he realized that this place was actually a space of its own. However, this space was incomparably dark. This was because this space was filled with evil aura everywhere. The evil aura here was extremely terrifying. It emitted waves of cold aura. Even if an ordinary heavenly god powerhouse came to this place, they would probably not be able to withstand such terrifying evil aura. Lin Feng flew in the dark space. His divine consciousness swept through this dark space. This dark space was simply like a world of death. There was no sound or any life. Finally, Lin Feng found a coffin. He quickly flew towards the coffin. Is this the coffin that the corpse cultivator is sleeping in? Lin Feng looked at the coffin from afar. He could not help but ponder in his heart. He carefully came to the side of the coffin. Then, he looked into the coffin. It's empty. Lin Feng's expression changed abruptly. At the same time, in the darkness, a silhouette appeared behind Lin Feng without making any sound. It was a mysterious existence wearing a black robe. Its claws were more than 10 centimeters long. It directly pierced towards Lin Feng. Die. Lowly human ant. The terrifying being let out a sinister laugh. It was like the cry of a malicious spirit. It made one shudder even though it was not cold. The sharp claws were about to pierce Lin Feng's body. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. The terrifying creature's sharp claws pierced nothing but air. In the next moment, Lin Feng appeared 100 meters away. Heaven patching technique. The terrifying being let out a sinister voice. In the darkness, a pair of blood-red eyes looked at Lin Feng. They flickered with a sinister light. Chapter 2072. A corpse that has gained sentience and turned into a corpse cultivator. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes at the terrifying being. Everything in the world has sentience. Even a corpse that has been dead for countless years will awaken one day. I am no longer a corpse cultivator, said the mysterious being. What are you if not a corpse cultivator? Lin Feng asked. I am a saint. You can call me the heretic sovereign saint, said the mysterious being. Bah. Do you want it or not? A corpse cultivator like you dares to call yourself a saint? Aren't you afraid of losing your lifespan? Goddess Nua, Pangu, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are saints. Who do you think you are? Why don't you take a piss and look at your own face? Lin Feng's mouth twitched and he looked disdainful. The heretic sovereign saint said angrily, Brat, how dare you insult me? Do you know how miserable the consequences of insulting me are? Lin Feng curled his lips. I'm just speaking the truth. When did I insult you? You can't take it after being exposed. Your mental fortitude is a little too weak. You're courting death. The heretic sovereign saint roared and pounced at Lin Feng. Its speed was as fast as lightning, and its sharp claws swiped at Lin Feng. I'll cut off your claws. Lin Feng sneered. Light flashed in his hand. The black dragon sword flew out. With the black dragon sword in hand, Lin Feng slashed at the heretic sovereign saint's sharp claws. Clang, clang, clang. A series of clanging sounds rang out. Each clanging sound was like the ringing of a great bell, shaking the space-time continuum. What shocked Lin Feng the most was that when his black dragon sword clashed with the heretic sovereign saint's claws, it actually failed to cut off the heretic sovereign saint's claws. This was too inconceivable. The black dragon sword's power had increased greatly. It actually couldn't cut off the heretic sovereign saint's claws. Just how sharp were the heretic sovereign saint's claws? Cake. Brat, do you know what cultivation level this corpse of mine had when it was alive? The heretic sovereign saint said in a sinister voice. What cultivation level? Is he at the great emperor realm? Lin Feng pursed his lips. The evil dominator saint laughed strangely. You guessed right. This corpse of mine was a great emperor when I was alive. Now that I've joined the Tao of corpses and become a corpse cultivator, how are you going to fight me? As soon as he finished speaking, the evil supremacy saint moved as fast as lightning, instantly disappearing without a trace. In the next moment, he was already beside Lin Feng, his sharp claws grabbing toward Lin Feng's heart. It was as if he wanted to dig out Lin Feng's heart. Lin Feng's expression changed abruptly. He quickly moved to the left, wanting to avoid the evil sovereign saint's terrifying attack. However, Lin Feng wasn't able to completely dodge the evil sovereign saint's terrifying attack. Poof! The evil dominator saint's attack directly left a wound on Lin Feng's body. The terrifying corpse poison instantly invaded Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's body began to turn black. Lin Feng frowned. He hurriedly used the Great Poison Art. Under the Great Poison Art's activation, the corpse poison was temporarily suppressed. Brat, you know quite a few abilities, but your struggle is futile. The Great Poison Art may be able to temporarily suppress the corpse poison, but you can't detoxify it. Your battle prowess will plummet. This saint can kill you as easily as squashing an ant, the evil dominator saint said in a sinister voice. Who says I can't detoxify it? Said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. He had suppressed the poison in his body. After suppressing the corpse poison, he summoned the white jade toad. Croak, croak, croak. The white jade toad stood on Lin Feng's shoulder and croaked 3 times. Then, it suddenly inhaled. Suddenly, all the corpse poison in Lin Feng's body was devoured by the white jade toad. White jade toad. The evil dominator saint's gaze turned incomparably gloomy. As the evil dominator saint, corpse poison was one of his most important trump cards. With the white jade toad in Lin Feng's body, his corpse poison had lost its effect. Then, to the evil dominator saint, this was no different from a tiger pulling out its teeth. I'll give you a chance since it's not easy for you to cultivate. Kneel on the ground and swear to be my slave. Then, I'll spare your life. Lin Feng said indifferently. You dare to make me your slave? Brat, do you think you can be arrogant in front of this saint just because you have a white jade toad? This saint will capture you and torture you. Then, I'll watch you kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. The evil dominator saint sneered and charged at Lin Feng again. Swish, swish. His sharp claws were like the most terrifying treasures as he clawed at Lin Feng again. The evil dominator saint was best at 2 abilities. The first was corpse poison. Once a cultivator was injured by the evil dominator saint in a battle, they would definitely be poisoned and their battle prowess would plummet. Not everyone was like Lin Feng, who had a white jade toad to help him detoxify the poison. The second terrifying ability was the physical body. The evil dominator saint's body was invulnerable and his claws were extremely sharp. He could easily tear apart a divine weapon of the giant divine soldier level. It was too easy to pierce a cultivator's body. With the poison and terrifying physical body, the evil dominator saint was invincible. But today, the person the evil dominator saint had to face was Lin Feng. The white jade toad on Lin Feng's body helped him deal with the threat of the corpse poison. And Lin Feng cultivated the Archean dragonesque elephant art. His physical body was also incomparably strong. Of course, the evil dominator saint's body was cultivated from the corpse of the arch after all. His physical body was much stronger than Lin Feng's. In terms of physical body, Lin Feng was no match for the evil dominator saint. But this comparison did not take the dragonesque elephant arm into account. Lin Feng had cultivated the Archean dragonesque elephant art to the 4th level. He had cultivated the dragonesque elephant arm. This was a killer move. Facing the evil dominator saint's attack, Lin Feng kept the black dragon sword and began to cultivate the 4th level of the Archean dragonesque elephant art. Bang bang! Lin Feng's arms began to thicken and his sleeves exploded. In a breath's time, Lin Feng's arms were 10 times thicker than before. Lin Feng felt that his arms seemed to have a terrifying power that could shatter heaven and earth. Kid, die. The evil dominator saint laughed sinisterly. His sharp claws scratched over. Take this young master's fist, shouted Lin Feng furiously while throwing a punch at him. Bang! A muffled sound of collision was heard. Lin Feng and the evil dominator saint clashed. The evil dominator saint was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. No. This is impossible. The evil dominator saint roared in anger. He couldn't believe his eyes. He had a body refined by the evil emperor saint. Now, competing in physical body, He was actually sent flying by a true divinity cultivator. This was simply a heavy blow to the evil Dominator Saint. "Take another punch from this young master," shouted Lin Feng icily. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Saint Xiezun and threw another punch. The evil Dominator Saint's expression was gloomy as he sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. Bang! Both sides clashed for the second time. The evil Dominator Saint was the same as before. He couldn't block the attack of the dragonesque elephant arm at all. He was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch once again. Chapter 2073. "I'm going to kill you." The heretic sovereign saint roared furiously. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? But now, he was sent flying by Lin Feng's punches again and again. The heretic sovereign saint felt like he was going crazy. He wished he could cut Lin Feng into pieces right now. A powerful corpse aura emanated from the heretic sovereign saint's body. Clatter, clatter. The sound of chains colliding could be heard. The corpse aura emanating from the heretic sovereign saint's body turned into thick chains. Every single one of them was like a chain of order. He sealed the sky and the earth and then moved towards Lin Feng to surround him. "King of corpses! King of corpses! King of corpses!" Voices could be heard coming from the chains. Those chains were very strange. They actually manifested the phantoms of evil corpses. The illusory corpses were chanting the name of the King of Corpses. When Lin Feng heard that voice, he had the impression that it contained a special and evil strength. When Lin Feng heard that voice, he suddenly felt dizzy. A soul attack. Lin Feng calmed himself down and hurriedly activated Lu Yai's stargazing chart to block the soul attack. When he returned to normal, he realized that the chains were already coiling around him. Clatter, clatter. The chains directly coiled around Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was completely locked in mid-air by the chains. He could no longer move. Keek. "Kid, you've been bound by my chain of corpses. Now, you're like a fish on the chopping board. You're at my mercy." The heretic sovereign saint walked toward Lin Feng step by step. His eyes flashed with a cold light. As far as he was concerned, Lin Feng was doomed this time. "Oh, the great path of sacrifice. I want to use the evil sovereign saint's chain of corpses as a sacrifice." An ancient chant suddenly came from Lin Feng's mouth. It was the incantation of the great sacrificial art. "Die, kid." The heretic sovereign saint let out a sharp cry when he heard Lin Feng's chant. He quickly charged toward Lin Feng and stabbed his sharp claws at Lin Feng's chest. Originally, the heretic sovereign saint wanted to slowly torture Lin Feng. He wanted to see Lin Feng kneel in front of him and beg for mercy. However, he realized that Lin Feng was too difficult to deal with. He had already given up on his previous plan. Now, the evil Dominator Saint only had one thought: and kill Lin Feng immediately. Then, he absorbed Lin Feng's flesh and blood. Therefore, the evil Zun Saint didn't hesitate to attack Lin Feng. He wanted to kill Lin Feng's heart. The heretic sovereign saint to kill Lin. Although this scene was extremely bloody, it made the evil Dominator Saint feel very excited. However, it was too late for the heretic sovereign saint to kill Lin Feng because Lin Feng had already used the great sacrificial art. Lin Feng sacrificed the evil corpse shackles. After the great sacrificial art sacrificed the evil corpse shackles, the power obtained from the sacrifice was all poured into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's battle strength increased crazily. At this time, the heretic sovereign saint rushed over. Lin Feng punched at him again. Sensing the terror of Lin Feng's punch, the heretic sovereign saint's pupils contracted. "I'll break your arm." The heretic sovereign saint laughed sinisterly. He put his sharp claws together and slashed at Lin Feng's arm. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He didn't dodge. When the heretic sovereign saint's indestructible claws slashed at Lin Feng's arm, runes surrounded Lin Feng's arm. The runes were like a crystal wall condensed from crystals. This was the defensive crystal wall condensed by Lin Feng's great defensive art. Clang, 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 clang. Lin Feng successfully blocked the heretic sovereign saint's attack with his great defensive art. Then, his two powerful fists also landed on the evil Dominator Saint's body. One of his punches landed on the heretic sovereign saint's abdomen. His left fist landed on the heretic sovereign saint's face. The heretic sovereign saint suffered a heavy blow. His face was smashed by Lin Feng. His abdomen was pierced through. Blood flowed out. His body flew backward for thousands of meters before he managed to stabilize himself with great difficulty. Damn it, damn it. When have I, the heretic sovereign saint, suffered such a loss? The heretic sovereign saint roared in anger, unable to accept what was happening in front of him. What kind of powerful cultivation did he have? Yet, he was suppressed by Lin Feng to the point where he couldn't even fight back. To him, this wasn't just a serious injury to his body. More importantly, it was a heavy blow to his soul. The heretic sovereign saint felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation. Brat, I'll let you have a taste of my absolute art, the heretic sovereign saint roared. Inside the heretic sovereign saint's body, corpse chi filled the sky. His injured body was rapidly recovering. Crack, 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 crack. Following that, the sound of bones grinding could be heard from the heretic sovereign saint's body. His body began to grow bigger. As his body continued to grow bigger, the heretic sovereign saint's aura became more and more terrifying. Feeling the heretic sovereign saint's aura becoming more and more powerful, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The heretic sovereign saint was clearly going to use some kind of desperate method. However, something that shocked Lin Feng happened. The powerful aura released from the heretic sovereign saint's body shocked Lin Feng. It made Lin Feng feel a deep sense of fear. The heretic sovereign saint turned around and fled into the distance. What's going on? Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a dumbfounded expression. The heretic sovereign saint cursed as he fled. Brat, this saint has just awakened from a deep slumber. I've only recovered 10% of my strength. You have 100% of your strength, but this saint only has 10% of my strength at my peak. The battle between you and me is really unfair. Once this saint recovers, I'll definitely take your life. The heretic sovereign saint didn't forget to boast about himself before he fled. Do you think you can escape just because you want to? Lin Feng sneered. He stepped out of the void. Mysterious and ancient voices could be heard. O great Tao of curses, please descend the power of curses. Let me punish the lowly living being who dares to blaspheme the Tao of curses. As Lin Feng's voice fell, a mysterious strength descended from the sky and penetrated into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng tapped lightly on the heretic sovereign saint who had already fled far away. Ah! The heretic sovereign saint let out a miserable cry as his body fell uncontrollably to the ground. Chapter 2074. Curse. You actually know the art of curses. The heretic sovereign saint shrieked. The most evil and terrifying art in the world was the art of curses. Now that he had been hit by Lin Feng's curse, he couldn't resist it at all. His heart was filled with endless fear. He was currently lying on the ground, unable to move even if he wanted to. Lin Feng had used the art of curses to instantly destroy his magic power. Moreover, the power of the curse had entered his body and sealed his 8 extraordinary meridians, making him unable to move at all. Ha 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 ha. That's right. The art I used is called the Great Curse Art. It's pretty powerful, right? Lin Feng laughed as he walked towards the heretic sovereign saint. This was the first time Lin Feng had used the Great Curse Art in a real battle. The effect was even more powerful than he had imagined. As expected of the most evil Tao art in the world. This power was an eye-opener for Lin Feng. I really didn't expect a mere true God realm cultivator to be so powerful. He's able to use all sorts of divine arts and peerless arts so casually. Moreover, many of these arts have been lost for a long time. The heretic sovereign saint's expression was extremely gloomy. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Since you know how powerful I am, why don't you hurry up and acknowledge me as your master? I, the heretic sovereign saint, cultivated with the corpse of an emperor and entered the corpse Tao. In this world, only I can enslave others. I will never be enslaved by others. I'd rather die than submit to others." As soon as the heretic sovereign saint finished speaking, his body began to burn fiercely. Lin Feng didn't expect the heretic sovereign saint to rather die than submit. Lin Feng admired his character. However, Lin Feng didn't sympathize with the heretic sovereign saint. The world of cultivators was incomparably cruel. It was either you die or I die. Now that the heretic sovereign saint had been defeated and wasn't willing to submit to Lin Feng, he chose to end his life in a natural body. What if Lin Feng failed? He would be devoured by the heretic sovereign saint. This was the cruel law of the world of cultivators. One could have sympathy, but it was not for people like the evil dominator saint. Do you think you can be annihilated just because you want to? Did I promise you that? Lin Feng looked at the heretic sovereign saint indifferently. His eyes flashed with endless coldness. He stepped forward, and his right hand was surrounded by rays of Buddhist light. Within the Buddhist light, the power of purification began to surge wildly. Lin Feng used the great purification technique. He tapped lightly on the evil dominator saint's forehead, and the power of the poisonous flower flowed into the evil dominator saint's mind. Ah! The evil dominator saint let out a miserable shriek. No. I would rather die than be converted. The evil dominator saint roared. His soul began to burn. Crossing the sea of bitterness and reaching the other shore, becoming a Buddha on the spot, benefiting the world. This is immeasurable merit. Amitabha, Buddha is merciful. Lin Feng had a pious look on his face, like an enlightened monk. He tapped the evil dominator saint's forehead 3 times in a row. The evil dominator saint's body shook violently, and a peaceful look appeared in his eyes. The flames burning his body and soul disappeared. The evil dominator saint regained his mobility. He stood up and put his palms together, looking solemn. Amitabha. Thank you, Master, for helping me cross the sea of bitterness and letting me put down my butcher's knife. It's great that you can correct your mistakes. In the future, you must do more good deeds. Don't harm others, said Lin Feng. Thank you for your guidance, Master. This servant will remember it. I won't let you down, said the evil dominator saint solemnly. All right, follow me. Lin Feng nodded and flew up. The evil dominator saint followed closely behind. Swoosh! With a flash of light, Lin Feng and the evil dominator saint arrived at the divine stone mine. Sun Zhon hurriedly flew over when he saw Lin Feng. Sir, are you all right? Asked Sun Zhon. Lin Feng said. I'm fine. This is the evil dominator saint. He used to be cultivating in the depths of the mine, but he has already submitted to me. I'll let him stay here and preside over the excavation of the divine stone mine. Yes, sir, said Sun Zhon. Lin Feng said. Now, we can prepare for the excavation of the divine stone mine. Everything is ready. We're just waiting for your order to begin the excavation, said Sun Zhon. Let's begin the excavation today, Lin Feng said. Sun Zhon hurriedly went to give the order. Lin Feng stayed in the divine stone mine for 3 days before returning to the Dragon Gate Island. Over the next half a year, the divine stone mine was continuously excavated. With these ores, the blacksmiths of the Dragon Gate could continuously forge divine weapons. Currently, the number of blacksmiths in the Dragon Gate had increased to over 30. There were also 3 alchemists. It was just that these 3 alchemists were all true god-level alchemists. Therefore, they were far from the giant god-level alchemist, Zhuge Cheni. In the blink of an eye, another half a year passed. The Dragon Gate had made great progress. The Dragon Gate army had reached 80,000 members. The Burning Blood Legion had reached 50,000 members. The Purgatory Assassin Organization had reached 20,000 members. Altogether, there were a total of 150,000 members. Moreover, the weakest among these 150,000 members was at the true god level. There were also quite a number of heavenly god level experts. The only thing missing was the giant god level experts. Cultivating to the giant god level was equivalent to standing at the peak of the 9 prefectures. It was already extremely difficult to recruit experts of this level. At the Divine Stone Mine, the Dragon Gate cultivators were continuously excavating the Divine Stone Mine. On this day, one figure after another came lurking. These were the most elite assassins. These assassins quietly killed the Dragon Gate cultivators patrolling the surrounding waters. Soon after, spiritual array masters appeared one after another and set up runes to seal off the surrounding waters. After the surrounding sea area was sealed off, ancient warships of war appeared one after another. They silently snuck toward the divine stone mine. Because the Dragon Gate cultivators patrolling outside were all killed silently, they could not send out any signal. Therefore, the Dragon Gate cultivators who were mining the divine stone mine did not know that danger was approaching. There was an evil dragon flag on each of the ancient warships. Obviously, these people were from the evil dragon palace. The evil dragon palace had discovered the secret of the divine stone mine, so they were greedy. The assassins trained by the evil dragon palace quietly killed the Dragon Gate cultivators patrolling the surrounding waters. Then, the evil dragon palace's spiritual array masters sealed off the waters so that the news could not be sent out. At the same time, they could also trap those who wanted to escape. Soon after, the army arrived at the divine stone mine. Not good, the evil dragon palace is here. When the evil dragon palace fleet arrived at the divine stone mine, they were finally discovered by the Dragon Gate cultivators who were on guard. Attack! A sinister voice came from the main ship. Boom! 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 One ancient warship after another fired a dense barrage of spirit stone cannonballs at the Dragon Gate cultivator army stationed around the divine stone mine. Ah! An incomparably shrill scream was heard. The Dragon Gate cultivators had yet to organize the power to resist. A large number of Dragon Gate cultivators were blown away by the spirit stone cannonballs fired by the ancient warships. Many people died on the spot. The divine stone mine turned into a sea of blood. Broken limbs of the Dragon Gate cultivators were everywhere. Chapter 2075. My lord, this is bad. Something happened. Before dawn, Sun Zhon's voice could be heard from outside. I think it's Sun Zhon, Princess Shirley said. Lin Feng nodded. Princess Shirley quickly helped Lin Feng change his clothes. After that, Lin Feng went outside. Only then did he realize that the heretic sovereign saint was also there. What happened? Lin Feng frowned slightly and asked. The heretic sovereign saint said, Master, the evil dragon palace launched an attack on the divine stone mine. They sent out 500 ancient warships and 1,000,000 cultivators. We were outnumbered and the divine stone mine was breached in an instant. Of the 10,000 Dragon Gate cultivators stationed at the divine stone mine, only 300 managed to escape. What? After hearing the news, Lin Feng's face instantly darkened. The cultivators of the dragon sect had suffered heavy losses. Moreover, the divine stone mine had been snatched away by the evil dragon palace. The divine stone mine was extremely important to the dragon sect. Once it was snatched away by the evil dragon palace, it would be a huge loss to the dragon sect. I'm useless. I couldn't protect the divine stone mine for my lord. I'm willing to accept my punishment. The heretic sovereign saint quickly knelt on the ground and said. Although the heretic sovereign saint was powerful, the other party had 500 ancient warships and 1,000,000 cultivators. No matter how powerful he was, there was nothing he could do. In such a large-scale battle, an individual's combat strength, it was impossible to turn the tide of the battle. Therefore, Lin Feng had no intention of blaming the heretic sovereign saint. He said, Get up. This isn't your fault. Thank you, Master. The heretic sovereign saint responded and got up. My lord, it seems like this battle is inevitable, Sun Zhon said eagerly. Sun Zhon was a battle maniac. He was excited at the sight of blood. Therefore, he became extremely excited when he knew that this battle was about to start. Gather the army and head to the divine stone mine, Lin Feng said. Yes. Sun Zhon received the order and quickly went to prepare. With the Shenyuan ancient warship in the lead, 50 ancient warships followed closely behind and headed to the divine stone mine. At the same time, Fire Scorpion Island, Evil Flood Dragon Island, and Rosen Island also mobilized 200,000 soldiers and 100 ancient warships. Together with the 50 ancient warships led by Lin Feng, the army of 100,000 soldiers gathered together. This was the most powerful force Lin Feng could muster at the moment. 700,000 soldiers rode on 350 ancient warships. They marched toward the divine stone mine in a grandiose manner. Naturally, such a huge commotion could not be hidden from the major forces in the ancient desolate sea region. It was not just the ancient desolate sea domain. The factions of the surrounding sea domains were also paying attention to the conflict between the Dragon's Gate and the evil Dragon Palace. The Dragon sect was a rising power. Within a short period of time, they had become the overlord of the ancient desolate sea region. As for the evil Dragon Palace, it was needless to say. The 9 great evil dragons had dominated the sea region for millions of years and were incomparably powerful. This time, it was the 9th evil Dragon Palace that acted. The 9th evil Dragon Palace was the weakest among the 9 great evil dragon palaces. However, the 9th evil dragon was also a 10th heavenly layer giant god. Moreover, the 9th evil dragon palace had gathered countless experts with an army of 8 million cultivators. How terrifying was his strength! Therefore, many people did not think that the dragon sect could contend against the 9th evil dragon palace. 5 days later, the dragon sect's cultivator army arrived at the sea region where the divine stone mine was located. The cultivators of the 9th evil dragon palace seemed to have expected Lin Feng's arrival. Therefore, they had already set up a formation. 500 powerful ancient warships were lined up neatly. An army of 1 million was stationed on these ancient warships, their momentum shaking the heavens. The expert overseeing the main ship was an old acquaintance of Lin Feng's, Long Yuan Hun. He was an evil dragon expert of the same generation as the 9th evil dragon palace. Long Yuan Hun had joined forces with the butchering god to attack the deep-sea demon kingdom. However, Lin Feng had ruined their plan. Seeing Lin Feng walk out of the Shenyuan ancient ship, Long Yuan Hun's eyes immediately revealed dense killing intent. He sneered and said, "Lin Feng, you're finally here. We've prepared some greeting gifts for you. Please accept them." As soon as Long Yuan Hun finished speaking, the cultivators of the 9th evil dragon palace threw countless heads towards the Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship. Bang bang bang, heads fell on the deck of the Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship. These were the cultivators of the dragon sect who had died tragically. After they died, the 9th evil dragon palace's people cut off their heads. Damn it! Sun Zhon gnashed his teeth, his eyes filled with killing intent. The cultivators of the dragon sect were all furious, including Lin Feng. Their hearts were burning with anger. There was an unwritten rule in the world of cultivators. In a battle between cultivators, regardless of whether the side won or lost, they could destroy the other side's corpse. However, they could never humiliate the other side's corpse. This was to preserve the last trace of dignity for the dead cultivators. This was to respect the dead cultivators. However, the 9th evil dragon palace's people cut off the heads of the dead cultivators of the dragon sect. Moreover, they threw these heads to Lin Feng. Obviously, they wanted to use this method to humiliate Lin Feng. "Collect the heads of our brothers," Lin Feng said in a deep voice. The dragon sect's cultivators stationed on the Shenyuan ancient ship walked out and collected the heads. "Ha ha ha ha, this gift is not bad, right?" Long Yuan Hun laughed. "Don't humiliate the corpse. Long Yuan Hun, you've gone a little too far. Today, I, Lin Feng, will personally cut off your head and offer it to my dead brothers of the dragon sect to comfort their souls in heaven." Lin Feng's eyes flashed with monstrous killing intent as he said word by word. Long Yuan Hun looked at Lin Feng with disdain and sneered. "Kid, do you think you can compete with me? It's too funny. Don't you know that you're already a turtle in a jar? Ha 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 ha, what a stupid guy." Just as Long Yuan Hun finished speaking, a loud rumbling sound was heard. Above the 9th heaven, a huge vortex appeared. That vortex. It was violently twisting. Waves of destructive fluctuations surged out from the vortex. Then, ancient war ships flew out one after another. 1,000 ancient war ships flew out from that huge vortex. There were 2,000 dragon sect cultivators stationed on each ancient war ship. Ha 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 ha, Long Shengyu led 1,000 ancient warships and 2 million cultivators to support the Grand Elder. A loud laugh came from one of the warships. It was an extremely young master. He wore a dragon robe and his gaze was cold and intimidating. Greetings, third prince. Long Yuan Hun led the million cultivators of the evil dragon palace to salute the young man. The young man was the ninth evil dragon's third son and was highly regarded by the ninth evil dragon. Chapter 2076. The ninth evil dragon had 3 sons. The eldest was called Long Shengxiu, the second was called Long Shengchen, and the third was called Long Shengyu. This was the man in front of him. All 3 of them were powerful and capable. They were the ninth evil dragon's right-hand men. You may rise. Long Shengyu waved his hand. Thank you, third prince. Long Yuan Hun replied and stood up. The million cultivators of the ninth evil dragon's army stood up as well. Lin Feng, I've heard of you. I also know that you're quite capable since you've established the dragon sect in such a short time. Now, I'll give you a chance. Kneel on the ground and swear allegiance to me. Then, I'll spare your life. Long Shengyu placed his hands behind his back and looked down at Lin Feng with a condescending expression. They had 1,500 ancient warships on their side. An army of 3 million cultivators. Lin Feng only had 350 ships and 700,000 cultivators. The difference between them was huge. Therefore, Long Shengyu was full of confidence. He believed that there was no suspense in this battle at all. In Long Shengyu's opinion, he wanted Lin Feng to kneel on the ground and swear allegiance to him. That was because Long Shengyu cherished talents. He wanted to give Lin Feng a chance to live. Who do you think you are? How dare you say such words to me? You're courting death. If you weren't the ninth evil dragon's son, you wouldn't even be qualified to speak to me. Do you know that? Lin Feng glanced at Long Shengyu indifferently and said disdainfully. Long Shengyu's face darkened when he heard Lin Feng's words. He sneered and said, I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. Since that's the case, only death awaits you. What are you waiting for? Annihilate these people from the dragon sect. Fire the cannons, loud shouts could be heard. Soon after, the ancient warships fired a dense barrage of spiritual stone cannons toward the 350 ancient warships on the dragon sect side. After all, there was a huge disparity in the number of ancient warships on both sides. Therefore, many people on the dragon sect side were panicking. No matter how they looked at it, they would definitely lose this battle and die. This was the time to stabilize the morale of the army. Lin Feng directly brought out the giant spirit stone cannon on the ancient starship Shenyuan. Boom boom boom, artillery shells flew out one after another. Bang bang bang. Immediately after, the ninth evil dragon palace's ancient warships were blown to smithereens. The giant spirit stone cannon on the ancient starship Shenyuan was simply too powerful. Against other ancient starships, it was simply an unstoppable force. Just one spirit stone cannonball was enough to destroy the other party's ancient starry skyship. Too strong. The dragon sect's cultivator army was dumbfounded. Sun Zhon laughed and said, Brothers, with our sect leader here, we will definitely win. Victory! Victory! The shouts of the dragon sect's cultivator army shook the heavens. Boom boom boom. The Dragon Gate's fleet also began firing a dense barrage of spirit stone cannons at the ninth evil dragon palace's ancient warships. Both sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle, and the ancient warships were destroyed one after another. There were ancient warships of the Dragon Gate. However, there were even more ancient warships from the ninth evil dragon palace. Equipped with the giant spirit stone cannon, the ancient starship Shenyuan was simply an invincible existence. One cannonball could easily destroy an ancient warship of the ninth evil dragon palace. Therefore, it did not take long. The ninth evil dragon palace's ancient starship Shenyuan had already destroyed more than 100 ancient warships. Seeing this scene, Long Yuan Hun and Long Shengyu's face turned incomparably gloomy. Charge and engage in close combat. This way, the giant spirit stone cannon on the ancient warship will not be able to display its effect. Long Yuan Hun said in a deep voice. This person clearly had a lot of experience fighting on the sea. Because the Shenyuan ancient warship only had one giant spirit stone cannon. In a long-distance battle, this spirit stone cannon could play a huge role. It could easily change direction and attack the ancient warships in the distance. However, in close combat, this giant spirit stone cannon would lose its effect. Because of the close combat, even if this spirit stone cannon changed direction, its attack range would be very limited. The spirit stone cannon could fly very far away, but the key was that there were no longer any ancient warships in the distance. From the side, the ancient warships behind would not be able to attack. In close combat, the other party only needed to find a way to break the restrictions in front of the Shenyuan ancient starship. Then, they would find a way to break the restrictions of the Shenyuan ancient starship and enter the ancient starship. Kill all the cultivators on the Shenyuan ancient starship. Then, they would be able to control the Shenyuan ancient starship. Woo woo woo. The bugle horn was blown to signal the charge. The 9th Evil Dragon Palace's ancient warships rushed over. They directly scattered the Dragon Gate's fleet. Bang bang bang. Immediately, 5 or 6 ancient warships rammed into the Shenyuan ancient starship. Clang. Clang. The Shenyuan ancient starship was heavily rammed. Because it was surrounded by 5 or 6 ancient warships, it was very difficult to change direction. At the same time, the other ancient warships of the Dragon Gate also encountered the same situation. Every ancient warship of the Dragon Gate had been rammed by at least 2 ancient warships of the 9th Evil Dragon Palace. Activate the formation-breaking dragon light, Long Shengyu shouted in a deep voice. After hearing Long Shengyu's order, the formation-breaking dragon light on the ancient warships of the 9th Evil Dragon Palace began to activate. The formation-breaking dragon light was personally added by the 9th Evil Dragon Palace and was extremely powerful. After the formation-breaking dragon light was activated, a powerful fluctuation was emitted from the ancient warships of the 9th Evil Dragon Palace. Following that, gigantic evil dragons began to form. The evil dragons instantly turned into a terrifying beam of light. The beam of light was surrounded by a powerful evil dragon aura. The beam of light was the formation-breaking dragon light. Its power was unbelievably strong. Puff, puff, puff. Ripping sounds could be heard one after another. The restrictions on the ancient warships of the Dragon Gate were constantly being torn apart. Activate the destruction beam and break the restrictions on their ancient ship. Sun Zhon shouted. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The various ancient warships of the Dragon Gate also activated the destruction beam. The destruction beam emitted a destructive fluctuation and destroyed the defensive restrictions on the ancient warships of the 9th Evil Dragon Palace. Kill. The cultivators on the ancient warships immediately rushed out and boarded the other ancient ships to fight. The battle was incomparably tragic. Corpses and severed limbs were everywhere. There were corpses of both the Dragon Gate cultivators and the cultivator army of the 9th Evil Dragon Palace. At this moment, several ancient warships that surrounded the Shenyuan ancient starship began to activate the formation-breaking dragon light. They wanted to destroy the defensive restrictions on the Shenyuan ancient warship. Chapter 2077. Roar. A high-pitched dragon roar resounded throughout the world. Evil dragon phantoms emerged one after another and turned into array-breaking dragon lights that shot towards the ancient starship Shenyuan. Asterisk bang bang bang. Asterisk one attack after another bombarded the ancient starship Shenyuan. The Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship shook violently. However, the ancient starship Xuanyuan's restrictions were strong enough to resist the attack of the formation-breaking dragon lights. It would take some time for the formation-breaking dragon lights to destroy the ancient starship Shenyuan. Fire. Lin Feng ordered. Asterisk crack crack asterisk. The sides of the ancient starship Shenyuan opened. Then, 3 cannons stretched out from the muzzles. Asterisk boom boom boom. Asterisk following that, the cannons began to fire a dense barrage of spiritual stone cannonballs at the surrounding ancient warships. We've been guarding against you. The captains of the ancient starships of the Evil Dragon Palace sneered. Just as the shells fired by the ancient starship Shenyuan were about to hit the ancient starships, waves of divine light were released from these ancient ships of war. These divine lights shrouded the spirit stone shells fired by the ancient starship Xuanyuan's 3 cannons. Asterisk bang bang bang. Asterisk the spirit stone shells exploded in mid-air. Oh! Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. The captain of one of the ancient starships sneered and said, "Lin Feng, because many of our Ninth Evil Dragon Palace's battleships were destroyed by your ancient starship, Lord Ninth Evil Dragon ordered people to research this shattering divine light. Although this shattering divine light can't block your giant spirit stone shells, it can block ordinary spirit stone shells. Now, the giant spirit stone cannons on your ancient starship can't be used, and the spirit stone shells fired by the 3 cannons can't destroy the shattering divine light. You've turned into a toothless tiger and will die today." Boom boom boom. As the captain's voice fell, the formation-breaking dragon lights began to attack even more violently. One attack after another bombarded the defensive restrictions of the ancient starship Shenyuan. Lin Feng sneered and said, "Stupid guys, do you think my ancient starship Shenyuan only has these 2 methods of attack? Let me tell you, the most terrifying attack of the ancient starship Shenyuan isn't the spirit stone cannons, but the Emperor runes." Buzz Lin Feng activated the distorted Emperor runes. The ancient starship Xuanyuan's Emperor runes were too terrifying. These Emperor runes were arranged by Great Emperor Shenyuan. Great Emperor, the leader of the 5 emperors. The ancient Saint Emperor of the human clan. This powerful existence had cultivated to the realm of immortals in the past. But Emperor runes was the ancient starship Shenyuan, the ancient starship great. Was the ancient starry ancient great. The monarch runes turned into twisted chains of order and swept toward the surrounding ancient warships. Bang 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 bang. A series of violent collisions resounded. The restrictions on the several ancient warships surrounding the Shenyuan starship were instantly destroyed. "Not good, retreat." The expressions of the captains of these ancient starships changed drastically. They quickly controlled the ancient starships to retreat. But it was already too late for them to retreat. Monarch runes slammed into the ancient warships one after another. Crack. The ancient starships started to crack. The hull started to disintegrate. Many cultivators wanted to flee for their lives. Boom. But at this time, the densely packed spirit stone cannons flew towards the ancient starships before the cultivators could escape. The densely packed spirit stone cannons directly exploded. Bang bang bang. Along with the sound of a violent explosion, a huge explosion rang out. The ancient starships were completely destroyed by the exploding spirit stone cannons. The cultivators inside were all killed by the explosion. After destroying these ancient warships, Yi Zichen was stunned. The ancient starship Shenyuan rushed towards the other ancient starships. But at this moment, the 2 sides were engaged in a chaotic battle. Lin Feng didn't dare to fire the spirit stone cannons casually, because if he killed the cultivator army of the 9th Evil Dragon Palace, he might also kill many cultivators of the Dragon Sect. Because the enemy had as many as 3 million people while the Dragon Sect only had 700,000 people, the difference in numbers was huge. Therefore, the Dragon Sect was clearly at a disadvantage in this battle. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. If this battle continued, it would be very disadvantageous for the Dragon Sect. Moreover, Lin Feng heard that the 9th Evil Dragon Palace had 8 million cultivator army. Only 3 million cultivator army appeared here. The Dragon Sect could mobilize 1 million cultivator army at most. Lin Feng mobilized 700,000 cultivator army from the 4 islands this time, leaving 300,000 cultivator army to protect the Dragon Sect's 4 islands. To put it bluntly, if the 2 sides continued to fight like this, even if the 3 million cultivator army of the 9th Evil Dragon Palace died here, the 9th Evil Dragon Palace still had 5 million cultivator army. If the Dragon Sect's 700,000 cultivator army died here, then the Dragon Sect would only have 300,000 cultivator army left. Moreover, among the 300,000 cultivator army, there were less than 100,000 true elites. What could they use to fight against the 9th Evil Dragon Palace? The situation at the Divine Stone Mine was extremely bad for the Dragon Sect's cultivator army. The Dragon Sect's cultivator army also suffered heavy casualties. At this moment, a huge fleet of 500 warships was advancing toward the Dragon Sect's islands. These warships had the evil dragon flag hanging on them. This was also the evil dragon palace's army. A young man stood on the main ship. That young man was wearing the same dragon robe as Long Shengyu. This meant that this man was also the ninth evil dragon's son. He was the ninth evil dragon's second son, Long Shengchen. When Long Shengyu led the army to fight Lin Feng to the death in the Divine Stone Mine, Long Yuanhun had led the army. This Long Shengchen personally led the army to destroy Lin Feng's nest, the Dragon Sect Island. How much longer until we reach the Dragon Sect Island? Long Shengchen narrowed his eyes and asked. Reporting to Your Highness, there are still 7 days before we reach the Dragon Sect Island. An evil dragon expert hurriedly replied. Slow. It's too slow. Increase the speed. This crown prince wants to reach the Dragon Sect Island within 3 days. Long Shengchen's sinister voice sounded. Yes, Your Highness. That evil dragon expert received the order and hurriedly went to issue the second crown prince Long Shengchen's order. Rumble. The huge ancient war ships increased their speed and quickly sailed toward the Dragon Sect Island. P.S. I recommend a book called The Super Two-Faced System. Those who are interested can read it and ask for monthly votes and recommendation vote. Manchu thanks. Chapter 2078. Kill. Killing 1 won't cost you anything. Killing 2 will earn you 1. At most, you'll be a hero again after 18 years. Sun Zhon roared and charged onto an ancient war ship of the Ninth Evil Dragon Palace. He immediately engaged in a battle with a group of Ninth Evil Dragon Palace cultivators. Sun Zhon's blood-colored saber could kill several cultivators with a single slash. Many people followed Sun Zhon and engaged in a life-and-death battle with the cultivators of the Ninth Evil Dragon Palace. For this battle, Lin Feng brought 50,000 cultivators from the Dragon Gate Army, 30,000 from the Bloodstained Army, and 20,000 from the Purgatory Assassin Organization. Among the 4 islands of the Dragon Gate, the cultivators of these 3 armies were directly under Lin Feng's command. All of them were above the True God realm and each of them was equipped with at least 3 divine artifacts. They were well trained and had powerful combat strength. During that intense battle, Lin Feng's elite troops had played a huge role. If it hadn't been for them, Lin Feng wouldn't have been able to defeat them. With such a large disparity in numbers, the Dragon Gate army would have been defeated long ago. Jie 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 jie. Suddenly, a sinister laugh resounded between heaven and earth. Endless corpse chi permeated the air. The evil dominator saint flew out from an ancient ship. The churning corpse chi contained a terrifying poison. All the cultivators of the Ninth Evil Dragon Palace who were enveloped by the corpse chi were poisoned and their combat strength decreased. Kill them quickly, the evil dominator saint said sinisterly. Yes. The Dragon Gate army immediately answered. Under the cover of the evil dominator saint, they began to massacre the experts of the Ninth Evil Dragon Palace. After the evil dominator saint made his move, the Dragon Gate army's disadvantage slowly recovered. Because the evil dominator saint's corpse chi was too powerful, he could control the corpse chi to attack the enemy. The corpse chi would only affect the cultivators of the Ninth Evil Dragon Palace and not the Dragon Gate army. Therefore, the battle gradually began to turn around. Damn it! The enemy has a poison expert. Grand Elder, use the 10,000 ghost devouring banner to deal with him, Long Shengyu said in a deep voice. Yes. Third Prince. After Long Yuanhun received the order, he waved his hand and demonic chi began to churn. A demonic banner flew out from the demonic chi. Screech. A series of ear-piercing screeches came from the demonic banner. Countless wraiths manifested. The 10,000 ghosts god-swallowing banner was an extremely vicious and evil magic treasure. It was said that in order to refine the 10,000 ghosts devouring banner, one would need 10,000 evil ghosts. And to nurture a single wraith, one would need 100,000 souls. These 100,000 souls would constantly fight and devour each other. In the end, the surviving souls would evolve into evil spirits. Therefore, in order to refine the 10,000 ghosts devourer banner, one had to kill 1 billion innocent people. The 10,000 ghost devouring god banner was a treasure forged by the 9th evil dragon. This time, Long Yuanhun was leading the army, So the ninth evil dragon had temporarily given this treasure to Long Yuan Hun to prevent any unforeseen circumstances from occurring. If he had this treasure in his hands, even if something unexpected happened in this battle, it was enough to deal with it. Long Yuan Hun controlled the 10,000 Ghost Devouring Banner to attack the evil Dominator Saint. The 10,000 Ghost Devourer banner shot out a beam of devilish light and sent the evil revered saint flying. The might of this evil magic treasure was too terrifying. The evil Dominator Saint was held back by this treasure, so he no longer had the energy to release corpse poison to deal with the cultivators of the ninth evil dragon palace. Without the help of the evil Dominator Saint, the pressure on the dragon sect's cultivators increased exponentially. Kill all the cultivators of the dragon sect, the cultivators of the ninth evil dragon palace shouted coldly. Their roars shook the sky. Damn it! Fight them to the death. Since the start of the battle, the cultivators of the dragon sect's cultivators had been completely stimulated. Although they had fewer people than the ninth evil dragon palace, the cultivators of the dragon sect were not afraid. Cultivators of the dragon sect's cultivators were fighting on the various ancient war ships and in the sky. The battle between the cultivators of the dragon sect's cultivators was much more tragic than the battles between the armies of the mortal world. In midair, countless corpses fell into the sea. Rumble, the ancient starship Shenyuan soared into the sky and charged toward Long Shengyu's main ship. If they could kill Long Shengyu, it would be a huge blow to the ninth evil dragon palace. Fire the cannons. At Lin Feng's command, the giant spirit stone cannons fired at Long Shengyu's main ship from dozens of miles away. Ordinary spirit stone cannons would not have such a long range. However, the giant spirit stone cannons were powerful and had a long range. The longest range they could reach was 100 miles. Currently, the ancient starship Shenyuan was only 50 miles away from Long Shengyu's main ship. Naturally, it was within range. Lin Feng, you idiot. I've been waiting for you to take the bait. Now, you're the one who's throwing your life away. When he saw Lin Feng's ancient starship Shenyuan charging over and attacking his main ship, Long Shengyu sneered. Long Shengyu's face suddenly revealed a mocking expression. Light flashed in his hand, and a golden evil dragon statue appeared. Evil dragon golden body. Lin Feng had chased Long Yuanzong outside of the 10,000 Stars Island, and Long Yuanzong had used his golden evil dragon body. The evil dragon golden body could communicate with the ninth evil dragon's power. It was exceptionally terrifying. The evil dragon golden body summoned by Long Shengyu was covered in terrifying evil dragon patterns. It was many times more powerful than the evil dragon golden body summoned by Long Yuanzong. O great father, evil dragon emperor, please send down your unparalleled evil dragon divine power. Long Shengyu prayed sincerely. Roar! Suddenly, the evil dragon golden body in his hand let out a loud dragon roar. The evil dragon golden body soared into the sky and rapidly grew to 3,000 meters long in the blink of an eye. The evil dragon great emperor has appeared. The great emperor has appeared and protected us. Let's annihilate the dragon sect's cultivator army. Annihilate the dragon sect's cultivator army. Annihilate the dragon sect's cultivator army. Seeing the huge evil dragon, the ninth evil dragon's cultivator army's morale soared. Their roars shook the sky. On the other hand, the morale of the dragon sect's cultivator army was extremely low. The huge evil dragon in the sky brought too much pressure to the dragon sect's cultivator army. Bang! The huge evil dragon waved its huge claws and shattered the giant spirit stone cannons fired by the ancient starship Shenyuan. Rumble! Immediately after, the huge evil dragon rushed towards the ancient starship Shenyuan. The ancient starship Shenyuan was about 1,500 meters long. This evil dragon was more than 3,000 meters long, much longer than the ancient starship Shenyuan. Evil dragon tail whip. After the huge evil dragon rushed over, its mountain-like tail smashed towards the Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship. The ancient starship Shenyuan couldn't dodge in time and was sent flying by the huge evil dragon's tail. Catcher, catcher! The ancient starship Xuanyuan's defensive restrictions began to crack. Chapter 2079. What a powerful evil dragon! How powerful is it? Its tail actually shattered the Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship's defensive restrictions. Lin Feng's face was filled with shock. The battle prowess displayed by this evil dragon had moved him greatly. Lowly human, you're destined to die in my hands. The evil dragon's cold voice sounded. Swish. Cold light flashed. The evil dragon's huge claw swiped over. This technique was called the evil dragon's claw. With a light swipe, the void shattered. Its power was indeed terrifying. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He began to activate the Emperor's runes on the Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship. He could activate 9 Emperor's runes now. This was his limit. He activated all 9 Emperor runes. Instantly, waves of destructive energy rippled out from his body. The 9 Emperor's runes turned into 9 chains of order and swept toward the evil dragon. This ancient ship is really not simple. It's actually inscribed with Emperor's runes. It seems like it's a treasure refined by a great emperor. After I kill you, this ancient ship will belong to my 9th evil dragon palace. As the cold voice sounded, the 9th evil dragon's huge claw collided with the 9 Emperor's runes that flew out from the Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship. Bang 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 bang, every collision. Heaven and earth shook. A destructive storm formed in the surroundings. Many cultivators were swept into the storm. Their bodies exploded and their souls were destroyed. Not to mention ordinary cultivators. Even the ancient starry sky ships couldn't withstand the storm. Catcher, catcher, catcher. The ancient starry sky ships that were swept into the storm began to dismember. Soon, they were completely destroyed. Fire! Lin Feng shouted. Boom boom boom. Countless giant spirit stone cannons bombarded the evil dragon. The evil dragon stretched out its huge claw and blocked a portion of the spirit stone cannons. Another portion of the spirit stone cannons bombarded the evil dragon's body. Bang bang bang, the spirit stone cannons exploded. However, what made Lin Feng frown was that the spirit stone cannons didn't hurt the evil dragon at all. Wasn't its physical body a little too strong? Lin Feng felt somewhat incredulous. Even someone as strong as the evil Dominator Saint would be injured after being hit by so many spirit stone cannons, right? What material is this evil dragon golden body made of? His physical body is actually so strong. Lin Feng frowned. Brat. The spirit stone cannonball's attack is too weak. It can't hurt me at all. The evil dragon let out a series of roars and breathed out an endless amount of dragon breath. After the 9 Emperor runes were hit by the dragon breath, their luster became extremely dim. The Emperor runes quickly shrank back into their original form. Rumble. The evil dragon's huge claw reached out again and slapped towards the ancient starship Shenyuan. Bang! Along with the ferocious attack, the evil dragon's attack landed on the Shenyuan ancient starry skyship and sent it flying dozens of miles away. Crack! Crack! The restrictions protecting the ancient starship kept cracking. It wouldn't take long before it was completely destroyed. Ha 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 ha, brat, let's see how you'll die. If you kneel in front of this prince like a dog, this prince will spare your dog life. Long Shengyu laughed and looked at Lin Feng with a sarcastic expression. In his eyes, Lin Feng was just a puppet. He could toy with Lin Feng any way he wanted to. Lin Feng. Rumble. The evil dragon's huge body flew towards the Shenyuan ancient starry skyship. Its body was more than 3,000 meters long and looked like a winding mountain ridge. Its dragon might shook the sky. The dragon sect's cultivator army saw that Lin Feng couldn't contend with the evil dragon even with the Shenyuan ancient starry skyship. Their morale dropped even further. As for the 9th evil dragon palace's cultivator army, their morale was greatly boosted. One side was weakened while the other side was strengthened. The situation of the dragon sect's cultivator army seemed to be getting worse. The evil dragon quickly rushed towards the Shenyuan ancient starry skyship. It seemed to want to completely destroy the ancient starship's defenses and kill Lin Feng in one fell swoop. Woo! 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 At that moment, the sound of a bugle horn came from the distant sea. One after another, huge sharks covered in sharp spikes rushed out. Each shark was nearly 1,000 meters long. These sharks were called bone-sword demon sharks. The huge sword-like bone spikes could fly out of their bodies and kill people from a distance. They were very similar to the flying swords of cultivators. Behind the group of sharks, there was a dense pack of deep-sea blood turtles. These deep-sea blood turtles were invulnerable and could spit out blood-red beams of light. Once one was hit by the blood-red beams of light, one's body would turn into a pool of blood. Behind the deep-sea blood tortoise were lightning demonic fish that could release lightning attacks. Behind the lightning demonic fish were deep-sea ogres. As far as the eye could see, there were countless ferocious beasts in the sea. In the center of the sea of beasts was a huge deep-sea demonic octopus. 30,000 oceanic race cultivators stood on top of the octopus. The leader was none other than Princess Xueli's elder brother, Xu Jiyuan. The relationship between Lin Feng and Princess Xueli had been confirmed. So, Xu Jiyuan had become Lin Feng's brother-in-law. The deep-sea demons were the descendants of Poseidon. They could command many beasts in the deep-sea world. Ha 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 ha, brother-in-law, I'm not late, right? Xu Jiyuan said with a laugh. Seeing Xu Jiyuan leading the army of deep-sea beasts, Lin Feng was almost moved to tears. He said with a smile, "You came at the right time. Today, let's work together and annihilate these people from the 9th Evil Dragon Palace." "No problem. Everyone from the 9th Evil Dragon Palace deserves to die," Xu Jiyuan said coldly. Previously, Long Yuan Hun and Slayer God had ambushed his father, the Deep-Sea Demon King, and had almost killed him. Later, he had joined forces with the merfolk and led an army to besiege the Deep-Sea Demon Kingdom. If not for Lin Feng, the Deep-Sea Demon Kingdom would have been destroyed. Xu Jiyuan naturally hated the 9th Evil Dragon Palace. Woo 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 woo, the sound of the bugle horn resounded through the world. Following the sound of the bugle horn, the army of deep-sea beasts immediately charged towards the battlefield. Ha 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 ha, brothers of the dragon sect, the Deep-Sea Demon Kingdom's crown prince is leading the army of deep-sea beasts to support us. We will definitely win this battle. Follow me and kill the enemy. Let's kill all the bastards from the 9th Evil Dragon Palace. Sun Zhon roared. Kill, kill, kill. The dragon sect's cultivator army's declining morale instantly rose. They roared and charged towards the cultivators from the 9th Evil Dragon Palace. When the 9th Evil Dragon Palace's cultivator army saw the army of deep-sea beasts coming to support the dragon sect's cultivator army, their morale fell into chaos. Long Shengyu said with a gloomy expression, "What are you afraid of? These deep-sea beasts and the dragon sect's cultivator army added together are not as many as the 9th Evil Dragon Palace's cultivator army. Today, we can annihilate the dragon sect's cultivator army and the remnants of the Deep-Sea Demon Kingdom. Once we win the battle, all of you will be heavily rewarded. Kill." Long Shengyu's words stabilized the army's morale. The 9th Evil Dragon Palace's cultivator army roared and engaged in a chaotic battle with the dragon sect's cultivator army, the Deep-Sea Demon Kingdom's cultivator army, and the Deep-Sea Beasts army. Bang bang bang. Along with violent collisions, the ancient starship Shenyuan collided with the evil dragon again and again. They collided 3 times in a row. The ancient starship Shenyuan was sent flying once again. Catcher catcher. Moreover, the ancient starship Xuanyuan's restriction was destroyed. Brat, your time of death has come. The evil dragon issued a sky-shaking roar and quickly flew towards the ancient starship Shenyuan. A huge dragon claw descended from the sky and slapped towards the ancient starship Shenyuan. Chapter 2080. After the Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship's defensive restriction was broken, it would have to face the evil dragon's attack directly. At that time, the Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship's hull would definitely be damaged. How could Lin Feng allow the Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship to be damaged? Facing the evil dragon's attack, he directly rushed out. He threw a punch at the evil dragon's huge claw. Seeing Lin Feng rush out of the Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship and attack the evil dragon, everyone was shocked. Everyone was stunned. The evil dragon was so powerful. Lin Feng rushed out now. Wasn't this like hitting a rock with an egg? This kid is courting death. Long Shengyu's face was full of a sinister smile. He looked at Lin Feng as if he was looking at a dead man. Wait until this guy is dead. The dragon sect's cultivator army will be defeated. The ninth evil dragon palace's cultivator army sneered. The dragon sect's cultivator army started to worry for Lin Feng. Because the evil dragon was simply too powerful. It was so powerful that it made people despair. When they saw Lin Feng rush towards the evil dragon, they felt very uncertain. Bang! Bang! At this moment, everyone saw Lin Feng's sleeves explode. His arms had become 10 times thicker. Lin Feng circulated the fourth layer of the archaic dragonesque elephant art and activated the dragonesque elephant arms. Previously, Lin Feng had used the dragonesque elephant arms to defeat the evil dominator Holy Sage. From this, one could see how terrifying the dragonesque elephant arms were. Now, Lin Feng used the dragonesque elephant arms again. All the power of the dragonesque elephant poured into the dragonesque elephant arms. Lin Feng had the feeling that his arms were filled with an endless amount of strength. It was a terrifying power. It was as if he could destroy a planet with a single punch. Bang! Lin Feng's dragonesque elephant arms collided with the evil dragon's huge claw. Everyone saw that with Lin Feng and the evil dragon as the center. The surrounding void began to crack. After the collision, Lin Feng quickly disappeared and appeared under the evil dragon's head as if he had teleported. Then, he threw a punch at the dragon's head. This evil dragon was indeed very powerful, but with its huge body, its speed was naturally slower. At such a close distance, it was impossible to dodge Lin Feng's attack. Bang! Lin Feng's powerful punch landed on the evil dragon's jaw. After receiving such a terrifying punch, the evil dragon's jaw was blasted open by Lin Feng. However, no blood flowed out from the explosion because this evil dragon was not made of flesh and blood. This. Seeing this scene, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Originally, many people thought that Lin Feng would be killed by the evil dragon. They might even be instantly killed by the evil dragon. But now, it was Lin Feng who had injured the evil dragon. The strength of the golden evil dragon body was directly related to the materials used and the evil dragon tattoos that covered the golden evil dragon body. The stronger the materials used to forge the evil dragon golden body, the denser the number of evil dragon tattoos, and the higher the grade of the evil dragon tattoos. Therefore, when the ninth evil dragon's power was added, it would be able to add more evil dragon power. The golden evil dragon body's combat power would naturally be stronger. Now, Lin Feng used the dracophant arm and blasted open the evil dragon's jaw with a punch. The evil dragon was instantly heavily injured. Its combat power was greatly reduced. Despicable human brat, I'm going to kill you. The evil dragon roared and swung its sharp claws at Lin Feng. Lin Feng used the dracophant arm. He threw a punch at the evil dragon. Bang! The two sides collided again. Lin Feng was still in peak condition. After being injured, the evil dragon's strength was greatly reduced. In this collision, the evil dragon's huge body was sent flying by Lin Feng. Oh my God! Am I hallucinating? Sun Zhong cried out in shock. He could not believe what he was seeing. The evil dragon was so terrifying, but it was still no match for Lin Feng. This was unbelievable. It's true. The sect master is too strong. The Dragon Gate cultivator beside Sun Zhong said immediately. The sect master is invincible. The sect master is invincible. The Dragon Gate cultivator army roared, and the sound waves rolled out. Even from 1,000 miles away, their roars could be heard. Brothers, what are you waiting for? Kill. Kill all the cultivators of the ninth evil dragon palace. Sun Zhong roared. Kill. 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 The Dragon Gate cultivator army charged toward the ninth evil dragon palace's cultivator army. My brother-in-law is so powerful. Xu Jiyuan's heart was filled with deep shock, but he quickly came back to his senses and roared, "What are you waiting for? Today, I'll kill all the cultivators of the ninth evil dragon palace." Xu Jiyuan led the marine species army and the deep-sea beast army to charge toward the ninth evil dragon palace's cultivator army. In the sky, the battle continued. After Lin Feng sent the evil dragon flying with a punch, he quickly rushed toward it. Lin Feng was very clear about one thing. The reason he could suppress the evil dragon was because the dracophant arm was too powerful. The previous battle between Lin Feng and the evil dragon was purely a physical clash. A physical clash. The evil dragon was not Lin Feng's match. However, if the evil dragon used its magic power to suppress Lin Feng would definitely not be its match. Therefore, he would not give the evil dragon a chance to use its magic power. Whoosh! Lin Feng instantly arrived in front of the evil dragon. "I'll beat you until your peach blossoms bloom." Lin Feng's voice was cold as he threw punch after punch at the evil dragon. Bang! 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 Lin Feng's dracophant arm was too terrifying. Every punch was able to cause great damage to the evil dragon. The evil dragon's body kept exploding. Not long later, the evil dragon was covered in wounds. "Lowly ant, I want you dead. I want you dead." The evil dragon kept roaring. A powerful dragon aura was emitted from its body. Whoosh! Suddenly, the dragon aura emitted from the evil dragon's body turned into a river of dragon aura. The river of dragon aura. It swept through heaven and earth. It directly enveloped Lin Feng. Then, the river of dragon aura pushed Lin Feng into the distance. "Brat, it's time for you to die. I'm going to use my dracophant divine ability to kill you." The evil dragon kept roaring. Then, the magic power in its body began to circulate. Magic power was the source of power. Divine abilities were the means of attack. Only by using magic power to activate divine abilities could one unleash the most powerful combat power. The evil dragon's divine ability was definitely not as good as Lin Feng's, but the magic power in its body was too powerful. It could already ignore the difference in divine abilities. Terrifying ripples spread through the air as the evil dragon let out a deep chant. It was the dragon race's language, and Lin Feng did not understand what it meant. The dracophant divine ability was the dragon race's trump card. It was a terrifying ultimate move. When it was activated, it needed to be chanted in the dragon race's language. "O mighty Tao of curses, please descend upon us with the power of curses and destroy the divine ability that lowly worm is about to condense." Lin Feng walked through the void. He began to use the Great Curse technique, an extremely evil Tao of the 3000 Great Tao, to attack the evil dragon that was condensing the dracophant divine ability. Chapter 2081. As Lin Feng chanted, the power of the curse began to brew. Lin Feng did not choose to use an offensive divine ability to fight the evil dragon. This was because he knew very well that even if he used an offensive divine ability, he would not be a match for the evil dragon. The difference in magic power between the two was too great. A battle between cultivators was not necessarily a battle between offensive divine abilities. This was because there were many types of divine abilities, such as offensive divine abilities, defensive divine abilities, control divine abilities, transformation divine abilities, healing divine abilities, and so on. When cultivators fought, they would need to use different divine abilities to neutralize the opponent's divine abilities. At this moment, this was a test of whether a cultivator had cultivated enough divine abilities. Whether the divine abilities they cultivated were powerful enough. Only by cultivating enough divine abilities would one be able to find a way to break the opponent's divine ability. The more powerful the divine ability, the greater the chance of neutralizing the opponent's divine ability. Of course, the more powerful the divine ability, the harder it was to obtain. Therefore, when a powerful divine ability appeared, it would often cause a storm of blood. Lin Feng's great curse art was extremely strange. Even Lin Feng himself did not know how powerful this divine ability was. Waves of powerful curse power surged into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng lightly tapped the evil dragon across the void. Instantly, the magic power within the evil dragon's body dissipated. The evil dragon's dragon divine ability that was about to succeed was interrupted. What's going on? Why is the magic power in my body dispersing? Why can't I gather magic power? The evil dragon roared in disbelief. The situation in front of it was simply too strange. The evil dragon did not know what was going on. After hearing the evil dragon's confused words, the expressions of the cultivators of the 9th Evil Dragon Palace changed drastically. Lin Feng's display of power had suppressed the evil dragon, causing their morale to be greatly damaged. When they saw the evil dragon about to use its powerful divine ability to deal with Lin Feng, they were filled with anticipation. They were hopeful that Lin Feng would be defeated or even killed by the evil dragon. However, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. They didn't even get to see the evil dragon unleash its divine ability before its magic power was strangely scattered. This was a heavy blow to the cultivators of the 9th Evil Dragon Palace. Ha 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 ha, the sect master must have neutralized the evil dragon's magic power. The sect master is too powerful. Sun Zhon laughed. The cultivators of the dragon sect were greatly motivated. Sect Master Lin is truly powerful. He's so terrifying at such a young age. He might become a great emperor in the future. The cultivators of the oceanic race discussed fervently. Lin Feng was overjoyed that he had managed to break the dragon's attack with his great curse technique. The great's great Dao, as expected. The evil dragon's magic power was silently broken. The evil dragon didn't even know how its magic power was broken. Lin Feng continued using the great cursing technique. He tapped the dragon again. He wanted to use the great curse to imprison the evil dragon. However, he failed. Why did I fail? I succeeded against the heretic sovereign holy sage. Is it because I'm not skilled enough? Is that why the great curse is sometimes ineffective? Lin Feng couldn't help but think. He had already cultivated the great curse to the beginner level. The beginner level meant that he could just unleash this divine ability. As such, Lin Feng was unable to unleash the power of the great curse at this stage. If he wanted to truly unleash the power of the great curse, he would have to cultivate it to the pinnacle stage or even the pinnacle stage. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't find it strange that the great cursing technique didn't work at all. He quickly charged toward the evil dragon. Even if he did not use the great curse, his Dracophant arm was enough to kill the evil dragon that could not use magic power. Lin Feng instantly arrived in front of the evil dragon. Bam bam bam, he threw punch after punch at the evil dragon. Lin Feng's Dracophant arm could shatter a vacuum. It was so powerful that even ghosts and gods would tremble in fear. The evil dragon was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch after punch. I'll kill you. The evil dragon let out a furious roar. The sharp claws were actually covered in evil dragon runes. One evil dragon pattern after another fused into the evil dragon's sharp claws. The power of the evil dragon's claws. They were also increasing rapidly. Die! The evil dragon roared and swiped its claws at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was shocked when he sensed the evil dragon's attack. The evil dragon's desperate attacks were indeed different. Even he smelled the scent of danger. But so what? With the Dracophant arm, Lin Feng was fearless. He threw a punch at the evil dragon's giant claws. Bam! Along with the violent collision sound, the two sides collided again. Both sides were evenly matched in this exchange. Go and meet the King of Hell, shouted Lin Feng furiously. He used his 8 directional worlds to move as fast as he could. The archaic Dracophant art was activated. The power of the archaic Dracophant in his body flowed into his right arm. Catcher! Catcher! Surprisingly, Lin Feng's right arm had become much thicker than before. Lin Feng felt that his Dracophant arm contained enough power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Right now, he only wanted to release this power from his body. Rumble! The evil dragon's giant claws once again swiped at Lin Feng. Bam! Lin Feng's Dracophant arm collided with the evil dragon's giant claws. There was a puff. The attack of the Dracophant arm. It directly pierced through the evil dragon's giant claws. Lin Feng did not slow down and arrived in front of the evil dragon's head in the time it took to take a breath. It was an invincible attack. It viciously slammed into the evil dragon's head. There was a loud explosion. The evil dragon's head exploded. Whoosh! There was a flash of light, and the huge evil dragon's body turned into a palm-sized golden body. However, the golden body no longer had a head. The evil dragon is dead. The cultivators of the dragon sect shouted excitedly. When the cultivators of the 9th Evil Dragon Palace saw this, their morale dropped. Many of them wanted to escape. Go, 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 go. Long Shengyu was so scared that his face turned pale. He knew how powerful the golden body of the evil dragon was. Now, even the golden body of the evil dragon had been destroyed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng was too terrifying. Now, the deep-sea monsters had led their army of deep-sea beasts to reinforce the dragon sect's cultivators. The ninth evil dragon palace's cultivators could no longer suppress the dragon sect's cultivators. Moreover, the morale of the ninth evil dragon palace's cultivators was very low. Their defeat in this battle was already a foregone conclusion. Long Shengyu was worried that he would be killed by Lin Feng, so he could not wait to escape. He did not want to stay a moment longer. Seeing that the third evil dragon prince had fled, how could the ninth evil dragon palace's cultivators continue to fight? Many of them did not even care about the ancient warships. They directly soared into the sky and fled into the distance. Buzz. However, at that moment, dense formation runes appeared between heaven and earth. The formation runes began to twist and turn. Everyone from the ninth evil dragon palace was trapped in the grand formation within a radius of 100 miles. Old Man Chu knows that many readers who read the Archean Dragonesque Elephant Technique are reading pirated versions. This book costs about $20 a month, which is the cost of a meal. This meal is the money Old Man Chu earns to support his family. I hope that those who are capable can download QQ Reading, search for the Archean Dragonesque Elephant Technique, and support the original version so that Old Man Chu can earn some money to support his family. If you are not used to reading on QQ, you can open QQ and click on the word status at the bottom right corner. A status bar will appear. The top of the status bar will list your friend's status, nearby, and interests. If you scroll down, you will see the word reading. Click on it, then search for the Archean Dragonesque Elephant Technique and add it to your bookshelf. Old Man Chu really hopes that those who are capable can spend $20 a month to read the original version of the Archean Dragonesque Elephant Technique. Your meal is all that Old Man Chu earns to support his family. Chapter 2082. A huge array that covered a radius of 100 miles sealed the world. Most importantly, this array contained Emperor runes. Once any large array was integrated with Emperor runes, the power of such a large array would increase substantially by several levels. Just like the array Lin Feng was setting up now. With the Emperor runes as the core, it supported the heaven-sealing earth-locking array passed down by the Celestial Master sect. Everyone in the ninth evil dragon palace was trapped like a turtle in a jar. This was the strength of a spirit array master. They could use a large array to trap others in it. As the successor of the Celestial Master sect, Lin Feng had mastered the most ancient, most powerful, and most mysterious spirit array techniques. He could silently set up a large array to seal the world at any time. Now that Lin Feng had used his strongest spirit array technique, he could seal the area within a radius of 100 miles. This was Lin Feng's current limit. Perhaps he was the only one who could do this. Even a spirit array master like Wen Ziran couldn't do it. To seal the area within a radius of 100 miles, not only did one need to have great attainments in spirit array techniques, but they also needed to know the best sealing array techniques. It was already good enough for an ordinary sealing array to seal the area within a radius of a dozen miles. The Celestial Master sect's heaven-sealing earth-locking array could seal the area within a radius of 3,000 miles at most. However, Lin Feng's cultivation wasn't enough to reach such a high level. However, sealing the area within a radius of 100 miles was enough to deal with these people from the ninth evil dragon palace. Not good, we're trapped by the array. Attack the array with all your might. We must break the array. The cultivators from the ninth evil dragon palace were pale as they roared. Bang bang bang, all kinds of attacks bombarded the array. With so many cultivators attacking together, it wasn't difficult to break Lin Feng's heaven-sealing earth-locking array. However, now that Lin Feng's heaven-sealing earth-locking array had been integrated with Emperor runes, its power had increased greatly. It wouldn't be a problem to trap these people for 2 hours. The array can't be broken. Many cultivators from the ninth evil dragon palace cried out in horror. Their morale was already low and their morale was already low. Now, they were on the verge of collapse. Kill, 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 kill all the cultivators from the ninth evil dragon palace. Sun Zhon shouted. Kill them. Battle cries shook the heavens. The Dragon Sect's Cultivator Army, the Oceanic Race's Cultivator Army, and the Deep Sea Beasts Army all charged towards the Ninth Evil Dragon Palace's Cultivator Army. The Ninth Evil Dragon Palace's Cultivator Army, whose morale had dropped, was simply unable to withstand the attacks of the Dragon Gate's Cultivator Army, the Oceanic Race's Cultivator Army, and the Deep Sea Ferocious Beast Army. Puff, puff, puff. The Cultivator Army of the Ninth Evil Dragon Palace began to be massacred. Countless corpses fell into the ocean. Rumble. The ancient starship Shenyuan crushed through the void and chased after Long Shengyu's flagship. Halfway through, Lin Feng saw Long Yuan Hun holding the 10,000 Ghost Devouring banner. A murderous look appeared on his face. Long Yuan Hun, your time of death has come. Lin Feng sneered again and again, his killing intent soaring to the heavens. Long Yuan Hun turned his head and saw Lin Feng flying over on the ancient starship Shenyuan, and his expression changed again and again. He had clearly seen how Lin Feng killed the evil dragon and was almost scared out of his wits. Now that he saw Lin Feng coming for him, he had no intention of fighting Lin Feng. He turned around and fled. But how could Lin Feng give Long Yuan Hun the chance to escape? Fire! He gave the order and the giant spirit stone cannon's muzzle locked onto Long Yuan Hun. Boom! 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 Countless cannonballs flew towards Long Yuan Hun. Long Yuan Hun's expression changed. He had no choice but to stop and defend himself against the cannonballs. Long Yuan Hun stood in the air and waved the 10,000 Ghost Devouring banner in his hand. Bang! 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 The giant spirit stone cannonballs were swept away by Long Yuan Hun's 10,000 Ghost Devouring banner. The might of the 10,000 Ghost Devouring banner was so strong that even Lin Feng was shocked. Lin Feng immediately activated his Emperor runes. 9 Emperor runes and the giant spirit stone cannonballs flew towards Long Yuan Hun. Long Yuan Hun was attacked from both sides. Although he could block the giant spirit stone cannonballs with the 10,000 Ghost Devouring banner, he could no longer block the Emperor runes. Bang! Long Yuan Hun was sent flying. The 10,000 Ghost Devouring banner also flew out of his hand. Not good. Long Yuan Hun's expression changed drastically. He wanted to charge towards the 10,000 Ghost Devouring banner and control it again. But at this moment, the 9 Emperor runes turned into 9 chains of order and wrapped around Long Yuan Hun's body. Lin Feng gently tapped the air. Fart! With a tearing sound, Long Yuan Hun's dantian was pierced. Ah! The dragon source spirit let out an incomparably pitiful cry. His face was as white as a sheet. You actually destroyed my dantian. Lin Feng, you little bastard. I, Long Yuan Hun, curse you to die a horrible death. Long Yuan Hun's face contorted. With his dantian destroyed, he had become a cripple. At this moment, Long Yuan Hun wanted to eat Lin Feng's flesh and drink Lin Feng's blood. Lin Feng sneered and said, I have mastered the great curse art. You should be thankful that I didn't curse you. How dare you curse me? You're overestimating yourself and acting recklessly. The 9 Emperor runes swept Long Yuan Hun over. With a thud, Long Yuan Hun fell onto the deck of the ancient starship Shenyuan. Take him away, Lin Feng ordered. Yes. Immediately, 2 cultivators from the Dragon Gate responded and pounced on Long Yuan Hun, taking him away and keeping him under guard. At this moment, the 10,000 Ghost Devouring banner wanted to escape. Endless ghost chi rolled out. The 10,000 Ghost Devouring banner rushed into the distance. Chimph, where do you think you're going? Lin Feng sneered and took out the Heaven Devouring jar. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The Heaven Devouring jar floated in the air and emitted a powerful devouring force that enveloped the 10,000 Ghost Devouring banner. The 10,000 Ghost Devouring banner struggled, trying to break free from the Heaven Devouring jar's devouring force. However, after many attempts, it failed. In the end, the 10,000 Ghost Devouring banner turned into a ray of demonic light. It was instantly devoured by the Heaven Devouring jar. Ha ha ha, the treasure that the 9th evil dragon refined for countless years is mine. Lin Feng laughed and put away the Heaven Devouring jar. Rumble. The ancient starship Shenyuan continued to fly toward Long Shengyu's flagship. At this moment, Long Shengyu's flagship was surrounded by hundreds of ancient ships of war. They were protecting Long Shengyu's flagship. All the ancient ships of war, including Long Shengyu's flagship, released the formation-breaking dragon light. They wanted to destroy Lin Feng's array and escape. However, Lin Feng's heaven-sealing earth-locking array was too powerful. It did not show any signs of damage after withstanding so many attacks from the ancient ships of war. Fire the cannons! When the ancient starship Shenyuan was about 20 li away from Long Shengyu's flagship, Lin Feng ordered the cannons to fire. Chapter 2083. Boom boom boom. One after another, huge spirit stone cannonballs flew out. It was as if they could blast a hole in the void. The power was truly unimaginably terrifying. Huge spirit stone cannonballs bombarded the ancient war ships of the Ninth Evil Dragon Palace. Those ancient warships could not withstand the attack of the giant spirit stone cannonballs. Bang, 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 along with the sound of explosions, a series of explosions rang out. The ancient warships were blown apart one after another. The cultivators inside the ancient ship of war couldn't escape and were all killed by the explosion. Not long after, more than half of the 100 ancient warships were destroyed by the Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship. Lin Feng. This prince wants to make peace with you. Let's sit down and discuss the terms of peace, Long Shengyu said gloomily. Hearing Long Shengyu's attitude, Lin Feng sneered. This Long Shengyu wanted to make peace, yet he still spoke in a high and mighty tone. It was as if she was the one begging for peace, and not the other way around. Lin Feng sneered and said, "Make peace. Now you want to make peace. Today, I'm going to sacrifice you as a sacrifice to my dead brothers in the Dragon Gate. Do you think I'll make peace with you? What a joke." Long Shengyu said coldly, "Lin Feng, you have to think clearly about who your opponent is. My Ninth Evil Dragon Palace has 8 million troops. This time, we are not sending out elite troops. There are still 5 million elite troops. Do you think the Dragon Sect can withstand them? Moreover, my father is a 10th heavenly layer giant god. As long as my father attacks, he can instantly wipe out your Dragon Gate. Don't forget, this is only the power of the 9th Evil Dragon Palace. There are a total of 9 Evil Dragon Palaces. You should know very well how strong the 9 Evil Dragon Palaces are when combined. Those who offend my Evil Dragon Palace won't have a good ending. Now, I can make the decision to negotiate with you. As long as you submit to my 9th Evil Dragon Palace, all our grudges will be written off. You can also continue to be an overlord. What do you think?" Lin Feng was speechless after hearing Long Shengyu's words. He had seen many self-righteous people, but he had never seen anyone who could compare to Long Shengyu. Lin Feng sneered and said, "So what if it's the 9 Evil Dragon Palaces? Even if they come, I'll still destroy them." "Lin Feng, you're impudent," Long Shengyu immediately shouted. "I don't want to waste my breath on a dying man like you." Lin Feng smiled coldly. Once again, he activated the giant spirit stone cannon. The giant spirit stone cannon continued to fire a dense barrage of shells. The ancient war ships around Long Shengyu were destroyed one after another. Go all out against him. All of you, attack for this prince. Long rumble. Then, the giant spirit stone cannons were fired. Before the 9th Evil Dragon Palace's ancient warships could reach the Shenyuan ancient starry skyship, they were destroyed by the spirit stone cannons. Even Long Shengyu's main ship was not spared. 3 giant spirit stone cannons flew out and destroyed Long Shengyu's main ship. Long Shengyu fled in a sorry state. But one of his arms was still blown off by the explosion. "Capture him." Lin Feng waved his hand. Dozens of Dragon Sect cultivators flew out from the Shenyuan ancient ship and surrounded Long Shengyu. After a fierce battle, they captured Long Shengyu. "Lin Feng, you little bastard. You'll die a horrible death." Long Shengyu cursed. Lin Feng glanced at Long Shengyu coldly and ignored his curses. He then ordered his subordinates to bring Long Yuan Hun. Soon, Long Yuan Hun was brought up. After seeing Lin Feng, Long Yuan Hun began to curse. "Lin Feng, you little bastard. I curse you to have a fate 10 times worse than mine." Lin Feng's face was filled with a sinister smile. He took out the black dragon sword, held it with both hands, and slashed out. Long Yuanhuan's head was directly cut off by Lin Feng's sword. Long Yuanhun died with his eyes wide open. His head rolled to Long Shengyu's side. "Ah, spare me, I don't want to die." Long Shengyu collapsed when he saw Long Yuanhuan's head cut off by Lin Feng's sword. There was a saying that a horrible death was better than a horrible death. Living was better. Who wanted to die? Long Shengyu originally thought that he was not afraid of death. But when he faced death, he realized how much he feared death. "Now you know how to beg for mercy. Didn't you just curse me to die a horrible death?" Lin Feng coldly looked at Long Shengyu. "I was wrong, I deserve to die. Lin Gongzi, Sect Master Lin, please spare me. As long as you spare me, I will definitely put in a good word for you in front of Lord Father. At that time, Lord Father will definitely not make things difficult for the Dragon Sect." Long Shengyu begged. "No need. I only want to use your blood to comfort the souls of the Buddhist sect's dead brothers in heaven." Lin Feng's face revealed a cold killing intent. He raised the black dragon sword. He slashed out. Pu. Long Shengyu's head was also directly cut off by Lin Feng. After Long Yuanhun and Long Shengyu were killed by Lin Feng, the Dragon Sect's cultivator army's shouts shook the sky. The 9th Evil Dragon Palace's cultivator army's faces were as white as paper. "We surrender. We are willing to submit. We beg Sect Master Lin to spare our lives." The densely packed 9th Evil Dragon Palace's cultivator army all knelt in the void above the sea and continuously kowtowed to Lin Feng. They begged Lin Feng to spare their lives. Originally, the 9th Evil Dragon Palace's cultivator army had around 3 million people. After a series of battles, the 9th Evil Dragon Palace's cultivator army only had 1.3 million people left. Sun Zhon said, "My lord, right now, we are in need of people. Let's give these people a chance to redeem themselves." Even though Sun Zhon looked rough and violent, he was actually a sharp person. He was Lin Feng's trusted aide, so he was willing to help those people. Lin Feng spared these 9th Evil Dragon Palace's cultivator army that surrendered, giving them a way out. Lin Feng looked at the densely packed 9th Evil Dragon Army's cultivator army and said in a deep voice, "Since Army Commander Sun has pleaded for you, I will spare your lives today. Now, swear an oath of loyalty to me." "We are willing to swear on our lives to be loyal to Sect Master Lin Feng. If we violate the oath, our souls will be shattered and we will die a horrible death." The 1.3 million cultivators all swore an oath. In a flash, Lin Feng had the impression that a talisman was condensing in his brain. These oath runes were the connection between Lin Feng and these 1.3 million cultivators. Lin Feng could feel anyone who had ill intentions towards him. As long as you are loyal and devoted, this sect master will not treat you unfairly in the future, Lin Feng said. "Thank you, sect master." The 1.3 million cultivators replied in unison, their voices shaking the sky. At this moment, a communication jade talisman on Lin Feng's body vibrated violently. Lin Feng took out the communication jade talisman and sent his divine sense inside. He heard Wanyan Yang's voice, "Master, the Dragon Gate Island has been completely sealed off by the 9th Evil Dragon Palace's army. Master, please come to our aid quickly. Otherwise, the Dragon Gate Island will be breached by the 9th Evil Dragon Palace." Chapter 2084. Boom. 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 Huge ancient war ships lined up around the Dragon Gate Island and fired a dense barrage of spiritstone cannons at the island. The entire Dragon Gate Island was surrounded by a huge formation. All the spiritstone cannons were blocked by the formation. Many forces from the ancient desolate sea region had gathered around the island. Many people were waiting for the outcome of the battle. "I'm afraid the Dragon Gate Island is doomed. I heard that the 9th Evil Dragon Palace is serious about the Divine Stone Mine. They must destroy the Dragon Gate. Although the Dragon Gate is developing quickly, it's still a new force. It can't be compared to the 9th Evil Dragon Palace. I heard that Lin Feng personally led an army to the Divine Stone Mine to take it back. I don't think he's going to survive." "Why do you say that? Isn't it obvious enough?" They're obviously trying to lure Lin Feng to the Dragon Gate so that they can annihilate the Dragon Gate's main army. Then, they'll have another force behind them to attack the Dragon Gate's base and wipe them out. If that's the case, Lin Feng is probably going to die. I'm worried that the Ninth Evil Dragon Palace will take the opportunity to invade the ancient desolate sea region after the Dragon Gate is destroyed. Without the lips, the teeth will feel cold. I'm sure you all understand this, right? Yeah, I'm also worried that the Ninth Evil Dragon Palace will invade the ancient desolate sea region. When that happens, the entire ancient desolate sea region will become their territory. By then, there won't be any place for us to stay. The reason why the Ninth Evil Dragon Palace attacked the Dragon Sect was because of the old grudge between them and the leader of the Dragon Sect, Lin Feng. The second reason was because the Dragon Sect controlled a massive divine stone mine. The Ninth Evil Dragon Palace was also jealous. However, the Ninth Evil Dragon Palace didn't have any grudges with the other forces in the ancient desolate sea region. As far as I know, after the war broke out between the Ninth Evil Dragon Palace and the Dragon Sect, the Ninth Evil Dragon Palace was worried that the other forces in the ancient desolate sea region would misunderstand the Ninth Evil Dragon Palace's intention. Therefore, they sent their army to support the Dragon Sect. Therefore, the upper echelons of the Ninth Evil Dragon Palace personally explained the situation to the upper echelons of the major forces in the ancient desolate sea region. They also promised that they would not attack the major forces in the ancient desolate sea region. I see. If that's the case, we can be at ease. I wonder, how long can this island last? I have to admit that this Lin Feng is really a genius. He has such a powerful cultivation base at such a young age. Moreover, his attainments in formations are really shocking. I heard that the defensive formation of the Dragon Sect Island was set up by him alone. Its defensive power is really strong. This person is indeed a genius. However, since he has offended the Ninth Evil Dragon Palace, he won't have a good ending. The formation he set up is indeed strong. However, facing the attack of 500 ancient warships, I don't think it will last long. Just as the surrounding cultivators were discussing, the ancient warships of the Ninth Evil Dragon Palace launched an even fiercer attack. Spiritual stone cannonballs swept out in all directions. Asterisk roar. Asterisk a high-pitched dragon roar resounded through the clouds. The formation-breaking dragon light was activated. The spiritual stone cannonballs attacked together with the formation-breaking dragon light. The power was even stronger and more terrifying. Asterisk bang bang bang. Asterisk the tyrannical attacks bombarded the defensive restriction of the Dragon Gate Island one after another. As time passed, the defensive formation of the Dragon Sect Island began to tremble. Dragon Sect Island. In the main hall, Butterfly was sitting on a chair, gently wiping the cold sword in her hand. Her beautiful face was filled with a cold expression. This time, she hadn't followed Lin Feng to battle. Instead, she had been left behind by Lin Feng to guard the Dragon Gate Island with Wanyan Yang. If anything happened, the two of them could discuss it with each other. The expression on Butterfly's face seemed to always be that cold expression. Her eyes were filled with endless coldness. She was an assassin, and her heart was as cold as steel. No matter what kind of danger she faced, Butterfly was able to face it calmly. Wanyan Yang stood to the side with his hands behind his back. He looked at the densely packed spiritual stone cannonballs and formation-breaking dragon light falling from the sky and bombarding the defensive formation. He said, "After we break the formation, I will lead the army to fight. You take Master's family and break out. You must bring them out safely." The family Wanyan Yang mentioned was naturally Princess Xueli, Nazha, and the others. All right. Butterfly didn't say anything. She only nodded. She had always been a person of few words. Even when Lin Feng asked her a few questions, she didn't say a single word, as if it were gold. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. 500 ancient warships were constantly attacking the defensive formation of the Dragon Gate Island. Crack, crack, crack. The formation of the Dragon Gate Island began to break. Wanyan Yang gathered the army. There were still 50,000 cultivators inside the Dragon Gate Island. Butterfly was escorting Princess Xueli and the others. She couldn't bring too many people with her, so she only brought along 2,000 people from the Purgatory Assassin organization. The remaining people were gathered by Wanyan Yang. Brothers, the sect leader has treated us well. Today, the Dragon Gate is in danger. We must hold back the cultivators of the 9th Evil Dragon Palace even if we have to die. Let Lady Butterfly send the sect leader's family out. Even if we die, we will die honorably as men, Wanyan Yang said in a low voice. We are willing to fight for the sect leader. We have no regrets even if we die. The cultivators of the Dragon Gate shouted. Crack crack. Finally, the formation protecting the Dragon Gate Island couldn't hold on anymore. It began to crack. The fleet of the 9th Evil Dragon Palace attacked for another hour. Peng, the formation protecting the Dragon Gate Island broke. Long Shengchen laughed sinisterly. Capture all the higher-ups of the Dragon Gate. In the future, I will need these people to control the huge territory of the Dragon Gate in the ancient Desolate Sea region. Also, capture Lin Feng's women. This crown prince is very interested in them. Your Highness, don't worry. None of Lin Feng's women can escape. I promise to capture them for your Highness. One of the evil dragon experts immediately said. The evil dragon race was lascivious by nature. Long Shengchen was the same. Whether it was the Little Mermaid, Princess Xueli of the Deep-Sea Demon Kingdom, Mo Wuyo of the demon race, Suo of the demon race, Yu Zichu and Yu Liuji of the human race, or Enya of the angel race, they were all peerless beauties. Long Shengchen had already asked around about the people by Lin Feng's side. Therefore, Long Shengchen was very interested in the women by Lin Feng's side. He couldn't wait to capture Lin Feng's women. Kill. Numerous cultivators of the 9th Evil Dragon Palace soared into the sky from the ancient war ship and flew towards the depths of the Dragon Gate Island. Chapter 2085. The seal has been broken. Dragon Sect is finish. That's right. After today, the Dragon Sect will become history. Many people gathered around and started discussing. Now that the seal protecting Dragon Sect's island had been broken, in the eyes of these cultivators, Dragon Sect's destruction was already destined. Kill, Wanyan Yang led the army to attack the cultivators of 9th Evil Dragon Palace. Both sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Although Dragon Sect's cultivator army had fewer people, because of their superior equipment and high cultivation base. Therefore, even though they were outnumbered, they did not fall into a disadvantageous position at the beginning. Instead, they displayed their might and killed countless cultivators of 9th Evil Dragon Palace. This caused Long Shengchen to be furious. Long Shengchen sent out even more experts to besiege Dragon Sect's cultivator army. The battle was incomparably fierce. Although Dragon Sect's cultivator army was made up of elites, the key point was that their numbers were too small compared to 9th Evil Dragon Palace's cultivators. As time passed, Dragon Sect's cultivator army began to show signs of fatigue. Pu, pu, pu. Tearing sounds could be heard one after another. Dragon Sect's cultivator army was also constantly being killed. Your Highness, we discovered a small team of around 2,000 people breaking out from the other side of Dragon Sect's island. At this time, an evil dragon expert came to report to Long Shengchen. It must be these people who want to escort Lin Feng's women out. This prince will personally go and capture all of Lin Feng's women. Long Shengchen suddenly laughed sinisterly. He then soared into the sky and flew towards the other side of the island. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Cultivators of 9th Evil Dragon Palace soared into the sky one after another. There were a total of 10,000 people, and their momentum was mighty. They followed behind Long Shengchen and quickly flew towards the other side of the island. Not good, Butterfly and the others must have been discovered. Seeing Long Shengchen flying towards the other side of the island, Wanyan Yang's expression changed greatly. He shouted, "Brothers of Dragon Sect, follow me to intercept Long Shengchen." Wanyan Yang soared into the sky. He flew towards Long Shengchen. Dragon Sect's cultivator army also soared into the sky and rushed towards Long Shengchen. However, there were too many cultivators of 9th Evil Dragon Palace surrounding them. They were densely packed and countless. Boom, boom, boom. All kinds of divine abilities and magic treasures attacked. Wan Yang and the others were blasted back. Moreover, many of them were directly killed. Damn it. I'll fight it out with you bastards. Wan Yang's eyes were bloodshot as he charged towards the cultivators of the ninth evil dragon palace. On the other side of the island. Although this side was blocked by the ninth evil dragon palace's ancient warships. However, the defensive power was far inferior to that of the main battlefield. Most of the soldiers were also gathered at the main battlefield inside Dragon Gate Island. Therefore, Butterfly intended to break out from here. She led the experts of the Purgatory Assassin organization to escort Princess Shirley and the others away. Originally, Butterfly wanted to win with speed. Before the ninth evil dragon palace cultivators could react, she had already rushed out of the encirclement. However, the cultivators of the ninth evil dragon palace had been paying close attention to their surroundings. So Butterfly's plan fell through. The cultivators of the ninth evil dragon palace were overjoyed when they saw Butterfly and the others. Because they saw many beautiful women. Weren't they the women the crown prince wanted? The cultivators of the ninth evil dragon palace wanted to capture Princess Shirley and the others. This was a great merit. However, how could it be so easy to capture Princess Shirley and the others? The people led by Butterfly were all experts among experts. Although they were fewer in number, they won in terms of strength. In addition, the cultivator army of the ninth evil dragon palace that blocked this sea area was relatively weaker. Therefore, after a fierce battle, Butterfly led everyone to tear through the blockade and successfully break out. Then, they quickly rushed into the distance, wanting to quickly escape from this place. We can't escape, however, at this moment. The void split open. Long Shengchen appeared above Butterfly and the others. As the son of the evil dragon, Long Shengchen's bloodline was very powerful. This year, he had cultivated for more than 125,000 years. His cultivation had reached the quasi-giant god realm. His cultivation was very terrifying. Among the people of Dragon Gate Island, Butterfly's cultivation was the strongest. Currently, Butterfly's cultivation was at the 8th layer of the heavenly god realm. At this realm, no matter where she went, she could be called a top expert. However, now, the expert Butterfly had to face was Long Shengchen. Butterfly was very strong. But Long Shengchen's strength was even stronger. In front of Long Shengchen, the difference in strength between Butterfly and Long Shengchen was huge. We can't escape. Long Shengchen's voice was cold. He stood in the void and slapped down on more than 2,000 people below. This palm actually enveloped more than 2,000 people. This person was really arrogant. He actually wanted to use his own strength. He suppressed everyone, including Butterfly. You guys go first, I'll hold him back, Butterfly said in a deep voice. Sister Butterfly, you must be careful, Nazha called out worriedly. She was kind-hearted and had always been very fond of Butterfly. Although Butterfly's temperament was cold and she wasn't close to the others of Dragon Gate. She was only close to Nazha. Live well, Butterfly said. Then, she held her sword and soared into the sky. Sword cutting heaven and earth. Butterfly attacked. She became one with her sword. She turned into a dazzling sword light and slashed at Long Shengchen. Overestimating yourself. Long Shengchen sneered and slapped down. Bang! The two sides collided. The sword light formed by Butterfly was directly beaten back to its original form by Long Shengchen's attack. Butterfly was sent flying. Whoa! She spat out a mouthful of blood in mid-air. Sister Butterfly. Nazha saw this scene in the distance and immediately shed tears. Run! Leave alive! Hudi shouted and once again rushed towards Long Shengchen. She held her sword in her hand and attacked Long Shengchen without fear of death. In the distance, the cultivator army of the ninth evil dragon palace had already chased after them. Nazha and the others also had to leave. The little girl was crying like a pear blossom in the rain. Princess Xueli wiped away Nazha's tears and followed Nazha to escape into the distance. Swish! Facing Butterfly's attack. Long Shengchen's body slightly swayed. The Butterfly assassin's sword pierced nothing but air. Bang! Long Shengchen's attack landed on Butterfly's left chest. Crack, crack. Bones broke. Butterfly's body flew out. Blood flowed out of her 7 orifices. This attack, it caused her to suffer extremely serious injuries. Butterfly. That's Lin Feng's confidant, she helped Lin Feng train assassins. Now she's going to die. Many cultivators who were watching the show also rushed over from afar. Seeing this scene, many people immediately began to discuss. I'll take your life. Long Shengchen's voice was cold. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Butterfly. His right hand, using his palm as a blade slashed towards Butterfly's neck. He wanted to behead Butterfly directly. Chapter 2086. Butterfly's situation was extremely dangerous. She could lose her life at any moment. But now, Butterfly was powerless to resist. Butterfly's eyes were wide open. She seemed to want to imprint Long Shengchen's appearance in her mind before she died. Butterfly was about to be killed by Long Shengchen. Swish. Suddenly, a cold light appeared, piercing through the void and heading straight for Long Shengchen. This cold light contained a terrifying killing intent. Long Shengchen couldn't help but frown. If he insisted on killing Butterfly, he would definitely be killed by this cold light. Retreat. Long Shengchen's expression was gloomy as he quickly retreated. He retreated 100 meters and dodged the attack. Everyone had an incomparably astonished expression. They didn't expect such a sudden turn of events. Look, it's Lin Feng. Suddenly, someone pointed into the distance. Everyone looked over. On the surface of the sea, a young and handsome man was walking over step by step. That young and handsome man was the dragon sect's leader, Lin Feng. He made it back in time. He saved Butterfly. Big brother Lin is back. When Na Jia saw Lin Feng, she jumped up and down excitedly. How did Lin Feng come back alive? The spectating cultivators all looked at each other in dismay. They couldn't believe their eyes. They had guessed that Lin Feng would be besieged by the 9th Evil Dragon Palace's army and might have died at the Godston mine. But the reality was that Lin Feng had returned safe and sound. The sect master is back. The dragon sect cultivators of the Purgatory Assassin organization were extremely excited. Lin Feng looked at Princess Shirley, Nazha, and the others and asked, "Are you all okay?" "We're fine. Big brother Lin, go and check on Sister Butterfly. She's seriously injured," Nazha said worriedly. Lin Feng nodded. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Butterfly. He took out a precious giant god-grade healing pill. He had Butterfly swallow it. "Thank you, Master," Butterfly said. "Go and rest." "Leave the rest to me," Lin Feng said. Butterfly nodded and flew toward Princess Shirley, Nazha, and the others. You're Lin Feng? You actually came back alive from the Godston mine? You're the only one who escaped alive. Since you've escaped, you should find a place to live with your tail between your legs instead of coming here to die. Long Shengchen looked at Lin Feng with contempt. In his eyes, Lin Feng was no different from a dead man. "Who said I came alone?" Lin Long Shengchen. Rumble. Rumble. Rumble rumble. Rumble rumble Shengchenit Shengchen Shengchens. Behind the ancient warship, there were countless beasts. Sun Zhon roared. His voice shook the heavens. The densely packed cultivators soared into the sky and charged toward the 9th Evil Dragon Palace cultivators on the Dragon Gate Island. Heavens, what's going on? Since when did the Dragon Gate have so many soldiers? Look, that's a deep-sea beast army. That's Shu Jiyuan, the prince of the deep-sea monsters, right? Look, that woman is the princess of the deep-sea monsters, Princess Shirley. She seems to be Lin Feng's woman. No wonder Shu Jiyuan came to help Lin Feng. Countless cultivators in the surroundings discussed animatedly. These people were incomparably shocked. They were all shocked because the development of the situation was completely out of their expectations. This is impossible. Long Shengchen couldn't believe what he was seeing. He couldn't help but roar. Lin Feng sneered. In the Godston mine, Long Yuanhun and Long Shengyu led the 9th Evil Dragon Palace's army. They were defeated by the Dragon Gate's army, the Deep-Sea Monsters' army, and the Deep-Sea Beasts' army. Long Yuanhun and Long Shengyu were killed by me. Then, I took over the 9th Evil Dragon Palace's army of 1,300,000 and 1,000 ships. Nothing is impossible. Everything you see is real. At that moment, the heretical diviner saint led a group of experts over. Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "Kill everyone from the 9th Evil Dragon Palace. As for Long Shengchen, leave him to me." "Yes, Master," the heretical diviner saint replied and led the Dragon Gate's experts to attack the 9th Evil Dragon Palace's cultivators. Lin Feng walked towards Long Shengchen. "Have you decided how you want to die?" Lin Feng looked indifferent. His eyes were filled with killing intent and he hadn't restrained it at all. Lin Feng and Long Shengchen are going to fight. I wonder who will win. Long Shengchen has been cultivating for 125,000 years. He's already a quasi-giant god. His strength is terrifying. Lin Feng is young, but he established the Dragon Gate. It's obvious how powerful he is. Lin Feng's cultivation is also very strong. It's hard to say who will win against Long Shengchen. There's something you don't know, right? What is it? Long Shengchen has already awakened his bloodline and can undergo atavism. Once he does, his cultivation will increase greatly. Lin Feng is strong, but his cultivation is still too low. I think he can compete with Long Shengchen before atavism, but once Long Shengchen atavism, Lin Feng will definitely lose. Long Shengchen can undergo atavism? If that's the case, Lin Feng will be in danger. Some cultivators whispered to each other. Obviously, they were not optimistic about Lin Feng's chances. They were more optimistic about Long Shengchen's victory. Seeing Lin Feng walking towards him, Long Shengchen sneered. "Lin Feng, I admit that you're good at gathering people's support. That's why you were able to establish the Dragon Gate in such a short time, but you want to fight me with your weak cultivation? What a joke. Whether it's a joke or not, we'll know after the battle." Lin Feng looked indifferent. He walked towards Long Shengchen step by step. "Die, brat." Long Shengchen's eyes were cold. He took the initiative to attack, sending a palm strike towards Lin Feng. Buzz. Within the void, a treasure seal was formed. 9 evil dragons coiled around the seal. The 9 evil dragons had awakened. They began to swim around the seal. A terrifying dragon's aura was emitted from the seal. That's the evil dragon god-suppressing seal. It's a top divine ability of the evil dragons. It's said that it can easily kill gods and demons. After seeing Long Shengchen's powerful divine ability, some cultivators suddenly cried out in alarm. Rumble. Long Shengchen's evil dragon god-suppressing seal descended from the sky and enveloped Lin Feng, making it impossible for him to escape. Then, it pressed down on Lin Feng, trying to kill Lin Feng in midair. Chapter 2087. Long Shengchen was indeed worthy of being the son of the evil dragon. He had great talent and a high cultivation. Although he couldn't compare to Lin Feng in terms of talent, he was still an expert who could challenge those of a higher realm. Therefore, his attack was very powerful. Lin Feng was quite surprised when he felt the power of the evil dragon god suppressing seal. However, he was only surprised. Lin Feng's cultivation was no longer the same as before. Even the evil dragon golden body had been killed by Lin Feng. Therefore, Lin Feng remained calm when facing the attack of the evil dragon god suppressing seal. He punched at the evil dragon god suppressing seal descending from the sky. Bang! The two sides collided. The evil dragon god suppressing seal was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. It wasn't destroyed by my punch. Its power is beyond my expectations. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. He stepped forward and swung his right fist at the evil dragon god suppressing seal. Bang! Lin Feng punched the evil dragon godly oppressing imprint again. This time, the evil dragon godly oppressing imprint broke. Lin Feng stepped toward Long Shengchen, his eyes cold and murderous. Long Shengchen, do you think you're very strong? In fact, your thinking is very stupid. In front of me, you're as weak as an ant. Today, I'll let you know my strength, the eternal river of death, flowing out from the underworld. The Grim Reaper will be born in it to reap the lives of the mortal world. Lin Feng began to chant the incantation of the Great Death Art, one of the 3,000 Great Taos. Lin Feng chanted the incantation of the Great Death Art. A loud rumbling sound resounded through the sky. Above the 9 heavens, a river of death condensed. The river of death engulfed the heavens and earth, emitting a loud rumbling sound. It directly enveloped Long Shengyu. Lin Feng had mastered the Great Death Art a long time ago. Previously, because his cultivation was relatively low, he couldn't display the power of this ability. But things were different now. Now that Lin Feng's cultivation had increased, the might of the Great Death technique had also begun to show. At this moment, terrifying death gods were formed in the river of death one after another. "I've come from hell. Give me the lives of billions of people." The gods of death let out eerie voices that were even hoarser and more unpleasant than the voices of ghosts. It made one's heart tremble. The river of death directly enveloped Long Shengchen. "Evil dragon divine fist. Break, break, break." Long Shengchen had a gloomy look on his face as he punched the Grim Reaper one after another. Every time Long Shengchen threw out a punch, the shadow of an evil dragon materialized in the air. The illusory evil dragons charged towards the death gods. The two sides fought fiercely. The evil dragon phantom and the Grim Reaper were reduced to ashes. "I have an undying body. No divine ability can kill me." All of a sudden, the Grim Reapers once again manifested. The Grim Reapers once again charged towards Long Shengchen. "What?" Long Shengchen's face suddenly changed. He originally thought that after destroying the Grim Reapers, it would be easy to break Lin Feng's divine ability. Unexpectedly, the result was completely different from what he had expected. In the river of death, the Grim Reaper was the word undying. Unless he directly broke Lin Feng's river of death. Or else, he would not be able to destroy the Grim Reapers. Dozens of Grim Reapers besieged Long Shengchen. Long Shengchen's face became incomparably unsightly. However, Long Shengchen's methods were extraordinary. When the Grim Reapers attacked, Long Shengchen suddenly used stellar transposition. A world of stars appeared around him. When the dozens of Grim Reapers attacked, the world of stars swallowed all the attacks. Then, all the attacks were reflected by the world of stars back at the Grim Reapers. Bang, bang, bang. The reflected attacks would shatter the bodies of the death gods one by one, and then they would be reborn. Lin Feng appeared in the river of death. Like the Lord of the Underworld, he stepped forward and appeared behind Long Shengchen, sending a punch towards Long Shengchen. Long Shengchen felt the terrifying aura behind him, and his face suddenly changed. However, Long Shengchen's reaction was extremely fast. He turned around and sent a punch towards Lin Feng. Bang! The two sides collided. Long Shengchen was unable to block Lin Feng's punch due to his haste. He was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. Barf! In mid-air, Long Shengchen spat out a mouthful of blood. This Lin Feng is actually so powerful. The surrounding cultivators all exclaimed in shock. Originally, they were all optimistic that Long Shengchen would win this battle. But when the real fight began, the situation was completely different from what they had expected. Lin Feng had obtained an overwhelming advantage. Everyone had a look of disbelief on their faces. Heavens, look, Long Shengchen's body is actually aging. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly. Everyone looked at Long Shengchen. Sure enough, they saw Long Shengchen's body aging at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Feng's punch just now was not an ordinary punch. That punch had integrated the ancient rush of billions of years into it. After being hit by the punch, Long Shengchen's body began to age. As his body aged, Long Shengchen's strength was also constantly weakening. His battle strength rapidly declined. Great reincarnation technique. Long Shengchen's face was extremely gloomy. He was experienced and knowledgeable, so he instantly thought of this divine ability. Dozens of Grim Reapers quickly rushed towards Long Shengchen. Puff, puff, puff. Under the siege of dozens of Grim Reapers, numerous wounds appeared on Long Shengchen's body. Blood involuntarily dyed his body red. Is Long Shengchen going to lose? Many people exclaimed. This battle seemed to be coming to an end. Long Shengchen was surrounded by grim reapers, and Lin Feng was still eyeing him covetously. It was simply a situation of certain death. The ancestors' blood is about to awaken in my body. I will master the ancestors' power, destroy the world, kill the gods. In this world, who can compete with me? Long Shengchen roared again and again. From his body, bloody light soared into the sky. Crackle. Catcher, catcher. All the bones in his body were violently rubbing against each other. Dense dragon scales appeared on the surface of his body. Roar, a high-pitched dragon roar resounded through the sky. Long Shengchen's body turned into a huge evil dragon that was 3,000 meters long. Bam! Long Shengchen slapped down with his claw. All the grim reapers were smashed into ashes. Immediately after, the river of death formed by Lin Feng collapsed. Atavism. Long Shengchen has atavism. He has awakened his ancestors' blood. The cultivators watching the battle were extremely shocked. They could feel the terrifying aura emanating from the huge evil dragon's body. Many people's bodies trembled violently. Evil dragon tail whip. The evil dragon that Long Shengchen had transformed into suddenly swept its tail. The void was directly shattered. After that, the thick evil dragon tail whipped towards Lin Feng.